Saya minta maaf dengan dia sebab ya kan ibu kita kan nak yang terbaik untuk kita kan. Tapi mungkin sebab dia tak nampak lagi lah masa tu game tu macam boleh buat duit. Dia fikir macam masa tu game tu hanya main untuk hiburan, macam buang masa. Tapi bila saya start yang ni yang sebelum ni saya start tier 2 tu saya dah start macam menang tournament. Dan tu dengan RTZ kan. Saya menang tournament dapat duit. Dan tu baru dia dah macam dia dah start support so slow lah dia start support. Kira dia macam penyemangat saya lah untuk teruskan dalam sport lah.
Untuk yang memaafkan orang yang dengki dengan AJ. Dengki tu maksudnya dia sampai buat sesuatu, sampai menutup perut nasi AJ sendiri. Tapi AJ tetap memaafkan orang tu. Itu yang paling besar.
Bagi saya banyaklah salah dengan AJ sebab masa kat RSG, saya 10, saya banyak marah dia buat dia nangis lah sebab saya tak suka sikap dia. Dan sebab saya terasalah sampai sekarang benda yang saya buat tu salah, tapi saya mungkin ego tak minta maaf dan sekarang baru saya rasalah saya sebagai senior saya tak sepatutnya buat macam tu lah kat dia masa kat RJ. Dan saya terharu sebab masa tak ada orang ingat saya, ambil saya, dia yang cari saya dan try saya untuk ke tim hak. Yalah, saya banyak buat salah kat dia tapi dia masih ingat saya dan saya nak berterima kasih lah dekat Iris sebab bagi saya peluang lagi untuk ke pro scene ni.
Actually, after the game, I will apologize to them. Just like, because I thinking just like I want to win only. Because for my positive, everything is I want to win. I want to improve myself. I want to improve the tank. But I never care about the people feeling anything like that. So, 我可能不太善于怎样去道歉，但是我会用我的行动证明我的道歉方式是对的。
Aku tak rasa semua orang boleh macam aku untuk minta maaf sebab bagi aku kalau kita minta maaf ni kita dah lepas satu tanggungjawab. Aku dah rasa satu kepuasan. Macam even benda tu bukan salah aku, especially salah aku akan minta maaf. Sebab aku tahu kebanyakan manusia ni dia tak nak minta maaf. So aku minta maaf. Sebab benda tu simple lah, dua perkataan lah, minta maaf, tapi tak semua orang boleh buat.
Hari ini kami dapat jemputan daripada tim Hak untuk menyaksikan MPL My Season 13. Apa yang saya rasa dan anak-anak yang saya jaga ni rasa membahagiakan diorang. Dalam masa yang sama diorang sangat excited untuk tengok game-game MPL ni sebab selalunya kita tengok kat phone kan. So hari ni diorang dapat tengok live. Dan diorang pun memang suka main Mobile Legends ni. Alhamdulillah rezeki kita orang dijemput dan kita orang sangat berterima kasih kepada tim Hak sebab jemput kita orang untuk dapat rasa pengalaman tengok MPL My secara live.
Kami dari tim Hak ingin mengucapkan selamat hari raya Idul Fitri.
Pelbagai kejayaan dapat dikecapi, sejarah baru telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur.
Sampai bila nak kalah?
Sampai bila nak kecewa? pasti akan melaungkan semangat ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar. Tarik nafas yang panjang. Kerana terima magic kuda. 2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MPL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MPL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MPL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MPL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MPL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia, persiapkan strategi anda, bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntal. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Selamat datang ke Minggu Diraja MPL Malaysia musim ke-13. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini, dan MPL bersiaran langsung dari Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya. Alright guys, welcome back to Minggu keempat. Mana kita panggil minggu ni Minggu Diraja. Macam musim-musim lalu, kita ada satu minggu dalam regular season kita yang kita panggil Minggu Diraja. Tapi mesti untuk orang yang baru nonton MPL ataupun baru tengok macam, you know, as a fan, Minggu Diraja ni actually it's a week mana pasukan-pasukan akan berbanding dengan gergasi dalam line up kita ataupun dalam musim kita. So kita akan nampak pasukan mana yang lagi hebat, pasukan mana yang akan come out on top, dan pasukan mana yang raja untuk regular season kita. Tapi I will leave that to the casters untuk borak lebih lanjut pasal Minggu Diraja kita. Sebelum kita masuk match pertama untuk minggu keempat, mari kita bincang pasal jadual kita untuk perlawanan hari ini. So, untuk match pertama kita ada Barracuda Esports yang menentang Bounty Esports. So, dua pasukan ini masih lagi tengah mencari kemenangan untuk secure slot playoffs. Untuk match terakhir hari ini, Toda yang menentang King Empire. So, this matchup is going to be very interesting sebab ini perlawanan di antara King of the Ocean yang menentang the King of the Jungle. Alright, so match hari ini kita dah nampak bukan biasa-biasa. So of course lah, kalau you guys tak datang lagi, mari datang ke Stadium MBSG sebab kita ada dua match hari ini. And confirm performance akan jadi sangat panas dan juga pedas. Alright guys, so nampaknya players are ready. And with that, mari kita jemput kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia. Barracuda dan juga Bounty Esports.
Barracuda Esports.
Surprising the doubters by halting RSG's MY winning streak last week. The inclusion of Coach Backdoor and EV's shift to their own position has proven fruitful. Can they ascend to mid-table with another victory today? Ladies and gentlemen, let's cheer for Barracuda Esports!
Bounty Esports.
Having only secured a single point last week, the Hunters must elevate their game today to break free from the danger zone. Will they be able to adapt to the brand new patch faster than their opponents? It is time to hunt Bounty Esports!
Sekarang marilah kita menjemput jurulatih dan analis bersama Head of League Ops Cedric yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda professionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Alright, nampaknya semua players sudah ready untuk perlawanan pembukaan kita untuk Minggu Diraja. Tapi untuk semua orang yang tengah nonton dekat rumah, jangan lupa untuk join the fight untuk by guna the code dekat bawah ni, dekat ML korang untuk mendapatkan in-game freebie. So, jangan cakap kita tak payung lagi sebab kita sudah payung. Alright, so the audience is set, the players are set, the casters are set. Apa kata kita start match pertama kita? And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Thank you very much, Rose. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to MPL MY Season 13. It is week number 4 and the hunt is on. Another day, another bounty, and today we're going fishing. Barracuda Esports against Bounty Esports is me, Husky, alongside Getting Q to bring you guys the action.
Now this week, all teams, we've passed the halfway mark. All teams are looking to make it into the top 6 to make sure they get a qualification spot for the upcoming playoffs. Anywhere below that, you're almost instantly eliminated. And that's the scary part for a lot of these teams in the bottom half of the rankings.
Yeah, and we're looking at 2 of them. I believe Barracuda and Bounty, one of them in 7th place, one of them in 9th place, and clearly the one in 9th is in danger of relegation, right? We do have MAL this season, so they still get a second lifeline in the form of a best of 5, but you don't want to be in that spot.
Yeah, definitely you don't want to be in that spot. More importantly so, they need some buffer points, and every single win from this point onwards is going to cost a lot more compared to the earlier stages of the season. First 3 weeks, we got a good taste of every single team. Obviously, some teams are doing much better than others, and I think, you know, for Barracuda, at the very least, we were questioning whether EV was going to be the guy that really saves the whole team, but I think it's a slow process.
Yeah, it is a slow process. New role for EV, you know, first when we saw him debut in week 3, fitting in pretty well, and they even took down RSG Malaysia, but that's a completely different story. The good thing that BRD fans need to know is that they are currently on a small winning streak, whereas for Bounty Esports, they gotta somehow find that flare back. We're gonna talk about what is the most important topic of this week, and that is the new patched. We have the new revamp Halkert, which is not available for now, but it will be unlocked in MPL MY week number 6.
Yeah, no, this is where it gets really scary, right? Because it's not just about Halkert himself. It's about some of the other assassins, some of the other fighters, and even mages. Notable buffs coming in to specifically Hayabusa. Yes, we all got what we were hoping for. I want to use my quad shadow straight into the Oki shadow kill and still use my retribution.
And your ultimate now does not cost any energy, base damage buff for your first ability. Ling, even for Ling, right? Base damage increase, the crit rate that you get from the abilities also goes up. Glue, as a matter of fact, this I think is probably one of the biggest buffs. Tankier, does more damage. It's now the annoying Glue that we once remembered from a couple patches ago. He is now back.
Yeah, he's nasty. He's really, really nasty. Notable things as well is going to be Yi, but notable nerfs. Now, the Matilda one is kind of interesting because it does force you to really choose, but Joy, I feel like even in our ranked games, in high mythic, low mythic, doesn't matter. As long as you're in mythic, most people are not even considering to ban her out anyways. Her items are too expensive. Her overall utility isn't there anymore. She doesn't have a get out of jail card for free.
Yeah, some got the Nolan treatment, right? But I guess as a payoff, they did remove the damage reduction from the electrifying beat. So I think overall, we still would not see Joy. At least I don't think we will for a very long time. I know we definitely would not see Matilda because despite that nerf to her ultimate, if you don't land the second part, you don't get the reduction, the cooldown reduction. I think she's still very strong overall.
Yeah, there's definitely some players who are going to forget that, and they're going to just use the ultimate pretty casually and not use the second half of it to get the reduced cooldown. Overall, I think the meta in terms of the way that it's changed so far, especially when we start looking at mage items, like Holy Crystal is hell of a... It is not a cheap item. Let's just say that, right?
Yeah, but you know what is cheap? Blood Wings.
Exactly.
And there's something that I feel like has similarity with Blood Wings, which is the color red, and it coincides with Hotlink. You can secure lightning fast 5G connection for your Mobile Legends Bang Bang games with Hotlink. So just get your hands on one and enjoy superior 5G network latency and smoother gameplay only with Hotlink.
Only with Hotlink, baby. Don't forget, 20% off MLBB in-game items as well. Scan the QR code and get yourself hooked up as quickly as possible, because if you want to keep up with the meta, especially with 5G internet, I'm telling you, you'll pick up the new patch pretty quickly. But yeah, these notable changes, and especially with the adjustments that have been made to the battlefield, purple buff adjustments, of course, and not to mention a lot of the growing scaling, well, would I even say scaling, but at least the growth for physical defense for a majority of off-meta tanks are now making them questionable in terms of whether or not they should be viable.
Yeah, and I think even for the value itself, right, it's a lot of increment for majority of these heroes. Aside from the big three, you know what I'm talking about, Barat, Baxia, Fredrin, you know, the BFF, no, the BBF.
The BBF.
The BBF. They didn't get as much, but still, it's a decent increase. Also, minor changes to the Dominus Eyes. Now you only trigger the effect if you get damaged by your target. No longer AoE, something that I feel is not going to impact the gameplay in a big way, but still, we might see it getting purchased. It's still an essential item.
Yeah, it's still a very essential item. I don't know. There are a couple of weird things. There's a lot of what are they? I use this phrase a lot last season. A lot of quality of life changes, right? Especially on a lot of the animation backswings. I'm very happy about that, but it's on a lot of heroes we don't usually see very often. But this is MPL MY, so anything could happen. For all we know, Julian comes back into the mix.
I mean, I got baptized by Alucard yesterday in MAL, and that guy won because he got a 40% backswing reduction on that ultimate. You never know, maybe Bounty will put it up. And for today, at least this series, every point matters. It's going to be Barracuda menang or a bounce T. Thank you, scriptwriter. I love it.
Yeah.
And a Bounty bounce back, or can Barracuda keep on winning?
They can try to keep on winning here. It's going to be tough because, again, if we're looking specifically at the junglers of each side, both of which are assassin players, right? So there's more reason for Hayabusa and Link to actually come on through, but it does mean that the entirety of the compositional draft, especially when we're talking about a professional level, needs to change. And I think this upcoming picks and bans is going to be pretty important, right, for both of these teams. They can stick to their identities, play the same way they have been, or they can really take advantage of the new patch notes.
Yeah. And I think because of the changes that is, at least on the assassins, right, it might make them seem like they're viable, but overall still, the tank junglers around, we probably won't see them being picked up anytime soon. I know that MDL Philippines picked Ling and that didn't look good for them. I'm expecting Hayabusa somewhere down the road, but it really depends on which team we're talking about. If Bounty, maybe. If Barracuda, sure, right? Because they, like you mentioned, both of them are assassin players. But in this current state, I feel like I'm more inclined to look at Bounty and want to see how they will kind of perform against BRD, especially in that gold lane.
Yeah, no, I think that, well, I wish the gold lane meta actually changed up a little bit more. They buffed Roger even. they buffed Roger, all right? That's all I can really say. I'm just going to leave it at that.
Well, we do have an interview with Barracuda Esports, so let's listen in to what they have to say.
Leomok pick tu Leomok pick tu sebenarnya daripada idea saya sendiri sebab saya pernah bantai diorang guna Leomok saya time tu. So saya nak test lagi sekali kat sini. Sekali tengok diorang macam tak boleh counter lagi. Sebab kata coach lain tak ada hero tak boleh counter. Tapi Leomok saya macam tak ada counter lah. Macam tu. Oh boleh track kan? Nice bro. Sebenarnya ni rahsia sikit lah. Sebenarnya week 1, week 2 ni kita orang nak test engagement je sebenarnya. Kita orang bagi kalah dulu. So tengok orang macam Barracuda itu ini
nama dah naik.
So bila nama dah naik kita orang bagi menang balik. So
kita mau serius.
Naturalkan balik benda tu lah.
I am very confident because I know my team is strong.
Yeah bro. So good bro.
So confidence all around the board from Barracuda Esports, and rightfully so. They have been on a minor winning streak, winning the past 2 best of 3s and even taking down giants like RSG MY. So today against Bounty Esports, if they can claim this 3rd win in a row, it would put them back in the mid-table.
Yeah, it would put them in a very good position to actually keep up for qualifications of playoffs, but at the same time, I think, the real questions start to come as the identity of the team. Do they have a set style of play just yet? Is it going to be enough to maybe win a championship at the end of the season?
I think so far Barracuda has still been slightly soul-searching, right? We know that Amao, if he gets his hand on an assassin, he's going to go for it for sure. We know that AJ was put in the shot calling role and he's doing a decent job of keeping Barracuda together. The addition of EV also made them play more like a unit. We're starting to see a very standard professional tier 1 team. Now, the style though for BRD, I think that's the one in question.
Yeah, I think the style, especially when you're up against Bounty, you don't know what to expect, right? Bounty continue to adapt and change from week to week, day to day, and it's kind of tough to really pinpoint what their strong suit is going to be. It's kind of a coin flip on which kind of Bounty we're going to get today.
Yeah, it's a coin flip on which Panda we would get today as well. We've seen him have very, very good games when he is in the lead, but we also saw at certain times, Bounty, when they start falling behind, you get to see kind of the chaotic side of them show up. We saw them against Todak last week. They were even doing well against Todak up to that chip backdoor. We actually have a WhatsApp chat with Havos and of course new jungler meta, and we asked him for his thought. Is this time to shine? And he feels like, no, they can adapt. Meta won't change because the teams, they do need time to adapt to it. And I think a lot of other teams would still not risk playing Assassins, which I can completely agree with.
I mean, speaking of which, it's one of those situations whereby it's not necessarily just the jungler that needs to change, right? It's even arguably the EXP. And I think with the changes to glue specifically, something that I do know it's in Havos's pocket. The question is, would he much rather the Arlet just to be able to play make or even a Paquito to set things up individually?
Yeah, and the moment I saw that glue change, the first team I thought of was actually Todak, right? Like Momo loves playing a mean glue, and perhaps you might see it later on in the day. The comparison, I think, between Bounty and BRD in that goal lane is the statistics. If I remember last I saw, Trap statistic is better than Panda in a lot of aspects. And maybe that's because of how Panda plays as a player, right? Likes to go in fast, likes to go in hard, likes to have the lead. Whereas for BRD, they're a lot more controlled.
Yeah, let's see how controlled it's going to be this time around as we head into our very first picks and bans. We got Bounty Esports on blue side and Barracuda on red side. We see the Angela, we see the Fanny banned out for the side of Best. BRD, they're going to be banning out the Sissy and as well as the Matilda. Still atypical bans here, but at least for the red side, it alleviates the must picks, must bans at the very least. Don't have to worry about the Joy too often. Matilda, I mean, you can't really do too much about it. That still has to go.
But now it does open up a lot more of that window, right? I think even Nolan to a certain extent, if you want to let go, you still have Fredrin, Baxia, Baraz, the three big boys to kind of deal with it. The R-Lot is still a very, very good pick for both teams as well. I think both Eevee and Havos love that, and Bounty, they're going to take initiative. They will ban out the R-Lot themselves.
I like it. I like it. Get rid of the R-Lot. Don't give them an opportunity here. Let's see what Barracuda is going to follow up with. And it's going to be Chip. Okay, there we go. Chip recently being buffed up. I'm glad that he's gone. First pick going over to Bounty.
I'm surprised that they even buffed Chip. I saw the numbers and I'm like, man, you guys are, wow. The designers are crazy in a good way. You know, maybe they saw something in Chip that we didn't. Yi could be an option, right? Like, we've seen certain teams, they see the Chip ban out, and then Yi becomes a secondary option for that mid lane. And we do see this Nolan getting picked up by Bounty. Of course, it's Yuna. There's Nolan. He picks Nolan.
Yep, no surprises there. Barracuda on the opposite end. Looks like it's going to be the Harith as well as the Ruby. I'm pretty sure the Eevee is going to be put on this Ruby for the time being. I do quite like the Harith overall. It's got some decent counterplay, especially against some of the more dominant gold laners. And more importantly so, the quality of life changes, just making it real nice. You get a shield as soon as you dash. You don't have to like land the auto and then get the shield and worry about all that nonsense.
Obviously, there are some adjustments. You no longer get more shields with multiple targets near you. I also like the force swing reduction on the Synchro Fission. Right now, it just comes out a bit faster. Feels a bit more smoother for the Harith, but of course, I'm looking if we might see. I was thinking of a Roger because that's your typical matchup into a Harith, but Bounty says that they're going to focus a bit more on the team-oriented utility, Lilia and Minotaur.
I think that's good. I think that's good because again, it's kind of up to Barracuda to predetermine what the gold lane is going to be, right? I think that if Bounty don't take away the Minotaur and as well as the Lilia, naturally one is able to deal with the other, then you are covering your grounds. Now, Barracuda, on the other hand, they're going to be locking in on that Faramis. So it's actually a really good thing that that Bounty decided to go for Minotaur Lilia in anticipation of Barracuda wanting to play a team fight style of composition.
Yeah, which is pretty crazy on Barracuda's side, right? You are clearly putting a Faramis in a slightly losing matchup, and now this second phase matters a lot more. How are you going to make up for that? Because you know for a fact that this composition running into Bounty is a death sentence. They're going to start off by banning out the Terizla. I like that opening. Bounty go for the Masha ban.
Yeah, yep, they ban out the Terizla, making sure that EXP does not have priority on that side. Great wave clear, tough body of the Smith as they call it. Now, we go back to Barracuda. They're holding priority. I was surprised that Masha actually got let through so far on. Even Masha has been able to get a couple of buffs for herself. Barracuda decide to ban out the Roger, making sure that Harith is going to be the dominant laner.
And here is a fun fact for Trap as well. Second highest average gold earned per game at 14,555.
Ooh.
That's nasty. Man has been making bank.
A lot of bank, man. He's been investing in the right companies. Bounty, on the other hand,
okay.
Banning out the Fredrin. Okay, makes sense. They don't want to get smothered by it. Oh, please. Give up. Come on, Barracuda. Give us an assassin v assassin matchup.
Is it time for Joy? Well, maybe not Joy, because now the ultimate does not make your CC immune, right?
That's true.
Yeah,
that's
so
true.
Running into Minotaur is 100% risky now.
It's very, very risky. Actually, you know, they can hold it for the very last pick because Fanny... Oh, no, Fanny's already banned out. What are they missing? What are they missing? They've got gold. They've got their mid duo. They still need an EXP on their side. Benedetta's kind of okay. Paquito could get punished, but definitely the damage... They need something a little bit more physical damage oriented.
Lapu,
Yutong, both are decent. Benedetta...
Yep.
Swiss Army knife it. I think that's fine.
That's fine. I mean, against a team comp that wants to kind of play together, well, the Benedetta is a good option. Here comes the Phoveus, the third time picked in MPL so far in the past 2 games. No win yet. And another fun fact about Havos is that he has only played 3 heroes: Paquito, Arlott, and CC. Now we get to see hero number 4.
Hero number 4 to add to the list. Final pick from blue side.
Yep.
Uno. All right. Okay, so they've got a good distribution of damage overall from the side, in diversity of damage from the side of Bounty. Barracuda, on the other hand, their composition is a little interesting, right? They've got a lot of dashes. The Phoveus is going to be a little bit of an issue. Harith, with the help of the Ruby, should be able to manage, but now that at least for Bounty's side, there's a clear weak and strong side, right? And we can tell for sure they want to be able to play towards that gold. And I think Barracuda need an answer with a jungler who's able to slow down those rotations and look for potential pickoffs. Let's see what it's going to be.
Benedetta jungle. Khalid jungle? What? Khalid?
Wait.
No, Ruby what?
We're just going to leave it like that?
Hold on. We're going to look at it.
No.
Ruby Gold?
Ruby Gold? No.
Wait. They're not changing it. It's Ruby Gold.
Wait, where did it all go wrong? Where did it all go wrong? Wait, no, they actually did it.
It's actually Ruby Gold. So I've been wondering where did Khalid went as a hero, right? His pick rate dipped since last season ended. It's good to see him back, but Khalid roam. This is a pup thing.
This is very much a pump thing. You want to abuse the early game, your early damage. And now that they've changed the timing for his backswing so you can chain your abilities together, I guess it makes this early game even stronger. But still, they're hoping for a lot if Harith can scale. Let's see whether these quality of life changes is actually a game changer.
Well, Barracuda Esports have been cooking, and let's see if it is enough to overthrow Bounty. We're heading into game number 1 of this best of 3. Bounty Esports on that blue side, Barracuda on the red, and right off the bat, Hesu is doing his work, trying to find where this Nolan starts. I think they figured it out. It's on that orange buff. I don't know, I'm looking at this Khalid, I'm like, sure, you reduce kind of the backswing of your ability, but if you want to pressure enemy junglers, wouldn't Hilda be a better option?
Well, I think if we look at it this way, Hilda just doesn't provide that lethal damage. Like, look at Yanlord. He's brought down at least 60% of his HP. And there's nothing you can really do about this, right? Even Nolan, he's going to come for this purple buff. It's highly contested.
They're going to just go for it. Maybe get a first blood, and they do. Goes first blood for AJ, forcing out the flicker of Yanlord.
Yuna's about to die.
Yuna, he cannot stay. Aziz, I'm not really sure if you want to walk that far up close, but you got to reset and petrify boss like Yuna. Completely funneled to that bottom jungle and killed off by Hesu.
This is so disgusting. Trap now just has to smother the top side of the map, right?
Oh my god.
He just has to survive. He has to survive this lane, push it out, and then make sure this purple buff never falls into Yuna's hand.
Look at Eevee. He was just quick send guard. What's he gonna do about it, huh?
What's he gonna do about it, brother? Try me again. Oh,
when was the last time you see a Harris show up at level 3, forces the enemy mid laner to recall and takes a purple buff?
I haven't seen it in a very long time. Usually it happens like 8 minutes, maybe even 6 minutes into the game, but like before 2 minutes, this is... I mean, look, Hesu is just making sure that Yuna cannot play the game, right? He can't even counter jungle.
He's not even gonna hit 4. All the camps, I think they took the Beetle. I think Hesu took the Beetle, and then the Lizard. I don't know, someone took the Lizard, but didn't see who that was. Not that it matters, at least not for Barracuda.
So brutal. I mean, for now, Bounty, they just have to hold out. They have a comp that can actually scale pretty well, and to try and delete Amal specifically is very possible.
He's not getting this. Look at that.
Oh my god.
He is not getting anything.
Oh my god, it's not over yet. Oh!
Public execution as Yanlord falls for the second time. Orange buff taken by Amal. Yuna is going to just get his levels through the passive experience that the game gives him. Alright, he's not getting anything.
Oh boy, their laners need to be able to do something here. Like Havas, there's nothing he can do. He needs items. He can do a pretty good job at hurting Hesu, but winning out in this lane is going to require him to have at least 2, maybe even 3 items before he really poses a threat. And up till that point, Barracuda can basically do whatever they want. I think that Bounty Esports really need to double down on their plan. There's only so much that you can help with Yuna for, so you need to make sure that instead of unlocking the mid lane, you need to unlock your gold lane.
Yuna is 3 levels behind Amal. He hasn't gotten a shred of experience since his first purple was stolen, since his first death. This guy is living on stimulus checks. Okay? No gold, no experience, purple buff stolen again. Look at him. Look at this man. He's probably getting lethal at least.
Please, can I have a little bit more food? Please,
sir. I want experience. Come on.
Anything. I can only live on food stamps for so long.
I didn't know we're going that hard in the first game.
Look at this. This is disgusting. They're funneling everything into Amal.
And Panda has to kind of get out with the flicker. A bit of an unforced error there, but I mean, Barracuda, they do whatever they want, I guess. This Havas Phobius was meant for the Harith, for the Ruby, for the Benedetta. And in the end, it ended up hurting Yuna because now no one, not even the XP laner, can protect him from his own jungle. And he is going to go down again. There's nothing that Bounty can do. Eevee could be a target, but AJ, he's not even going to let him die. Or if eventually Aziz will find a kill, but Amao is going to come in to get a couple of collections. Yanlord becoming the target of interest, flickers to safety. Aziz finds a double kill.
Oh my goodness. Okay, they find a double kill. They got something back, but Panda is still in trouble here.
And that spell vamp.
It's so good.
So good.
So obnoxious to deal with as well. I think Barracuda, they've got a solid idea. The Bounty Esports were thinking atypically, right? They weren't thinking outside of the box. And I think Barracuda, they got caught them dead to rights with this composition.
And they probably would lose her boss. Vengeance can only keep you alive for so long. Just stop dashing. Just fight him. Yeah, mano to mano. That's how you do it.
Yeah, I mean, Havas doesn't have the items. He also doesn't have the mana.
Look at the purple buff. Who got it this time? I believe it was secured by the side of Bounty.
Yes it was. I think it's Hesu
Wait.
who has it. No, he doesn't have it either.
Where's the buff go?
Who's got the buff?
Was it Yanlord? Oh yeah, the Yanlord got it.
Yeah, I see it on Yanlord now. At least somebody got it other than Mr. Yuna. This is pretty depressing.
He's 4 levels behind a Harith.
Oh my god, look at the goal difference, dude.
My god.
He's 1.9 to 3.9. He's 2k down.
He's not even got his first item yet. Big fight in the mid. The force Netherrealm to keep AJ himself alive. They want to get this tier 1, but runs out of minion wave. So Aziz cashes in on the 3rd kill. Hesu now has to run with the Ecto final blow. Havas on the chase. Hesu still able to time his passive. The eye for 9. Hesu keeps on running. They want to go underneath the turret. They get the Petrify out. Havas gives his life away. Eevee collects it.
Nicely played by Hesu. The Petrify at the end, that was the only blunder. Other than that, really, really well timed. There's a point where charging takes too long, and it was coming to that point where it was about to even out against the demonic force. So he understood, I got an eye for an eye. I built up a little bit of charge. I can do this again. The whole while managing to dodge key abilities here and dragging Havas so deep under the tier 2. Now the real question is, how long can Barracuda hold this up for, right? This momentum needs to curb stomp Bounty Esports. If they don't current stop, they're going to get outscaled.
Yeah. 3k gold lead so far, and Barracuda have not been able to crack this mid-tier 1, which is good news. Bounty, I don't think they can secure this purple buff, unfortunately, so that one goes to Amao once more. And Yuna, he's just trying to get some farm, man. Let him eat. Hesu on the chase. Yuna able to just barely get out with his life. Barracuda claims top tier 2.
Okay, now here's the scary part, because overall Barracuda will dominate as long as the turtle is going to be the thing that spawns as a neutral, right? Once it gets into Lord, Bounty, I don't know how Yuna's going to do it, but it's got to be a team effort. If they win a team fight, or at least trade 4 for 1, maybe even get steal off a Lord, right, to kind of slow down this pace, maybe then Bounty Esports has a chance. But for now, Barracuda, full control over the entirety of the map. They've got timers on the enemy. Like, they are hardly in their own jungle.
Yeah. Look at how many camps have Bounty taken, well, have Barracuda taken in Bounty's jungle. That's what I want to know.
Pretty much all of them at this point, right? Like at least 5 out of the 6.
Okay, Barracuda should be able to crack this mid-tier 1, right? Nope. Lydia clears it again. So that is the saving grace for Bounty. They still haven't allowed Barracuda to just easily cut through in between the jungle because of this tier 1. And Yuna able to find some resources up top. He will get the tier 1 for his team. Barracuda, he'll get the trade elsewhere. Bottom tier 2 now gone.
Yeah, oh, man, Emo is having the time of his life. From all the early days of, oh, I'm an assassin player. Everybody bans on my assassins. I have to, oh!
Boss pull back. Does have the vengeance to keep himself alive. But Yanlord also had to use a lot of that health bar. That means that Bounty forced all the way back. But again, Aziz was able to clear out the minion wave, so that turret will stay on for a bit longer. They do lose the purple to aim out once again. Map is definitely shrinking for Bounty.
Yeah, there's so little they can do. They're proxying the mid wave. They're proxying the mid wave between the tier 1 and tier 2. I mean, good for Emal. This is the one time where he actually gets to play the game and doesn't have to sacrifice anything for it. They're playing around him.
Yeah, and his team is actually able to back him up, you know. So, growth for Barracuda. We're still sitting at a close to 6k goal advantage at almost 9 minutes, which is pretty admirable. I think Bounty definitely have been able to kind of put a band-aid on that bleeding just a little bit, right? Aziz himself getting 3 kills and Yanlord just throwing his body to protect his team. you gotta do what you gotta do. So not letting Barracuda inflate that net worth is good enough for now.
Yeah, good enough for now, we say, but keep in mind, somehow, I mean, considering how the game is going, even Trap is 500 gold on Panda right now. And I think Panda is going to be the main win condition to get them through this mid game. He's got relevant items. He's got the Haas Claw. He's also got the Berserker's Fury. However, Amal on the opposite side, third item, can't go for Holy Crystal no more, too expensive. Goes for the Blood Wings, a much safer option.
Yeah, it's so much better on him as well. Extra shield that gives him movement speed when it breaks. That is what a mage actually needs instead of the extra movement speed with the shield on. It's gonna solo this Lord. Doesn't even need help at this point. I caught a glimpse of Trap's items. Just, what is it? War Axe, Sea Halberd. Forgot what the third item was, but probably damage.
Look, I mean, I mentioned it earlier, right? They need some kind of physical damage, and now they're doubling down on it. It's like, we've got all the physical damage. I mean, I don't think Hesu is even... He bought a Blade of Heptases as well. He's going full damage on top of everything else. They want to snowball this out of control. And look at all of them cosplaying as JoJo characters, just standing there in front of their turrets menacingly.
I mean, Barracuda, the game plan, simple, right? If you kill them first, we win.
Boys, the plan.
You do not need to tank if there's no enemies to hurt you.
Look, if their health bar is 0, we win.
Yeah,
simple plan.
That's simple, you know. That's one part of the plan. Second part is we gotta break the crystal. Look at where EV is standing. This man has no fear in his heart.
No fear at all. But the good thing about this high ground defense is that Bounty can actually pull it off pretty easily. Like, Barracuda are the ones who have to dive very, very deep to try and break open an inhibitor.
They will try, and the only one who can reliably siege is Amal. And because of the presence of this Lilia, it is very hard. The Glooms, just a couple of stacks would do the job. Barracuda will try again. This time, Trap finds the pull outside of the base, and that is going to be Panda eliminated. They even commit the Nether Realm, and Amal gets to finally crack open this base. And Barracuda, they're not satisfied with just one. They want to go for more. The minion wave does expire, but at least they get the top one.
Huge pick coming in from Barracuda's side. They find a kill onto Amal, looking for anything, honestly. Any kills whatsoever. If they can take even a 1-for-2 trade, a 1-for-1 trade, it is worthwhile for Bounty's position. They were 8k behind, now they're 7.3. The real question now is on this next upcoming Lord, is it GG, well played, move on to the next one?
Got one more fight left in you. Lord needs to get his ult back up first. I don't think they can afford to wait for the flicker. At least I don't think Barracuda is going to let them wait. Voss, he's getting up as well, right? He has his items. Aziz is starting to put out big numbers.
Yep.
And now the question is, can they kind of keep Barracuda under control? And this really comes down to Lord. How much can he do before he eventually falls?
I agree. I think that at least for some of the saving graces coming in from Bounty. Panda, he's got his 2 items. Very, very happy about that. Aziz was able to get 4 kills in a single assist. He's already done with the Enchanted Talisman, so now he can actually keep up pace, right? He's got enough cooldowns to be able to be using the Shadow Balls and really upgrading Gloom more and more and more every single wave. And I think he can manage 2 waves by himself. But that's under the condition that Barracuda don't just dive him. Just straight up dive him.
Yeah, even we caught a glimpse of the AI winning prediction. 96% for Barracuda at 12 minutes. Even the AI has sort of given up faith on Bounty. Still 4 more percent though. That 4% could come right now.
These are professional players. They're a different breed of human beings, right? And the data is taken from High Mythic. So I don't know. I'm just saying anything could happen here.
Well, plan number 1 is to find out where Yuna is. Very good Purify from Aziz. That means there is no more I'm offended for Trap. Barracuda, the Amal, he's going to go in, just tease her boss a little bit. The whole team of Barracuda is here. Now they're going to commit the Electro Final Blow to just rush down this Lord. Secure it with no problem. Lord gets the knockup onto 3 members. And here comes the Nether Realm from AJ to keep Barracuda alive. Bounty Esports, there's an angle to fight this Trap. Already found Havos unleashing the demonic force. Amal, he's all alone. His team could not keep him alive. Panda collects that kill. And Bounty walk away with 2.
Amal was overly confident that he could outplay the situation. He knows he's such a big boy. But Bounty, they're starting to scale up, and I think this is the big issue. I'm surprised that Aziz didn't get punished harder, right? Uses the Purify, makes sense, right? He's put down to about 60-55% of his HP. Uses the Black Shoes to top himself up so he doesn't die to the chip damage. Okay, sure. And now Yuna finally getting some revenge onto Jesu's side. This might be the bounce back coming in from Bounty.
Must be the bounce T, as our scriptwriters have quoted it.
Ay.
Finally paying off. You know, we are following the script for once.
We're on script, all right?
Must feel really good. I mean, at least if you're Yuna, right? You're just taking this brutal beating for the first, 8 minutes of the game. 4 levels down on the Harif, and now you get to one-shot the guy who first blooded you. Oh.
Exactly, man. This is fine. 1%.
This damage build on Trap might bite him in the back though, because now he's not durable enough, and he doesn't have enough time to even output the damage. Bounty starting to run at Barracuda and Amao. He's going to be chased down Winter Truncheon to keep him safe. Eevee comes in to back him up as well. Her Voss pulled underneath the turret, and that is going to be delivered over to Jesu. Electro final blow on the Panda. Jesu recovers and makes it out alive.
All right, he's still good. It's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Barracuda, but they did get a lot of battle spells out from Barracuda's side, right? I mean, and don't worry, the minion's not going to be the MVP this time round. They've got the team on it, right on top of it. We got to make sure that this this mid inhibitor doesn't break. I mean, we're 15 minutes into this game. In most situations, and especially in your public rank games, that would have been a GG situation. But that's why these are professionals. They'll look for any hole, scrape enough gold, because it's all about timings.
Yep. For Bounty fans, rest assured, if you guys look at the gold lead right now, is not much. It has shrunk down to less than 2,000, starting from the board fight just now. And Bounty have been able to successfully defend their base. Even the mid inhibitor that was chipped down to very low early on is still intact. Very, very manageable for Bounty.
Very manageable. Like a majority of the members on Bounty's side is slowly building up to those full 4 items. And now Panda is even buying situational items, even opting to go for the Winds of Nature so he doesn't get dove too hard by Hesun as well as Eevee on top of Trap. So at this point in time, Barracuda, they've kind of outlived their expiration date. Now, it's all about Bounty. They're going to continuously go up from here on top in terms of the graph. The question is whether Barracuda are able to take out the heavy hitters. They need to somehow kill Aziz. They need to somehow kill Panda. And even if all of that is out of the way, they might lose their major damage dealer, Emal, in the process due to Havas. So I think that Barracuda have too many things to worry about right now.
Havas is also very strong at this point, even takes the vengeance, because he knows he's going to be eating up a lot of these numbers. Oh, Yuna was spotted out, pulled back by AJ. He needs to get out. No purple buff in his possession. So it's not going to be an easy task to maneuver around this Lord Pit. Barracuda dangling in front of Bounty's face. Don't really need to commit to this though. Yeah, you can just let it reset.
Yeah, I think the real question is when does Amal actually use the Zaman Force, right? Havas just holding it. Just holding it, taking their time. Bounty, they're waiting for Yuna to get that purple.
Trying to not let it fully reset. This could be Bounty's chance. Yeah, holding the Lord hostage, and AJ is getting forced back, further and further back by Aziz. The positioning for Barracuda has to start with Eevee. Raging Stand completely misses, and this could be a counter-engaged angle. Even the Nether Realm is not able to save Eevee. The Immortality popped at the worst possible timing, and Bounty have completely forced Barracuda away from the Lord Pit.
Oh, it was an attempt. It was an attempt. Unless Amal can he go for the steal?
No, he's not even remotely close. Does Barracuda want to fight this though? Zamanfast popped out. Hits to the back with the Petrify. Does zone out Yuna, and it's enough for them to pop at least the immortality of Yenlord, but no kills for Barracuda, and Bounty finding that sign of life.
And now recovering from the early game damage. Survived long enough. 17 minutes. Go into 18 against Barracuda. Bounty is back, and they are coming with a vengeance. They've outscaled Barracuda at this stage of the game. And now Barracuda, they don't have the tools to necessarily deal with Bounty if they play perfect. Oh, I see that. I say every time, man.
This game is going to go on for a bit longer. For sure. Well, at least from the earlier scenes we saw, Bounty got caught up in a fishing net. Now they're starting to wriggle through the gaps, right? They're starting to break free of Barracuda. At least for now. Well, I say that, but Barracuda is the fish, ironically. Jesu, we're going to find Panda. Aziz also actually assassinated. The Electro final blow not making life for Panda easy. Havas on the chase again. Jesu trying to charge out the passive, but Havas is just going to chase him until the ends of the earth. Jesu falls. Barracuda. Now they have the numbers. Bounty Esports on the run. Yenlord is just going to try and soak up as much as he can to delay the inevitable for Yuna to come back. Yenlord still on the run, but finally retrieved by Trap. And even for Havas, he's not exactly in the safest spot either. Slowed up by the Diamond Force, Trap on top of him, he pops the Vengeance. Does have the Demonic Force, is now going to unleash it to get the extra shield, but is it enough though? Havas up in the air to stay alive for as long as possible. The recess buying enough time for Yuna to return.
Unfortunately, Yuna was not able to get a trade kill in the process. Still, with that many dashes, you can see Havas is just like, all right, if I pop the Vengeance and if they dash enough times, I'm going to get my ult back up. I'm going to get it up real quick. And he buys so much time for them and honestly puts them in at a HP that's not exactly the safest, especially knowing that Yuna is on the other side of that equation.
Yeah, it took so long for Barracuda to finish off Havas that not only Yuna came back, the waves were pushing out on the side lane. So Barracuda can't even end the game. Now we're in an even state. No network fleet. Doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah. I don't want to curse anything just yet. The Caster Curse is proven to be real. And, well, I don't hope for perfect play, but at the very least, I'm hoping for trades. If we look at the item list one more time, Trap full damage here. And that's a little scary, right? Because if he has a fully stacked War Axe, wait, does he have... Okay, Malefic Roar. He also has the Athena Shield. I don't know if he will... I don't think he will sell his boots. But I think if there was a Blade of Despair in there, there's a possibility that he could one-shot Panda. I think even now he should be capable of one-shotting Panda if he has max stacks on that War Axe.
There is something that curious about. I mean, looking at Barracuda right now, this game supposedly should have ended in like 10 minutes, has now dragged on for 20 minutes. And they just got the Netherrealm out of AJ right as the Lord spawned. This is minor good news for Bounty.
Minor indeed. However, Barracuda aren't the ones who are missing an inhibitor. It's going to be Bounty, and it's on the opposite side of the map, right? So I think Hesu has his work cut out for him. He's a little scared because, again, Bounty, nobody's really showing up on the map except for Havas. Sometimes maybe Aziz, but even then, does it really matter? Where are the heavy hitters?
Amao pops his head out on the side. Not sure if Bounty sees him, though. He's getting caught by the gloom. And Bounty, they're adamant. Get this Lord on their side of the map at least. And I like that Panda is keeping aggro and Yanlord just putting his body in front. Bounty just zoning out Barracuda completely.
Yeah, Barracuda has got the posture for this at the very least.
You have to do something.
Said it, right?
Yep. Bounty's not gonna let it, right? Just let it pull. Yanlord is keeping aggro. Finally decides to let it go, realizing that Barracuda, they're walking up.
Nice. That's what we want to see, right? Top wave naturally pushing. Huge wave down on that bot side as well. Barracuda just have to rinse and repeat.
I just saw the damage from Aziz. Just what, one max gloom almost brought Trap down to 50%.
He's a threat. He's a legitimate threat right now. I think Barracuda, they recognize that. They're looking for an angle, and I think specifically Hesu wants to be able to break it.
Oh. Trap misses the ult. This is the green light for Bounty to counter-engage. Amao needs to secure the Lord the best he can. Havas dives the back by Yuna with the secure on the Retribution, and Bounty finding a bit of signs of life. But Havas, though, fed to Barracuda. Bounty, they would just have to retreat and accept the fact that they will not have Havas for the next minute.
Oh, that's sad. Death timers are very, very long right now. Barracuda, every single one of these picks from their side is definitely going to help them out here. I'm thinking the win conditions. I'm thinking for ways for Barracuda to force this. Without a neutral, it's a little bit tough because there's no real reason for them to push out, right? They're not the ones with a broken limb here compared to Bounty, who's missing an inhibitor on that top side. But at the same time, look at Bounty. They're struggling to walk up to Barracuda. They don't know when the engage is going to come through.
There's the conceal. Electrifying blow actually misses though. Hesu, he's going to throw his body and goes down to Aziz. Panda does lose that immortality. He's going to revive. But at the end of the day, they were still able to get rid of him, and Yanlord will have to be sacrificed as well. Aziz, the pillar of Bounty, keeping them in this game and even getting rid of Eevee's immortality. Could be a kill. The glue right on the edge. Eevee barely managing to get away.
Athena shield diff right there. Athena shield diff. That's got to be annoying for us, because that kill would have been massive for the side of Barracuda. Then again, Lord has to spawn, and it will spawn in about 100 seconds or so. Man, this is quite the back and forth here.
It is. We could have been in the draft of game 2. You know, that's at least the expectation.
I thought it was going to go into game number 2 pretty quick, but
Havas, he is so far up.
Are we just gonna win? Okay, we're not. I don't know whether they want to talk about it, but I think Barracuda, they've got to stop whipping. they are overthinking these situations. Eevee has landed a good amount of his abilities because he's not thinking too far ahead. I think Trap is thinking too much about the I'm offended. Just take it one step at a time, man.
Just get the guy, kill him, and be done with it.
Yeah, keep it simple.
You don't need to get like 2-3 guys. Just get one guy. You know, ideally, Panda or Aziz, but if you can just get one guy and get rid of him, that's good enough. I would say though, Aziz, we said that he is the pillar of the team, and it clearly is. 7-1 and 4. More than half the kills on Bounty is on Aziz.
I mean, he's holding that team up as hard as he can. We look at the in-game equipment one more time, and we look at what Havas has decided to build, and he's going for the Clock of Destinies straight into full tank items, right? He's not trying to greed out. He's not looking for an Oracle. He's not even opting to go for the Ice Queen's wand to run people down. His job is to buy time, and he knows it.
Yeah, clearly understands that. The only person with burst is Amao. Maybe AJ occasionally, but he has Radiant Armor. He has Athena Shield. He can survive long enough. Now it's just to get the extra shield from the Demonic Force and Winter Truncheon on top of that, and then you have the item swap. Havas very well prepared for this next potential Lord. Lord number 5. We have come a long way in this game.
Very long way. 25 minutes already with a composition looking a death ball against their opponents. Haven't seen a comp like this in a very, very long time. Brings me back to the old days, but don't know whether we're there just yet. Current meta stuff still looking very good. I mean, Bounty, they've done a very good job not losing their minds over, I wouldn't even say a drafting outplay, just Barracuda thinking outside of the box.
Just the macro, right?
Yeah.
Crushed by the macro early on.
Like, if I was in Yuna's position, I would have been so tilted. Like, what am I supposed to do? Play the game?
Yeah, have you seen him like walking around the map with nothing for like almost 2 full minutes?
The man had to go down to EXP lane just to farm.
And still dies.
dies.
Poor guy.
It's sad. It's sad. But I will say, at least the quality of life changes are very helpful, right? Like Yuna, it never feels like he's starved of energy. Yes, he could have more energy, but he still has just enough to be able to clear waves down on that bottom side and then recharge and then rinse and repeat.
Especially without the purple buff. Oh, Black Shoe's already out though. Aziz even used the Purify. This is an angle. Eevee ready stands on top of him. Aziz needs coverage. Immortality is already gone. Yanlord, big ultimate to get a 4-man knockup, but it's not enough. The pillar of Bounty has fallen, and Barracuda finds the sledgehammer and slams it right into the foundations of Bounty. No one is going to be left standing. Havas loses Immortality, goes into Winter Truncheon, and now Yuna, the one who received the beating in the early game, is left to watch Barracuda run at their base.
I think Eevee just needs to chase. Just chase. Everybody else, let's focus on the waves. We got more than enough. Eevee's never gonna die. Havas may never die, but at least he can't recall either.
And Yuna, one last attempt. Immortality goes down. Can't even get rid of Amao, and Barracuda dragging themselves across the finishing line of game number 1.
What can I say? New draft strategies, a new patch, new uniforms as well. Looking decent, I have to say.
I don't know, man. This game has got me feeling something that
has got you feeling some kind of way.
Some kind of way, yeah.
Yeah, brother. I mean, you gotta give it to Barracuda. Very creative way of drafting. Really caught Bounty off-sided here.
Yeah.
With what they brought to the table.
Basically a gut punch to Bounty with that draft, right?
Yeah, straight into the liver. Straight into the liver. It's hard to see. It's a bit of a blur. I'm just, dude. The fact that it lasted that long really shows that Bounty is here to try and earn every little bit of points that they can, right? If it ends up being a 2-0 in favor of Barracuda, that means they didn't recover from game number 1. That's all I have to say. But I think that Bounty, as of right now, they held on well. I think it came down to a mechanical mistake because they caught on to the behavior that Aziz always uses his Purify alongside his ultimate.
Yeah.
He needed to spread it out a little bit more. Just Purify, oh no, dance around a little bit longer, then Black Shoes. Or just early Black Shoes and hold your Purify to run away later.
And then the one time they found him was with Yanlord not close to him, right? They realized that, man, this Lilia is legitimately the biggest problem we have. He is running at us. He's going mini Zyme Senpoi disrespectful. We just have to catch him once. By the way, Zyme Senpoi is sitting up there. So No disrespect to you, man. I'm just saying, you know, you gotta you gotta have a certain level of finesse to pull it off.
Yes, of course. But of course, let's have a look at the backstage to look at our MVP. I don't even know how we're going to predetermine that, but I have a wild guess. It could be the man, the myth, the legend. Give it up for Emal, funneled with all the gold. Give him a kiss. Just a quick peck on the lips.
Can't show it on screen though.
Yeah, don't worry, we won't show it on screen, but we can have an imagination.
Yeah. They're behind us. I think they did it. So the rest is up to you guys watching.
The rest is up to your imagination.
7, 2, and 6 in this game. Yeah, given everything, and I think, you know, Barracuda thinking out of the box and fully understanding that if we run this draft, there's no room for mistakes, especially in the early game. We gotta be able to hit Bounty where it hurts, and it has to hurt so much that we get enough time to start snowballing. If they didn't take the turrets early, if they didn't take the first 2 lords or take all the turtles, this game could have gone in an entirely different direction.
Absolutely. I think, you know, one of the biggest pillars, especially if you're playing an early game composition, is to be able to snag away at least one inhibitor turret, because then that positions you so well for the upcoming lords to come, even if it drags on 20 minutes into the game, right? Because I think even for Barracuda's side, we got early, mid was okay, late not doing too well for us, but once death timers reach a minute, now we can start playing for the win again. We can start looking to pick people off. We could really stagger them, especially considering that Bounty was playing a team fight composition. They need every single one of their members.
Yeah, and you can see how Barracuda, they're just trying to catch people, right? Like when Trap wasn't, you know, thinking too far ahead, he's just catching people. I'm offended. They try to burst the guy down. If they can't, it's going to force Bounty to commit anyways. Because I think the tendency is, like you mentioned, Barracuda saw it. They know that if they start something, they're going to force the Minoan Fury out. They're going to force Aziz to fully commit. And Havas, there's no turning back. Once he presses Demonic Force, it is all in for Bounty.
Yep, it's all in. Despite having so many dashes to reduce its cooldown, there's still a decent bit of wait time. That could be like 15 seconds, 15 to maybe even 13 seconds. And in that short period of time, a lot of your members are going to go down. And plus, we look at his build. He's not going for full damage. He's looking to just tank as much as he can. Yeah. He's got the Oracle. He's also got the Athena shield. He's switching out a couple of his items. Doesn't need the Ice Queen's wand. He's not looking to chase. He is looking to hold. Now, Barracuda, on the other hand, man, I don't know. Hesu has been swapping out items consistently. He's like, okay, this time I need an Athena shield. Nope, it's not about the burst damage that they have. We're seeing that Havas is changing it up. I gotta change it up. I'm getting the Radiant armor. Immortality? Okay, let's switch over. Let's switch on over to get a little bit more damage here. Let's finish off the Malefic Roar. So many things were going for Hesu throughout that game.
Goes in the fight, gets 2 tap by Aziz, like, alright.
Okay, thanks, bye.
Need some extra MR. Wait, Panda is a problem. Plate armor.
Plate armor. I mean, I'm stressed out looking at Barracuda's composition because it reminds me of the good old days where people were playing death ball compositions designed to overwhelm your opponent, not looking to, like, you're playing around a few win conditions. You're really pinpointing what that win condition is, and a lot of it comes down to Emal. Had Emal made a mistake, that's why you see he has 2 deaths and why this game was 27 minutes long. But I can't wait to see the highlights, actually, because I think most people would notice that. Well, I wouldn't say that most people would notice. I would say that at least for Eevee's sake, he was overthinking, and then when he realized I can't get a reaction out of Yanlord, he's like, you know what? I'm just going to go for the back line. Don't think too hard about it.
Yeah, I think that the job for Eevee is almost the same as Yanlord, right? You keep the backline, keep the damage dealers away. I mean, Barracuda, eventually they're going to catch up. Just got to keep Emal safe. The 2 deaths were just... I feel like it's less of Barracuda overcommitting and more of Bounty knowing that they're strong enough, and they gave Barracuda that false sense of confidence. And that's how Emal kind of dropped 2 times. What was the Lord Pit,
The first one was during the inhibitor turret.
Ah, yes.
That one, way too overconfident.
Second one was at the Lord Pit, at the purple buff.
At the purple buff, yes. Both times in which Emal felt like he was that guy. He was like, don't worry, guys. I don't need the rest of you. It's all up to me. You gave me the gold, and now here's my ROI.
It's like, oh, wait. Next time.
The next one, I swear, I promise you, the next one will do it.
Special mentions to Aziz and Havas, really keeping Bounty in the game, right? Even Aziz, you mentioned that they had to double down on something. If Yuna is not going to get much done, you got to put that attention somewhere else. Maybe play around Panda. And, well, luckily for them, they were able to have Aziz, right, getting 3 early kills and getting that early item progression, keeping that mid wave away from the tier 1 for long enough so that even when Barracuda took control of the map, at least Bounty got some breathing room.
It's so important, especially like the early game for Aziz is I need to finish this Enchanted Talisman. If I do not finish this Enchanted Talisman, I will not be able to hold out early to the mid game, and we might not even see the later stages of the game. So again, a lot of things kind of lined up nicely where Barracuda is a dive composition designed to just keep on moving forward. People like Trap, Eevee don't exactly have a lot of escape mechanics other than their flickers sometimes, right? Hesu, on the other hand, he's hard to hit. Let's be real, he's hard to hit. AJ, on the other hand, when they start clumping up together, that's perfect for Aziz to really hurt them.
Even just now we saw her boss, 276,000 damage. Too much. This guy is, again, him, Aziz, pillars of the team. Even with turret damage, you know, we saw only Yuna and Panna were able to even remotely siege, and makes a lot of sense, right? These two are the only ones who are good at damaging turrets, but we also said that Amal, Harith, the only good sieger on sieger, not siegers. Oh, good. Good God, I'm having one. Is the one guy that has the capacity to take down structures.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to say the least that Bounty lose in this particular fashion.
Yeah.
And it really comes out, because again, if we're talking about the progression of the game, this is as good as it gets for Bounty considering how the early game actually went. In most situations, it should have been alongside the AI predictor. It probably would have ended by the 11th minute if all things went well for Barracuda's side. And then it didn't, as caster curses always seem to happen here. But for the most part, Bounty, for game number 2, I think they need to start reconsidering their options. I feel like the change-up between blue and red side priorities have kind of thrown things off balance. And if we keep lining up with what we know, it's very easy for teams like Barracuda to start preying on you. Like, oh yes, please, by all means, take the Nolan first pick.
And to a certain extent, it's also Barracuda being very creative with that draft, right? You would not expect Khalid being picked last, and then suddenly you see this whole swap, lane swapping going on, and even questioning that gold lane Ruby, which was able to snowball pretty crazily. But I think it's for Bounty, this really comes down to if they can steady their mental. Because when they played Todak last week, they also lost in a pretty brutal fashion, right?
Yeah.
Thanks to replace this chip. That they were so close, they were on the road to coming back, then it all slipped away. This game was exactly the same. Punished early on, almost able to mount a comeback, and just came so close.
I mean, it's just mechanical mistakes all across the board, right? As long as Aziz doesn't make a mechanical mistake, he's totally fine. Panda, he made mechanical mistakes, he got punished for it. It's as simple as that, right? And I think they've got to start cleaning up their gameplay mechanically before they start taking into the other things into bigger things into consideration, right? Let's look at the Hall of Fame. As we see, Amal, he's probably not happy with the 794. Considering how long this game went, he probably had nearly 1,000 by like the 8-minute mark, right?
Yeah.
Cut to the carry. AJ with 105,000 damage.
Just spreading damage, just splashing it with the Ghost Bursters every single team fight. You don't notice it because it doesn't do big numbers in a single instance, but incremental, 13 assists for him, and of course for Voss, what can I say, the sandbag of the team, and the only guy who could really hold a candle to BRD's damage. Even Yanlo was like, this is you.
this is all you. I can't.
I'll press out, I'll roll once or twice, and that's it for me.
And then I'll call it quits after that, man. I didn't necessarily get the good side of the buffs. I mean, overall, this has been an interesting matchup, but it really begs the question whether blue side and red side has really shaken up that much, or whether we're still following along the standard of blue side generally has the advantage this time around. But let's look at the highlights one more time, right? Early stages of the game, missed out, died first, didn't get the purple buff. Yuna doesn't get to play the game. But then we need to start considering tendencies, right? A lot of these tendencies coming out from their key players, Aziz as well as Yanlord. Yanlord is able to keep his cool very, very often. And I'll give it to Hesu. Mechanically, looking really, really decent. A couple of awkward moments there. But the times that you do see Aziz use that Purify, he uses his ult straight away.
Yeah.
And that was a habit recurring a majority of the time that Barracuda picked up on.
Yeah, and I think maybe on his part, he's just worried that if I Purify, I'm still going to get bursted, right? Might as well Black Shoes. And sometimes, Lilia players, you do get preyed on for walking too much forward, and because now your Black Shoes brings you back into the fight, and that's what what Barracuda sort of found at the very end. Though I would say the spacing for Aziz up to this point, before this point, was pixel perfect. Barracuda could not touch him at all.
Exactly. Barracuda, if they wanted to close the gap, they would have to commit something, and that's exactly what Bounty Esports want. Every single time we saw Barracuda whiff an ult, they whiffed a I'm Offended, they whiffed a Raging Sandstorm. Instantly, we saw Bounty take that fight. Yanlord is immediately on top of them.
Yeah, I like the response from Yanlord, right? He knows that once that ult goes up, once his ultimate gets used, that's it for him. The rest is up to his team, it's up to Aziz, it's up to Panda. And even for majority of these fights, Panda does not get the space that he wants, right? Walks up, gets caught by Ruby. Walks up, Jesus dives him instantly. And Aziz, he's the one that's really making sure that Barracuda doesn't cross the line.
It's difficult. The backline is always going to have the most difficult job against deathball compositions. Unfortunately, Panda wasn't able to outplay that, but considering everything that has happened, can you really blame him? So for game number 2, a lot of things to start considering. Are they going to still keep towards that blue side, or do they want to actually jump on over, jump ship? It's time for the red party.
I feel like you keep blue side because as much as the meta might shift the drafting sequence in the near future, you still have to remember you are still dedicating one ban to Matilda, right? That's always a loss on that red side. But perhaps one pick that might change it around is the Moskov, because he recently just got the Infernal Wormlord skin. From April 6th to April 30th, you can dive into the Infernal Wormlord draw event and get a chance at winning the exclusive Moskov Infernal Wormlord All-Star skin with the first ever skin ID tag. So from April 6th until April 12th, which has already passed, you can actually unlock the exclusive gold ID tag. But don't worry, until April 30th, you can still unlock the exclusive silver ID tag. And during the event, you can even enjoy a jaw-dropping 50% off your first 10 times draw.
So pick it up while you still can. For those of you who got the gold ID tags, thumbs up to you guys. A little jealous, but for the rest of us, the silver tags are still on the table. So pick them up now while you still can. This is a limited time event. It's not going to be around forever, and I don't know what they're going to do for the next one. It begs the question, are they going to have like, ooh, this is the mythic tier tab, and then the grand man, it just keeps going down until it's like warrior badge.
Only going to get better from here. So yesterday I saw someone use this skin in MAL. Looks pretty cool. Might not have necessarily won the game, but it looks good.
It does look good. It does. The animations, real good, real good. Coming up to game number 2, though, I feel like early game marksmen have really fallen off a little bit. At least they've been put in a box, right? There are limitations to what they can do, which is what, the developers intended for them in the first place, right? Have times where they are strong, have other times where they are useful in certain types of situations, but not in all. So, with that being said, we need to talk about the gold laners here. Trap and as well as Panda. We got a little bit of a graphic for you. Have a look.
I think for this one, it's very easy for us to say that, wow, Trap in terms of the hero pool, a lot more flexible, better KDA. But in terms of damage per minute, that's where Panda kind of triumphs over Trap a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, if Trap keeps on playing Ruby gold lane, I don't think that DPM is getting any higher. No, I'm kidding. But we get the general idea, right? Because Panda has had some really explosive games, allowing to inflate his stats in those times where not only is he winning lanes, but he's finding solo kills after fights. And I think overall, with Trap, now with his hero pool 8 to 7, one being the Ruby, overall, they have a very similar pool.
Can you imagine before this graphic, when this graphic was first prepared, production was like, all right, 7 to 7, and then he picks Ruby, and they're like, oh, we gotta do an edit. Thank goodness the game went 25 minutes. We wouldn't have time to render this graphic.
Yeah, then we have to change the average GPM. Yeah, it's just a never-winning situation.
Thank you, Trap. So I would say in this current patch, we also have the carries that was nerfed, right? Like the value is just not as good, and that could potentially mean one thing. The hero pool for gold laners is going to shrink.
I don't think it's going to shrink, actually. I think it's going to expand, or forcefully expand, to start bringing up some of the older stuff, right? Like, oh, carries out of the picture? Well, I guess we still have other considerations, like the Zenith Moskov skin.
Wait.
Ixia, even.
Leela and Mia were buffed, so it's time to bring them in. But Chip got let through, and Barracuda, actually, they are on the blue side, so Bounty did pick red, which means they don't really have much of a choice, right? Angela and Matilda felt like a must ban for them. ban Nolan. Chip gets let through. Loic now is a potential pick for Barracuda.
All right, Barracuda, do the thing. Copy somebody's homework, but change it up slightly, okay?
Yeah, get the Loi. Who else can go around the map?
Yeah, get the Claude as well, of course, naturally, right? But then we gotta spice things up. We're gonna spice things up. How we're gonna spice things up? I'm guessing. What else can we do? Can we get the Yuzong in Black Dragon form to go through the portal, or
can you go to the portal in Black Dragon form? That's what I want to know.
I'm curious.
Can you imagine? Chip drops the portal and out comes a dragon.
Yeah, out comes the dragon. Or better yet, if you just well time the TP in that Black Dragon form, do you also go through? Look, I've seen a lot of the interactions. Some say yes, some say no. I haven't tested it out for myself. And considering that the patch has come through, I would like to see how that goes. Speaking of which, finally somebody has done it.
Adjustments on this Odette. I'm surprised that it has not been shown in MPL to this point. I know it was banned twice, once by SRG, I think when they went up against RSG, right? Because I think Arcada talked about it with Coach Rain. But it was something that we saw in on M5 World Stage and other MPL regions, MDLs, even MAL. Odette against Divecom's perfect. You want a chip? You want to bring your whole family? Well, eat the swan song.
Yeah, and even if we take the chip out of the equation, right, it's going to be really difficult if Amal wants to play Harith again in that jungle to just kind of sit there on top of the Zaman Force. The Zaman Force, they call it a rune if I remember correctly, and every time you cross it, it reduces the cooldown of the Chrono Dash, right? Basically, it's instant as soon as you auto attack. He can't sit in that one place anymore because the Swan Song basically covers his entire screen.
And better yet, you can move as the Odette.
Yeah.
If you're out.
What are you gonna do about it? Run away? Flicker.
I mean, if he's in the jungle, there's no flicker for him, which makes it worse.
Oh, that's true.
But I think this is gonna be a gold lane Harith. There's no way they put Harith in the jungle.
That's what we said in game number 1, okay?
I mean,
just wait. They're gonna be like, Ruby Benedetta again.
I swear, if they pick Ruby Benedetta and they win this game, it's on bounty. All right, there's no way. I refuse to believe it.
I respect it though. I respect it. At least Barracuda are making adjustments on their own side, right? They're getting rid of things that are going to cause them a problem. The Faramis makes sense. CC just naturally strong, and generally they want to be able. They don't want Havas to be in a position where he can play comfortably around it. We've seen him do some destructive things with the CC or even the Paquito. Some may even say the Arlott here, which is a pretty good pick for the side of Bounty.
Yeah, I was thinking of the Arlott as well that got let through. That's the Tigreal. We've seen. I think X-Win tried to bring it against the chip, but it's very situational, right? Like the theory is very straightforward, but to pull it up is so much harder than you think.
Well, I was going to propose another solution, which would have been the Grok, but Barracuda beat me to the gun on that one. A little sad about that, because at least if you know where the chip is and you can confidently walk up to the chip, like, what are you going to do? Ult me? I can just get away, right? You need to have a disengage mechanic, which is something that... Ooh, okay. This is a good in-between.
Yeah, he picked the Cho for the side of Bounty. So this is going to be that I don't remember seeing Yen Lord on the Cho before. So this is going to be interesting. Ruby gets picked up again.
Do it, Barracuda.
I mean...
Come on, Barracuda.
Claude, right? This is Claude. I don't know. Claude. wait, the Rogers already picked up.
Come on, Barracuda. Do it.
Please don't.
20 seconds. 20 seconds and they're like deliberating about
Khalid.
Yeah, they just go straight into Khalid.
Okay.
Okay, all right. They go for the Yuzong.
Wait,
makes sense.
wait. It is still... It is still the Ruby goal.
So they did copy their own homework, but they changed it up slightly.
They made some fine-tuning, you know. They're like, guys, I think, you know, in that game 1, Benedetta, it's not going to work this time. Oh, we heard the casters talking about, what if the Black Dragon can fly through the portal? We're going to put it to the test.
Honestly, I would very much like to see whether that is a viable interaction or not. And better yet, especially up against Bounty, they got the Odette. They have a lot of things that kind of lock you down in place, whether it be the Way of the Dragon, whether it just be like anything in Fredrin's kit. The slow, the knock up, the stun, the taunt.
Yep.
Like, what else do you want? And they're going to get a Lapu Lapu on top of it all. Just great.
Better yet, they'll leave everyone with something that turns your gears a little bit.
Yeah.
What happens if the Yuzong goes to the portal in the Black Dragon form and it expires? Does it cut the dragon in half? Something to think about.
You see the other half of the dragon, the opposite side.
He just dies, you know?
He loses 50%. No, better yet, he just goes through, it bugs out, and he just walks out as a regular human form.
With a dragon tail?
Yeah. He just loses everything. Well, a lot of questions that need to be answered as we go into the game. Teamfight composition still, but with a lot more pick-off capabilities from the side of Bounty. With strong laners, especially Panda this time on that Roger, looking to try and dominate against a Ruby who's trying to smother him once more as we jump into this death ball comp from Barracuda in this game 2.
Almost the same comp, but some fine-tuning for Barracuda Esports. Game 2 is going to kick off right now. Barracuda finding themselves on the blue side and Bounty Esports on the red. So one interesting fact about Chip, aside from the fact that he got buffed almost in every aspect, is the fact that that first ability, the force swing or the back swing, was actually reduced. So now you can trigger the stun even faster.
Yep. No, it's always a good time, right? I think for people who've been playing Chip, it felt really awkward to play him because every time you do actually mark your target is already walking away, and there's just your animation is so slow to get the stun off. So now at least it kind of reduces the distance that he needs to actually get into range. Well, not get into range, but to apply the stun.
Okay, you get the retreat out of Yuna. Yep, and of course.
Nicely done, nicely done.
Yuna did clear both buffs though, so at least he's not worried about kind of a secondary invade, not with Aima on the Harif.
Yeah, speaking of which, Chip once again just coming from many different angles to just be obnoxious. Just so annoying.
Just a Chip thing. Even as a chill, sometimes you do struggle against a Chip, right? Outlast you, he has stun and cross-concussive blast on top of that. But even Yanlord at the very early stage, just to secure the full wave for Aziz, he had to go for an early recall. That means that there's actually no one really there to protect Yuna.
Speaking of which, I thought that the mid lane would have rotated, but I guess not. Here we go. Let's see how this pans out.
Failed the dash, but still has enough health to stay there.
Yeah, I don't think much is going to be happening, right? Because I think for Barracuda's side, they're going to look to punish the side laners. Right, as of right now, Havas is in a losing state.
He took the portal into the jungle and could be punished for this. Eevee does have the flicker. He's going to hold on to it, finally expands it as Aimao shows up. And the bait and switch from the side of Barracuda, turning his attention onto Yuna, damage insufficient.
Okay, all right. It's pretty lucky that Eevee actually gets to walk away from that. Aimao, on the other hand, he's going to start this. He doesn't have a Zaman Force back up just yet. And AJ, he still has the Eternal Guardian ready to go.
Black Dragon though.
Nah, they can't get in. They have to give this up.
Just let it off. Let it go, Yuna. Go for the orange buff, right? Just keep on farming. This is not too big of a deal for Bounty. At least as long as these lanes are properly managed. Just need Aziz to get that core item, need Havos to get the Fury Hammer at least. That's where you can consider that second turtle. Eevee is not going to make it any easier.
Oh, here comes the portal.
Also the Cavalry. Portal is out, but I don't think anyone's going to take this. He might end up going down. Yep, first blood, giving it over to Yuna.
It's so depressing. I mean, that portal stayed up for a little too long. Like, they could have just last second everybody jump in through it, except for like Amal, because clearly he doesn't have enough mana. But everybody else definitely had an opportunity. Like, Hesu has his Petrify still available. AJ does have the Eternal Guardian, and he can clear waves pretty quick. So I don't know. I think that would have been a good argument for them to walk into that portal at the very last second.
They did buff the health of the portal, I think, if I remember correctly. Though if you jump through, you're eating swan songs, right? So
that's also fair.
I think Barracuda just did not want to take the risk. See, no, can't get Panda. Panda running away. He's gaining enough distance. He is running the Purify this game, so has to be a bit more careful where he stands. Trap gets the pull in, but again, no follow-up. The kick underneath the tier 1, but the tier 1 is not aggroing onto Trap, so he should be fine. Barracuda now keeping Bounty underneath their own turret. Cavalry brought in Aziz and Yuna, pushing Eevee away. Bounty, well, they get to keep the top turret safe.
Now I'm thinking, how are they going to deal with this Swan Song, right? And Swan Song doesn't... I mean, you're going to need a knock-up for it. You don't need a traditional stun, which is the saddest point, because they've got a lot of traditional stuns, but they specifically need a knock-up. Here comes the portal, getting dropped. They come back out of this perfectly fine, but they just have so much map control, right? Bounty, on the other hand, wow, they end up losing their tier 1 on that top side.
Barracuda committing a lot just to get that. It finally pays off. Eevee, again, making sure that he is always in the front line. He's waiting for the ultimate to come back up. Yanlord couldn't get the cash, unfortunately. I'm not really sure if he wants to go back, though. Now the damage is gonna start coming in from side of Bounty. Eevee will have to use that flicker.
Can't do much about that, but now, at the very least, Yuna is on par, or at least somewhat on par compared to where he was in the previous game. A level down on Amal, but here you go, trying to rush it.
Here comes Trap, her boss immediately pops that ultimate Black Dragon to the back. It's gonna be the Lapu Lapu that gets the turtle and the kill. Amal ends up falling, Hesu now stuck on, and that one given to Panda.
Nicely done by Yanlord there, going for a quick flicker to kick Amal out of the way to make sure he doesn't even get remotely close to steal away this turtle. Bounty recovering from a little bit of the damage, but so far, you got to give it to Yanlord. He's doing a phenomenal job just covering the areas that Bounty Esports don't necessarily look at.
Very, very good kind of awareness. And so far, he's been able to constantly mirror Eevee. Even might get a catch. Eevee gonna be knocked up. No kick just yet. Yanlord's not gonna commit that. They do see other members of Barracuda in the vicinity. Bounty just gonna call it quits, right? Very, very controlled.
Cool, calm, and collected, as they like to call it. A quick lane swap here. Now Ruby going to smother Havas, while Hesu actually pretty decent against Panda, right? If he catches him in a full combo, Panda, I don't think Panda wins that 1v1. I'm gonna have to look at the item list before I make a decision about this. Where are we at? Fury Hammer, and then building into... He hasn't even completed his first item. The man is going for like an endless battle, or he's undecided on what his empowered auto item is going to be, whether it be Thunderbelt or... No, but he's already got the...
Yeah, I think it's Endless Battle, right?
It's got to be Endless Battle.
Yeah, it's got a component. Wow, Yuna got an Oracle already. That is so early. So fully committing into just staying alive long in the fight. Eevee caught by the catch. Can they burst it before he calls in the portal? Yet they cannot. Portal still call in, but into this Swan Song gets cancelled by a Petrify, and Amal, he's going to show up to collect the kill on this Odette. Havas doing his very best to do damage with Raging Slash, but Panda finds a kill, which means that Werewolf ability, it's going to get resetted. Yuna goes onto Amal, can't catch him, but at least they should be able to find Trap, who will flicker to safety, and Barracuda walks out with 2 kills.
Good use of the Lycan Pounce, dodging abilities at the same time. Havas is not going to waste any time himself, getting some good damage down onto that mid-tier 1. So far, it's looking a lot better than game number 1. Bounty Esports still in it to win it.
Yeah, very crucial for Hesu just not to cancel that Swan Song. Could have been disastrous for Barracuda. Even getting a kill on the Odette. So overall, Barracuda still keeping it very close. This third turtle, in fact, see if Barracuda can secure it. They have almost the entire squad in this bottom side.
Yeah. See, that's the problem, right? They don't have an instant knockup. There's always so many resources that need to be committed if they want to cancel this.
Okay, flicker, kick, that's onto Amal. He gets taunted, the burst sufficient. Amal instantly goes down, and Turtle secured by Yuna once more, and he wants to keep on going. Eevee becomes the target, and Barracuda, they can only fall back.
Well played. They instantly canceled the Swan Song. It popped up for half a frame. Oh, Panda, still alive, still good.
They need to get this tier 1 first. Tier 1 goes down, Yuna though bleeds. Hesu and Trap working together to bring him down.
Bounty need to clean up on their comms here. Everybody looks like they have a slightly different idea of the same situation. However, here comes Eevee, now looking to gank the boss.
He has the whole team as well. He's not gonna even bother. Not sure if he knows that Havas does not have the ultimate, but not worth it. Though, I would say if you have a chip, you actually have the liberty to be in different lanes at one time. And Barracuda opting to stick together as 5. Which means they're giving up so much space to Bounty.
Yep, true. I definitely think that he should have ultied, right? Because again, Havas, he still doesn't have his flicker. 3 more seconds until it comes off of cooldown. His ult as well, used pretty early. Hey, wait a minute.
Now he does have ult and flicker.
Yep.
Not able to clear the wave in time, so still lose the turret regardless.
Okay. They still get his resources. They still get the tower. Nicely done by Barracuda. Good timings.
Looking for Hesu. And for the Black Dragon now. Actually, if he comes in through the portal, this could be a good opening. Swan Song immediately unleash assist, doing just enough to fall back, but they did end up losing Yanlord. Can Barracuda get more? Yuna pull back by the ammo fender. Her boss shows up late. Eevee just flickers in for the stun. Ends up giving Amal the double kill. Aziz gets rid of him though. And her boss and Panda on the low. Her boss sniped by AJ. Barracuda finds 4 and they give up 3.
AJ's fear has been on point so far. Everybody who's tried to dive him has eaten a face full of fear. Can't move, can't walk away, can't deal with the CC.
Very, very well done from Barracuda. The fact that Bounty still got, 3 kills isn't that bad, feeding it to Panda, who is currently 4-0, and AJ, that fear miss. Knockout also goes wide. Panda committing to Purify just to get that kill.
Nicely done coming in from Panda. I'm pretty sure he's already finished a couple of his items to actually look for this commit, because that Lycan Pounce did nearly 40% of AJ's health. Nearly. I say that because, again, we have to start considering a couple of other factors, right? The items coming in from Panda, he's probably already completed 2 by now. He's probably looking for his 3rd item at the very least, or maybe he's already completed his 3rd item. That's why he's extra confident when his Purify is up.
Bounty now, they get first dip on the Lord. It's gonna take a while though. We need Panda to help with them. In fact, Barracuda, they actually have 2 ways to stop the Swan Song, right? You have the Furious Dive, the Eternal Guardian, just like you pointed out. Barracuda has it on point in cancelling that, and here comes the Black Dragon. Eevee from the back's gonna try and drop the portal. Lord still secured by Yuna, but this fight split into 2. Aziz Swan Song only getting Hesu in return. Panda into the Lycan Pounce, finds Amal as Yuna able to retreat, but Panda, he's still going, gets terrified, and finally retreats, and Bounty, they're gonna trade 2 for 2, but at least they get the Lord.
Yep, at least they get the Lord. 2 for 2 isn't exactly ideal, but their main members are still alive. Everybody else is the supporting cast. Barracuda also have one more means of actually canceling the Swan Song, and that's on chip itself, right? His knockback is considered a knock up. It's like the mini knock up. Look, as long as under the category of knock up, it will cancel the Swan Song. That's just the bottom line of it.
He has so much force, you actually get knocked up.
Look, it's weird. It's really, really weird. There's a lot of interactions in this game that need to be standardized, but hey, they've got more important matters to think about, like, adjusting the scaling for tanks. Oh boy. Let's see whether they get an inhibitor off of this one at the very least.
Shouldn't be possible, right? First Lord, no charge. They can get all outer tiers, which is the first step. And this is the biggest gold lead we've seen in this game. Right? Just under 3,000 in Bounty's favor. Yano just completing his Radiant Armor. Radiant Armor, huh? I thought he would go for an Athena.
Interesting. I think...
Trap, Flicker Kick. Is the backup going to be there in time? No. Trap is already gone before the Black Dragon Form even finished channeling.
Wow, it's not looking good at all. They actually are going to get an inhibitor off of that. That's 2 already down. They might actually get 2 inhibitors.
Top wave should be easily managed by Amal, not a problem. But the fact that Bounty got an inhibitor in a situation where it should not have been the case, this puts them in the driver's seat.
Oh yeah, now Barracuda is getting a little bit of a taste of their own medicine. From here on out, it's going to be a struggle, right? Next wave comes through and they're still waiting for Eevee and Trap to come back. That's 2 inhibitors down.
I don't think Bounty can end this in one go, but at least they can take the whole base of Barracuda. Yep, it's all about falling back. There is the conceal. Who are you going to look for, Eevee? They get the knockout onto Yuna, though. Bounty, do they want to try and save their jungler? It seems like that's going to be the case. Look at Panda, just outputting the damage. They finally do lose the Fredrin, but Eevee, he's isolated, and with 4 members of Bounty onto him. The Petrify from Esu to save his teammate. Eevee eventually still falls, but that could have gone so much worse for Barracuda.
Huge, actually, so huge for Barracuda to find a 2-for-1 despite losing all their inhibitors. At least they got something back, or at least it denies Bounty Esports the opportunity to end the game early.
Catching Aziz out of all people. Hesu is pulling his weight. We were looking for pillars on the side of Barracuda. I mean, game 1, everyone was just running at Bounty, but right now we're seeing some of that.
It's looking good. It's looking good, but this upcoming Lord is going to be so hard for Barracuda, right? Unless they get like an early pick here before Bounty is able to regroup, because again, they can just say, you know what, you guys can sit around and Lord dance all you want. We have 3 naturally pushing waves. We can play on the opposite side of the map. We can play towards your side of the map. You have to deal with this.
They just saw Chip on the bottom side, I think. Eevee has not moved yet. And the moment Bounty saw Barracuda show up on the map, it's time to take the Lord. Barracuda cannot contest this in any manner.
Yeah, and I think Havas is going to be sitting by the portal side, yeah, just in case. Making sure.
No way, do they really want to fight this?
So
They
what?
commit the Black Dragon form already, and Havas is going to catch a free backline, and Panda, in the meantime, is already legendary. All the spells from Barracuda forced out, and Trap giving up his life like that could have just completely given away the chances of Barracuda defending the base.
He should be back up, right? If you look at the timers, the Lord is only spawning at about 44, at the 44th second, right? That's when we expected. So by the time the Lord actually makes it to the base, Trap should be up and about, ready to fight. I think Hesu using the Black Dragon form was to try and save it, because yeah, Lord, he got a good kick there, right? He checked the brush, he saw the opportunity, he took it straight away, he pulled the trigger on it.
Should have Black Dragon form in time as well, but this is the final push for Bounty. A chance at game 3 and a chance at kind of keeping their state on the leaderboard a bit more manageable. There you go, multiple angles. Here's Dianlo again. This time the kick doesn't find anyone. He gets crowd control and loses the immortality. But Barracuda, they got a lot of members that they need to go through. Evie already found her boss, the Swan Song from Aziz. Is it enough? It seems like it is just sufficient to take down two from side of Barracuda. Lord already taken care of. Evie still doing his best to keep Bounty away. And the immortality is gonna go. Panda, he's not going to let this go. Winter Trunkton, is it gonna be sufficient? It's just aim out all alone. Panda underneath the crystal will do just enough to drag Bounty to a game 3.
GG, well played. Bounty outscale, recovering from game number 1, looking much better. Huge plays coming in from Yanlord. And right when you thought everything was about to crumble down, Panda finally clutches up.
Deathless game for Panda, right? Game 1, very hard to function. Game 2, flawless. This is the Panda that you should fear. A Panda that has the lead and is able to play as aggressive as he wants to his heart's content. But I mean, Barracuda, they have did their best. The fact that you lost all inhibitors, had to defend against the Lord and still made it that close is very admirable.
It is. Woo, hot stuff here to start off the week at MPL MOY. So far, so good. I mean, it's really coming to a point where the finesse is starting to come out. The fine-tuning is really starting to pay off for both of these teams. I will say, I think that Barracuda, they're going to have to retire that. They need something that scales, and so far, Ruby just ate it. It does pretty decent. Yes, they got that first tower. They committed so much for this Death Ball composition, but they didn't get the linchpins of the composition to make it really work. An inhibitor turret, early leads, early snowballs.
Yeah, but you know, Bounty, they got everything they want, right? Credits to Yanlord for being able to find all these early catches, and this guy has been on point, whether it's on the Minotaur, whether it's on the Cho, even Havas, he's willingly throwing his life just to make sure that Barracuda does not find a backline. Well, we've checked out BRD's camp, let's check out Bounty's side for game number 2 and see who our MVP of the game is going to be.
Give it up, it's going to be Panda once again. Pew at the bright young age of 22. He's looking to try and change his ways. He doesn't want to be a coin flip player no more. 11-0 and 6, a perfect KDA, and a respectable gold per minute of 880.
That is the face of a man who gets to do whatever. from 1 and 3 in game 1 to 11 and 0, the big shift. And I remember in game 1, Roger was even banned out. Was it by Barracuda? I believe Barracuda banned out Roger, right? Because they had the Harith. And this time you give Panda to Roger, he gets to... You say that Ruby sandbags him, but I don't think Panda cares.
I mean, not at this point, right? I think in the earlier stages, Roger is very much, I'm going to look to, well, man fight you. I will beat any marksman in lane. It's difficult for marksmen to actually deal with the bonus stats that he gets in that Lycan form and the extra damage. But then later on into the game, that's when you have to really start to make the adjustments, right? You can't do it by yourself. Tanks are still going to be a problem. You have to slowly chip them down. But if you are a Vexana that buys none of those things, the most that you're going to get is the Blood Wings, then maybe there's an opportunity to actually exploit. We even saw Panda actually blow through the shields of Amal on Harith as well.
Yeah, this guy just does not care, and that's where the Purify comes into good use, right? You just cannot keep him locked down. The stats for this game, though, definitely a lot more solid from Bounty. I would say credits for Barracuda for identifying the threat that this or that gives them and doing their best to cancel the Swan Song every time Aziz gets it on.
Yeah, I mean, Barracuda can try. It's still not very easy because a lot of their knockups are not instantaneous. A lot of them are very telegraphed, except for maybe EV flickers in. But even then, that's still a battle spell that has to be used to cancel it out. When you do anticipate it, you just move out of the way. you just casually redirect yourself, and if that's not enough, you still have Flicker to make it work, right? I mean, you can see the battle spells going for straight up Flicker, making sure that they also have the extra bit of damage and the Wilderness Blessing to get around the map faster. I think pretty standard. This is what we were expecting from Bounty in game number 1.
Yeah, and this goes back to what you pointed out. I think Barracuda get rid of the Ruby not get rid of the Ruby. Get rid of the Ruby gold late, right? They're putting everything in the AML basket, and Bounty, they figure it out. And this is the first loss for Chip in MPL as well.
Yes, it is. Oh, you're right.
Came after a buff to Chip.
Feels a little bit bad, but you have to admit that Bounty was pretty prepared for it, right?
Yeah.
Let's look at the total damage dealt. So far, I mean, Aziz coming out big numbers. 62,000, overcoming Panda despite the perfect KDA.
Yeah, even in certain fights where he was able to fully channel the Swan Song, you see Hesu, Black Dragon Form flies to the back, instantly dies. Because apparently if you're in the air, you still get damaged.
Yep, can't do much about that. Really difficult to take space away from Odette when she has a Swan Song available. I mean, Havas, it's kind of surprising because Bounty have picked up a very powerful import in the EXP lane. You're expecting results all the time. Havas in this one really took a back seat. He's like, I'm a dive. If I get a kill, that's great. If I die, that's totally fine.
This is his fifth unique hero. We started out with 3 for the first 3 weeks of MPL, and within 2 games, he's added 2 to that pool.
He's added
4 years, Lapu Lapu.
Okay. We need a graphic. We need a power graphic. we need a graphic for Havas, and as well as Hesu at this point, right? We need the power grid, as they call it. That'll be interesting to see.
That would be so interesting. Look at the damage taken this time, this game. You're right about Havas. Look at this man. Tanked the second most damage on the team.
He's just eating shots. And then you cut to Yuna, it's like, you're eating shots of us? Okay, buddy. Break 100,000 first.
Yanlor is doing what he did in game 1. It's like, it's you, Havas. I'm not here to eat damage. My job, very simple. Go in, I kick, it's all you.
I'm not that guy. I'm looking for picks, that's about it. I'm not going to be doing the tanking job. Yuna, Havas, you know what to do.
Yeah, I play Minotaur, I realize I'm not that guy. I might as well play Cho.
I might as well just play Cho. Overall, I think adjustments need to be made, specifically from Barracuda's side. The diversion works. Don't get me wrong. I think this is an interesting, very unique composition to have in your back pocket. And I'm not going to say what the conditions are just yet because, again, it's theoretical and I don't have enough evidence to back it up. But for the upcoming game, I think it's going to come down to comfort picks, right?
Classic MLBB.
Well, classic is a bit of an understatement. I think it's going to come down to a lot of comfort picks, right? I think Ruby is still going to get picked up. I think Eevee's going to pick it up.
I'm surprised the Arlet got let through and no one touched the Arlet this game, right?
I think Arlet's a little dangerous.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it went from a comfort pick for both teams to we are going to ignore it for one game. So I would agree though, I think Game 3 we probably would see these picks come up. I know that Barracuda has a tendency to pick both Ruby and Arlet at the same time, especially if they're on red side.
Yep.
So it really comes down to whether they pick red side for Game 3.
Oh, that's a good. That's also a good thought. Whether Barracuda wants to actually pick up on the red side. I mean, could they have played this particular game better? I don't want to be hypercritical because, again, this is a very experimental composition, right? It's very much about team fighting. It's very much about getting Trap and Hesu deep down in the mud with everybody else and wrestling each other down. But I think, Eevee, it's clear to see that in terms of communication with the rest of his team, it's not there. Battle spell timings, ult timings, and opportunities. He sees the opportunity, but I don't know if he's communicating it to the rest of the team. Or is the rest of the team telling him like, no, I don't like your opportunity. I'm winning my lane.
Yeah, it's not... It requires a lot of that coordination to get people to work well with Chip, right? And that's what the hero is designed for. I do agree. Sometimes Eevee goes in, especially the first blood, pulls out the portal, gets jumped by 4 guys and just dies.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on there. I guess nobody was ready. Is he like preemptively like communicating with them? It's like, hey, I might use my ult. I'm going to invade. Are you guys ready to go with me? And then some people said yes, and other people were like didn't respond.
It was too late, right? At that point, I could imagine chip players just pressing the alt while communicating at the same time. So you are forced to make a choice on the spot. A Hall of Famers for this game. Well, Panda, of course, the rich guy. This time, AJ still the carry for his team. Yuna is the sandbag, and Aziz, the best wingman on the Odette.
I will say that at least for AJ, he had a much better looking performance this time around on this Vexana compared to the last time we saw it. That time, shaky. Now, a little bit more confident to do so. He is accurately hitting those fears, unless you have Purify, of course, then you can't really do much about that. But overall, he is coming to, as a player, coming back to form the first time we saw him ever come to the MPL. I think this is the closest we've seen him actually achieve that.
Yeah, and also brought back a hero that slowly fell in popularity, right? We don't see much Vexana anymore across all of the regions, so it's good to see Vexana get brought back. Unfortunately, ended up in a loss, but we see him get those good timings. And I think teams are starting to understand that Vexana doesn't drag you to a win, but it's enough to stop the enemies from playing too fast.
Yeah, especially with that Eternal Guardian. My goodness. Even if you think, okay, it's the knockup that makes the Eternal Guardian super annoying. No, his damage, he just hurts just existing. Like, why? Why does it have to hurt so much?
Have you ever taken a beating from a Lord's cousin? That's Eternal Guardian.
That's the Eternal Guardian in a nutshell.
He does, because he is not as refined as the Lord, he does magic damage instead of true damage. That's the only downside, right?
Truly the only downside there. Let's have a look at the match highlights and recap this one more time, because overall, I think at least for the side of Bounty, they played this very, very well. They responded well to a lot of these situations. It feels like they were prepared for the chip at the very least, and that's good to see. It means that Bounty continue to progress forward despite everything that has happened to the organization thus far.
And I do like how Barracuda takes some of these fights, even in losing situations. You can see Hesu, he only has one objective. I see Odette, I'm going to jump on her regardless whether I have Petrify or not, because I have the damage to kill her in one go. Now, whether my team can survive long enough, that's a completely different question.
That sounds like a you problem. If I do my job, the rest is up to y'all. And it's tough. It's really, really difficult here. Especially, like, take Emal into consideration. He is waiting for a lot of abilities to go down before he jumps on it. He doesn't want to drop the Zaman Force, Chrono Dash into the middle of the team, and just get locked down by Yuna, Havas, or maybe even get kicked by Yanlord, who was a menace the entire game, right? Like, Yanlord is specifically targeting Emal in a lot of these cases because he is the main win condition for Barracuda. They don't have a lot of damage without Emal.
Even in the later stages of the game, if you couldn't find Emal, I just look for trap, right? Like, what you're gonna do, you can't save your Ruby, we have more than enough damage, and with how far Panda is in this game, if Emal even as much as show his face, Panda is gonna jump him and get the solo kill. So tough game for BRD. I think the idea of putting everything into Emal basket has the coupon has expired, all right?
Yeah.
Now it's time to go back to the traditional ML, get some comfort picks, just play a normal goalie.
Yep, they need to diversify. They need to scale very, very well. Diversify in terms of damage overall. Yes, they're trying to diversify by saying, like, yes, let's put these fighters and build them full damage. Not necessarily the case, because then you don't exactly have that front line that's able to kind of like tank a lot for them while supplementing that damage. So again, it's a push and pull. It's a give and take. We'll see what fits the Barracuda style. Overall, I like it. I like the way that they're thinking.
Yeah, this series has delivered beyond my expectations, and I do like it as well. Well, you know what I like? It is the latest collaboration between MLBB and King of Fighters 97. Collaboration has already gone live, and you can get the collab skin starting from 24th of April, and you have popular characters like Valir with the Kyo Kusanagi skin, Masha with the Mai Shiranui skin, and of course Paquito, my favorite, Terry Bogard. They will bring their unique fighting techniques to the Land of Dawn for an ultimate showdown, so do remember to go for the draw, because I heard just like the Moskov skin, you can get the gold exclusive ID tag for a period of time, and after that time passes, you get the silver ID tag. And even better, I went on TikTok the other day, I saw some streamers using the Terry Bogard Paquito skin. Oh, it is so nice. It is so nice.
It looks so very nice.
If I get every takedown, I get to hear the sound effect. Oh, I'm playing Paquito every day.
Oh man, it's great. It's great. So don't waste the opportunity. Quickly pick it up while it's still in the store and get it early, right? You want to be able to flex to your friends. It kind of feels bad when you're flexing after the fact. So do it now while you still can, while these games are still going on. Speaking of going on, right? I was surprised that nobody wanted to pick up Paquito Paquito there. Nobody was considering those options. It's very difficult to do so, especially when you're up against things like Ruby, for an example. So I understand where Havas's mindset is. I kind of wanted to see it from Barracuda. They needed damage, whether it be the Yutong, lane dominant, whether it be the Benedetta. I think Paquito is part of that 3.
I guess Havas also has started evolving as a player, right? Back then, play aggressive, play carries, I'm just going to kill you. Now, more team-oriented. But we have an interview with Esha Ohana from the side of Barracuda. Let's send it over to Rose to talk to him about the state of the game.
Alright, terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita dan sekarang saya bersama Esha daripada pasukan Barracuda. Dan Esha, betul-betul lah tengok. Pargoy lagi dah kalah dah game kedua tadi.
Fokus Pargoy tadi. So ni kita akan fokus game.
Oh, okay. So game kedua tu fokus menari sikit backstage.
Fokus fun-fun tadi.
I see. Okay, so let's do a more serious topic lah. Okay. So first of all, Esha, how are you? How are you feeling? Mestilah ramai orang rindu Esha atas stage. You know, tak ada orang buat perangai atas tu.
Buat lawak atas stage.
Kan. So how are you doing sekarang ni?
I'm fine. So saya sekarang dekat Barracuda ni more fokus kepada analis ataupun coaching sekarang, nak belajar benda baru.
I see. So is that why Esha tak main lagi musim ini?
Tengok nanti sebab saya tengah busy nak naikkan engagement Barracuda.
Oh, macam mana?
You.
You ni kan, memang tak betul. Tengok, players tengok pun kecewa. Okay, so Esha, tadi kita korang menang game pertama, game kedua kalah. You rasa coach dah bincang betul-betul ke? Tadi sebab you guys hilang tadi, you guys buat perbincangan dan you rasa game ketiga you guys boleh menang tak?
InsyaAllah kita boleh menang sebab game kedua, game first tu kita orang menang tapi banyak mistake. So game kedua tu kita orang just more fun lah. More fun dan berakhir kepada kekalahan. So insyaAllah game ketiga kita akan more fokus dan more serius lah. Nak buktikan dekat bounty siapa Barracuda yang sebenar.
Wow. Okay, Esha, another question lah. Ini adalah macam personal punya question. Tapi do you think that sebab you guys ada coach dengan analis baru, dorang ada macam bagi banyak insight yang baru untuk korang?
So bagi kita orang benda tu bagus lah sebab coach dengan analis baru ni dia banyak bagi different pandangan daripada coach-coach sebelum ni. So benda ni benda baru. So kita orang sebab tu banyak kita buat tengok meta pelik-pelik kan. Semua idea-idea daripada coach dengan analis lah. So bagi idea bagus untuk membarukan meta yang dekat sekarang ni. So just wait and see guys.
Wow, okay. So kita nak wait and see. Tapi apa yang nak cakap dekat your boys on stage sekarang ni sebelum we start game ketiga?
To all player Barracuda, I love you all guys. Let's win, let's go to play off guys. Let's go!
Mantap, let's go. Dia punya semangat tu ada. Alright guys, mari let's show it back to the casters untuk start game ketiga match pertama Minggu Diraja.
Well, I heard we had a rumbling every time they say that term, but apparently they are not responding to Rose, so we gotta get that checked out. On a serious note, Game 3, well, the draft for Game 3 is about to start very soon. It's good to see Esha Ohana again, now taking a different role behind the stage, but he said Barracuda were just wanting to have fun in Game 2. Now it's time to get down and dirty and get serious about winning.
All right, let's see how they're going to do that because Barracuda have decided to stay on the blue side this time against Bounty. Same couple of bans are coming out this time with Chip as the adjustment instead of... Oh, wait, they also got rid of the farmers instead of the Minotaur. Now, let's see how they're going to play this out, right?
Will Bounty let the Nolan through? I think Nolan was banned out in game number 2. Now, Bounty, they don't get to really decide what's going to come first. No, I do like Barracuda. They're spreading out the influence, right? They understand that, okay, Aziz plays a mean Lilia. We're going to get rid of the Lilia. We're going to make sure that he doesn't have the fire mist to save his teammate. And if he ever goes to the Adept, we probably would have a way to deal with it. But Nolan gets banned out by Bounty.
Yeah, I think there's still enough mage picks in the pool. And considering that the new patch has already come in as well, I was expecting to see artillery mages be a consideration maybe in the later stages of the game. But here we go.
Wow.
Roger, first pick coming out from Barracuda side. They don't want Panda to dominate this lane, but this does mean that Harith could be an option for Panda.
Yeah, and Panda is very willing to play the Harith into the Roger. We'll see if the Bounty goes for it. I mean, the Arlet is still on the table. One of Havas's favorite picks. But it's a bit more telegraphed if Bounty takes the Arlet, right? Because Yellow usually would go for other kinds of support. The Minotaur with the Ruby, the Cho. Speaking of that, I think they also can go for those two, but I don't think they would.
Let's see what the priority is, right? Because for all we know, Bounty could be like, This could be one of those This could be one of those situations where they're trying to like fake us out again. They fell for it in game number 1. We don't know whether it's going to happen again.
Roger jungle, right? It is still possible.
Yeah, here we
Still
go.
very possible.
Ooh, Arlet, Fredrin, the lock-ins for Bounty. So you're absolutely right. I do think that at the very least, Havas on his favorite hero is going to be able to do a lot of work. But at the same time, it still works as a flex pick. It can be transitioned over as a roamer.
This also begs the question: is will Bounty still prioritize Aziz pick, right? Like they gave him the Lilia, I think, very early on in game 1. Game 2, he got the Odette in the 3rd pick.
He's about to break. He's about to break. Crack. Crack. No!
No!
No, look back at the camera!
He knew he lost. He knew he lost.
We're not done. Unfinished business. Here we go. That's the Loyi lock-in. This is going to be a fun...
do it again. Hold on. Round 2.
Round 2.
No, you can't micro look away.
He's just quickly pulling up the save game states just every single time. He's about to crack, dude. Now the question is the cameraman making him crack? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Oh, hey, there we go.
If there's one thing we learned about the stare down is that don't be like Lo Liao. He stared, he started tearing up and they lost the game afterwards and he became a meme after that.
Look, not everybody can be RSG light, okay? that man is built different when he's looking at a camera.
We said, right, no chip, you can still go for the Loyi. Barracuda went for the Loyi. This opens up... I was thinking of a Masha angle, but Masha's... if they pick Masha, this Ruby has to go into the XP lane, so we'll see. Tigreal picked up. So this is a Havas Arlet.
Interesting. Okay, so a lot of really good CC options. I hope to see Havas Flicker final slashing people out of the diversion.
Into what? Oh, wait, to keep them from running.
Keep them from running away. I just want to see him do it. That'll be like the ultimate like anime clip for TikTok or something like that. I don't know. We'll see because it's a lot of CC from the side of Bounty, right? I can't say much about this. Like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Fight me? I think that Barracuda, by all means, have a really good argument for a Diggy.
Yeah. And now they can start focusing on getting damage dealers into the comp, right? Both the mid lane and the gold lane. Of course, banning out the Masha. First, we're seeing what Loyi or Chip could do with the Masha. Don't want to have anything to do with it. Novara ban, I like this. That's one of the most important picks for Bounty eliminated. We might go down to, I wouldn't even say Farsa. I'm looking at Eve.
Yeah.
Isn't necessarily that bad of a choice.
I think Eve is also pretty good. It really supplements the rest of the comp as well. If nobody can find the space, Eve can just drop down the real world manipulation and forcefully take the space by her own bare hands against Barracuda.
Now you call it Diggy ban.
Good ban. Good ban. Oh, this could mean if they are willing to ban out Diggy, there is consideration for at least Eve for the side of Bounty.
See, they do ban out the Odette this time.
Okay, that's a bit strange. That one, I don't know if that was necessary.
It will be an overkill if Odette goes over to Bounty, right? Like they need someone with longer okay, this is a habit I picked up doing MAL, alright? So in Mandarin, when you want to say someone has longer range, whether attack range or skill range, you say 手长. And if you directly translate that, it means longer hands.
Really?
You can reach farther.
Dang.
Yes.
I would have imagined it'd be longer fingers because it's a mobile game. You get the point. You get the point. But here we go. It's going to be Claude taken away here. Bounty, man, they are... Panda, he's unhappy. He's like, I want to win the lane, but I can't.
Panda's like, man...
At least he could try to bait something out, right?
True.
With the battle mirror image, with the BMI. Hopefully, I guess. Let's see Barracuda complete the composition once more.
Please just put this Roger in the goal, right? I mean, get a better jungle. I don't know. Baxia, Baraz, they're still there. X-Borg?
I've got it. Harris. Just
I swear.
Run it back, baby. Come on. And I was like, guys, I know I trolled in game number 2. But game 3 is where it all turns around.
X-Borg. I'm looking at X-Borg. I don't think it's that bad of a choice.
It's pretty good.
Over the Minotaur, alright. Final pick. X-Borg. So it's still the same. Come on.
Wait. Okay.
It is still the same. Wait. X-Borg could jungle.
X-Borg could jungle.
Could jungle.
That's what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking that X-Borg could jungle and he can actually tank the damage that Bounty is able to apply on him. It's all about that managing the Furaga armor.
Man's about to disappoint you with X-Borg XP lane.
X-Borg support. really
pushing the limit, huh?
They really get out there, man. Now Bounty, they're gonna go with the Valentina. Very safe option, very useful option. More
Okay.
importantly, he can take the diversion away.
Well, no Harif, no problem. We just get Roger this time. I don't know, man.
Look. I think that X-Borg in the jungle, in the EXP, both are viable, right?
Yep.
The only difference is whether you want them to have Retribution or you want them to have Flicker. And I think I'm going to agree with Barracuda. I would much rather the X-Borg have the Flicker in this case.
I mean, this Roger, Amal better play the game of his life because no Flicker, no Purify, and running into bounties come. You better get those iframes correct.
No, the better question is what's wrong? What's up with Trap? Has he been down bad in his rank?
Yeah, what
Not playing
happened?
Marksman? Like,
They started. He came into this with the second highest overall net gold gain in his games, and now he's relegated to playing 3 Ruby games in a row. I mean, there's only one way to find out. Game 3 with Barracuda on the blue side again, and Bounty on the red.
You know, we talk about maybe the management have decided that it's up to Amal. He is the guy. He is the one, and everybody must sacrifice for him. But it could be just Trap being like, no, I really like playing Ruby. Like, I will play Ruby all day, every day, for the rest of my life if I have to, as Yadlar continuing to be annoying against Amal to slow down his clear.
Yeah, resetting the buff. Even after resetting the buff, I believe that he's still not that far behind Yuna in terms of pacing, right? I mean, Frederick clearing the buff, not exactly the fastest. Eevee able to find him clearing that orange. But we do... I feel like for Barracuda, I don't know. Maybe management heard like some of the comments saying that Amal is the guy on the wrong team or something, and they're like, we're gonna make him shine. We'll do everything.
We'll show you.
We'll show you. He is not the problem.
He's holding his fist up. He's like, we'll make this work. Man, this really blows for Panda, right? Because now he has to deal with this Ruby, who is like, basically, you can never, there's nothing that Panda can realistically do to put Trap in a spot where he can kill him.
I'll tell you why. They saw the Roger and they're like, yeah, they're not going to play Roger jungle, are they? No Harif, picks Claude, fights Ruby anyway.
Yeah, it's like, I think, I would imagine that Panda would be like, I would much rather be playing Harith right now. Like, Harith would be way better to deal with Trap than this. Because Panda, he needs his 3 items before he's actually relevant, before he's actually a hero in the game.
There is one quality of life changes on the map. If you take down the XP or the gold crab, and now they don't drop the gold, right?
Yeah,
it's
you don't have to play the mini game anymore.
It's just one piece, and it flies towards you. I love it.
It's
you
great.
Get what you earn.
Yeah, so it's all about last hitting it at the end of the day, and not waiting for the waiting for
someone to last hit it, and then you take up the scraps.
I swear, I bet there's going to be a new game mode where it's about picking up stuff.
That would be fun. That would be fun. Oh, they're gonna try and break the Firaga armor, almost breaking it, but the health is low enough. The Barracuda, they have to forego this turtle.
Yeah, can't do much about that, but that's totally fine because Barracuda, at this point, AJ, he still has his diversion. He can still make something happen on the opposite side of the map. And there we go. Wait,
Okay,
hold on.
armor broken. Savos?
He can win this.
Oh, can't find the reset. Very unlucky. Meanwhile, 4-man knockout from the side of Barracuda, and just keeping everyone in place. First blood goes over to to Trap.
Nicely done by Eevee. Great engage, flickering into the middle of that. And AJ, he quickly followed up, right? Flickering after just to make sure that he's able to keep people within the Mignon Fury, not giving them an escape, and also applying that yin-yang, reaction. Does so much damage in the early game, by the way.
And Aziz was not able to respond in time. I mean, you have some good abilities to steal, but it's hard to pull them off. Trap, no problem retreating. Though I would say that Panda is doing pretty fine, putting his weight against Trap. Barracuda setting up shop in this bush.
Man, this looks like a fun lane for Panda.
He's fine.
Yeah, it's so boring for him. He's just like, can't do anything. I want to take gold crab, can't do that. Well, I gotta wait for the wave to come to me. I want to stack, but I can't. It's like, I
just want to fight. What's the joy in farming? I like to farm heroes.
Existence is pain. Why do we still stick around just to suffer? This is what it's all about, right? 30 more seconds until the next upcoming turtle. They're not lane swapping for this. I think it might be a good idea for Panda to do so right after this wave.
I suppose because Havos is not moving, so that means that they get to keep the export away from this objective. I think for Barracuda, it doesn't matter too much, right? Because you essentially have 2 XP laners anyways.
I mean, that's true.
Ruby can join even if the export is not around. But now Havas is starting to make his move to the objective.
Yeah, I can't help but agree with you on that one. And here we go. I think this is where it's going to happen, right? We see the rotation coming in from Havas. He goes over to the mid lane. Now we see the Claude running over to the top side of the map.
Losing half his health bar to the Loyi and Eevee. He's sitting in that bush, and I think Aziz should know this. He has the stolen Minoan Fury also. Panda finally switches to the top side. Diversion is used, brings the export over. Aziz dangerously close, able to avoid the Minoan Fury, but when is Aziz going to use this? Now flickers in, they get the turtle, and Aziz with a 3-man knockup is going to allow Bounty Esports to try and join this fight, but it's already over. It begun. Yunus, Appraiser's grab, not really hitting the target that he needs to. Barracuda getting 2 kills.
Close, but no cigar. Bounty on the other hand, top side. If he cracks it, there we go. Panda now on the board. Good technique here coming in from both Barracuda and as well as Bounty, right? Barracuda abusing the fact that they can rotate quickly. AML should be able to crack this bottom tier 1 in as a result of it, but utilizing the diversion to bring over Hesu into the middle of that fight, forcing a 4v5. Nicely done by Barracuda.
Very unfortunate for Aziz. I think he was waiting for the Minoan Fury to time out before he uses his, but by the time his triggers, Bounty already lost 2 guys.
Yeah, I think he needed to just do it straight away.
Just do it, right? You have the CC immunity, just follow up with it. See though, I mean, end of the day, they still got the turtle, so it's not entirely the end of the world. They trade tier 1s, and Panda now frees himself up a bit more. He's in the lead in terms of experience and goal, despite Trap having 2 assists and a kill.
Yeah, I think the hardest part now is that this is also considering some of the changes in the patch, right? Because now, with Minotaur, the first 2 hits, the slow reduction, not as slow as you usually are. Wait, hold on.
That should be fine. Well, clears the way perfectly with the final slash.
Okay, nicely done. Well played coming in from Havas' side. So as I was saying, the first 2 hits of the Minoan Fury doesn't slow you as much as it used to, right? I think it was like 70% now down to like 30-40, if I remember correctly.
40, 60 to 40, something
60
like that.
40, yeah, something along those lines, right? So I can understand that you may not necessarily think that the slow is important, especially since AML is in Lycan form, and also Hesu still had the Faraga armor. So I think he wants to punish after they transform.
That could be the case. It is a bit deceptive because it scales with magic power, so the Aziz Minoan Fury actually hurts. It actually hits like a truck.
It really, really does. He's still holding on to the Minoan Fury for now. Panda gonna get double the wave from the mid and from the top side as well. He's probably gonna head back down.
Wow, Divergent Aziz is gonna see this, right?
He does.
Okay,
he
it's
does.
just a fake out. Only a single man knockup. He tries to follow up. They pull Yanlord back. Still, Yuna secures the turtle. Yanlord, 2-man implosion, pushes them into the Minoan Fury. And that is the combo that Bounty have been waiting for.
They've been waiting for it. 3 members down, all 5 still alive. Bounty should be able to bounce back and take mid turrets. That's what they've been working on this entire time.
And just Barracuda jumping the gun and completely missing the mark. Good adjustments from Bounty. I'm surprised Barracuda thought that they could kind of 100-0 the Tigreal.
A bit disrespectful, of course, but I think that I don't think AML has enough of a lead to justify that, right? Here comes the TP to get us right in front of the tier 1.
Well trapped. He's gonna pull 3 of them back. Panda, he's already out of there. Hesu explodes with a last insanity. When they find 2 kills, Yanlo and Havas both go down. Barracuda not gonna chase for more, but that is recovery thanks to AJ.
Nicely done, nicely done. Good usage here. Good usage. We're not thinking of overly complicated ways of using the diversion. It's just simply a way to close distance as fast as possible, and you can bring your friends along for the ride.
It's punishing bounties. I wouldn't even say over-aggression. It's just they want to take up space, but you always have to keep track of the possibility of Loyi and friends being around the map. Look at that. AJ sticking around with Hesu to bring him for a ride whenever they need him. And they will need him for the upcoming Lord.
Yeah, it looks like Bounty is sending the hit squad down to the bottom side of the map. If Panda can bait something out, maybe something could happen. And they recognize 2, so that means the rest of the members are probably on the top side. You can see that Bounty respond accordingly.
Yeah, then I think Aima's going to show up mid as well. At least Bounty knows that Loyi was last seen bottom. That's why AJ dips out of vision. Oh, never mind, he shows himself.
Yeah, he shows himself once more, and now Bounty start taking space. Again, this is a war. This is a cold war between Bounty Esports and as well as Barracuda, right? Information is so very key for both sides. Knowing their positions in last scenes definitely helps with the decision making, but at the same time, every one of these bushes is dangerous territory to be walking in.
Voss did miss his final slash just now. I think he was intending of catching Trap, but it's fine. Cooldown for that ability is very low at high levels.
Very short indeed. Let's see how they're going to play this Lord dance, though. Two mid side. They want to cover their ground. Panda's going to farm. The rest of Barracuda, they're doing this slowly. They also don't exactly know where the rest of the members of Bounty are.
They're gonna check though if Boss gets caught, and here comes Yanlord, the implosion flicker onto two, into a blazing duet. Big AoEs from Bounty. Appraisal's Grab gets slammed down, but this actually dies before he even gets the Minoan Fury off, as Barracuda pounces back with damage of their own, and Amal this time gets to perform.
Nicely done. Nicely played by Amal. Waiting so patiently, distancing himself, hella good footsies at the same time, and now Bounty, they can't do much about it. They've used all of their resources in their fight. There's no way that they can contest. Panda, he's just got to look for some type of farm while this is going down.
Very good focus from Barracuda, immediately bursting Aziz, so he could not do kind of his part in that team fight. Could have been deadly. If that Minoan Fury went off, I think Panda would have had a few days. So Barracuda wrestling the lead back into their possession. Just a measly 1,000 advantage for now, but with the Lord on their side, they can start cracking some structures.
I think Aziz has to be very careful, right? He keeps using his mobility, and then starts channeling the Minoan Fury. He needs to channel the Minoan Fury first, especially if he has Flicker, right? And then Flicker on that third hit. It's a deterrent, right? You don't necessarily have to get the knockup.
And I'd say the knockup is probably the most important part from this point onwards, right? You can ignore the first two parts, it stops people from running at you, but you have to make sure that you get the most out of the ultimate. That's the sort of the price you pay for taking the Minoan Fury on the Valentina. It has to hit, or else you're gonna go down.
I think especially considering Barracuda's composition, right? They always want to push forward. So I think Bounty, they just need a way to disengage. Yanlord, he's very much looking for that big, for the big implosions, of course, right? So his direction is very different. He's not willing to give up his life. I think Aziz, on the other hand, he needs to recognize that he needs to draw a line in the sand to tell Barracuda, if you cross it, you're going to die, and he needs to time it in such a way when Barracuda is about to take that first step, right? They got to make sure that Barracuda has to fight for every inch of space that they take off of Bounty.
And they get rid of the Firaga armor. Damage is just not enough. And Panda, he's going to start losing space on the map as well. It's up to the rest of Bounty to give him that space. All things considered, Panda still deathless this game. They're having a very good time. Almost hitting 15 at this point. And the fact that this Roger is in the jungle and he's only one level behind is very good.
I mean, he's playing it well. He's also making sure he's making minimal mistakes all across the board. He's a lot more warm this time around. You can definitely tell with his overall mechanics and decision making. But for now, I think for Barracuda, if they want to get a win condition, they can keep punish Aziz, specifically Aziz and as well as Yanlord, right? Both of them are looking for these big engages, and I think they're a little too I wouldn't say overconfident, but very intent on making it work.
I think maybe Bounty needs to start kind of reassessing how these fights are going to happen. Is Voss going to be the one to start it off? What's the plan B, right? When is Yanlord going to come in with his implosion? And when is Aziz going to commit that Minoan Fury? Or even better, are you looking to steal maybe the I'm Offended? Or maybe even the Last Insanity? Right? They could be decent options. And Panda playing with fire, oh my goodness! With some nature to negate the damage from Amal, but this man, he is living life on the edge.
Yep, again, that's the worst time to lose his resources, right? Lord just spawned at the same time. No Winds of Nature, no Purify at the same time. He's not able to find the pick that he did in game number 2. And Barracuda, they've recognized this, right? They are really preying on the habits that they've collected on a Bounty over these past 3 games.
I don't like that at all. I feel like just let the wave push, right? You can easily get rid of it. And now Panda, he has a big target on his back. Can't show himself. Has to making sure that Yuna stays back. Barracuda.
Good choice.
They're not gonna let it reset though. There's a diversion.
It does get
a fake one. Yep.
Yeah, it's a fake one. the very least, does get a little bit of information.
You're going to see Yan Lord. I know if you're committed very early by Eevee. Just to make sure that Bounty doesn't come in, I suppose. But now without the big ultimate, Bounty, they can take the initiative. Last Nanny to dodge the stolen Minoa and Fury, and Eevee misses the knockup. Bounty could push and pull. The big combos unleashed in a blink of an eye. Bounty have been waiting for the exact moment.
Beautiful stuff coming in from Bounty. Wait.
Gotta still get the pullback. I'm offender. Yan Lord barely able to retreat, but Trap doesn't have enough damage. Amao though wants the reset in the Lycan form. The final slash doesn't go up, and now is this in danger. They're all banning him, but don't worry, Panda back in the fray to try and chase Amao down, and this should be an easy kill. Amao has no way out. Panda finds it, and Yuna gives the green light to go for more.
Yup, nicely done by Bounty Esports. They recognize we have more CC. We have more resources. Barracuda are the ones who have to come to us, not the other way around.
Happens so fast. You see 3 ultimates unleashed at once. And Bounty finding that opportunity means Lord is going to be in their possession, but they still want more. Eevee. Is this really going to work though? That is a Lord finds it, and Panda, he's just going to go to the back for the blazing duet. No one there to stop them, and Panda gets handed a double kill. This gets trapped, and Hesu falls. Triple for Panda.
That's modern art right there. What looked to be useless junk all of a sudden has a price point with $1 million implosion. What a play coming in from Yan Lord.
Absolutely on point. This entire series to rain or shine, thick or thin, Bounty looking to reclaim and ascend back to the former glory. Barracuda falls. Bounty reels them in 2-1.
Woo! GG, well played, Bounty Esports. What a game coming out from this team. Barracuda, they try to bring their best. They try to fake it out one last time, but it just was not enough. Wow! Oh my goodness.
Unbelievable. People were joking, wow, Bounty, no coach, win games, gets coached, loses games. Well, now they've proven it otherwise. Barracuda, though, I felt like this could have gone so much different for them.
They just got lost in the sauce in Game 3. And they were just so eager to make something happen that it finally hurt them in the end.
Unbelievable. Well, confidence boost for Bounty, but Barracuda, you gotta do some adjustments behind the scenes because this is not what a lot of people were expecting. Just gotta take the L. Let's toss it over to Rose on the stage to talk to Bounty Esports about this win. Rose, what you got for us?
Kemenangan yang sangat-sangat penting untuk pasukan Bounty Esports sudah dapat. Dorang menang 2-1 lawan Barracuda, gaining them 2 points in this matchup. Matchup pertama dorang di Minggu Diraja. Hi boys, how are you all?
We're good.
You're good? Okay, let's start with Havas. So Havas, in Game 1 actually, Barracuda had a lot of unorthodox pick. Like, you know, you wouldn't expect that hero to be in that lane. Did it surprise you guys, and how did you guys work your way around it?
Yeah, because we thought the Harit was already gold, and yeah, they just blew our mind in the first game and they got there early. Even though we managed to even the game, it's still hard for us because we don't know how to play around their heroes.
I see. So is that why that even though you guys actually lost the first game, it was still kind of a close game, right? Okay, all right. So I also want to ask, how did you guys discuss after the loss in Game 1 backstage? Like, how did you guys manage to gain back your momentum in Game 2 and Game 3?
I think we just focused on the basics. We just played normally like how we play in scrims. I think that's just how we got the win.
I see. Okay. Can we please pass the mic to Yan Lord? Yan Lord. Hello. Okay. You good?
Yeah.
Sehat. Okay, Yan Lord, I want to ask, okay, you guys have a new coach minggu lepas kan? So, macam mana Coach Jun bantu pasukan Bounty, and kita boleh nampak you guys slowly tengah dapatkan momentum balik. So, apa yang Coach Jun tolong korang?
Sebelum ni kita orang tak ada orang yang boleh analis untuk kita orang yang dengan bagus. Jadi Jun ni dia bantu kita orang lah. Macam tu je.
Macam tu je. Dia bantu dengan data dia lah yang dia ada. I see. Okay guys, so nak tanyalah, korang rasa siapa sepatutnya jadi MVP untuk perlawanan ni? Wow, I'm hearing a lot of pandas. Okay, so apa kata kita tengok MVP kita? In 3, 2, 1. Jeng, 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 jeng. Panda! Okay, I rasa this is a well-deserved MVP lah kan. Kita nampak performance dia tadi. Can you please pass the mic to Panda? Alright, tadi Panda main Roger game kedua KDA 11-06. Adakah you rasa gold lane ni sama lagi ataupun lagi kuat selepas patch baru?
Rasa ni sama je, dia tengok user.
Wow. Kenapa player Roger dekat musim ni kan, diorang selalu cakap tengok user je, tengok user je. Macam tu ke? So kalau orang lain tak pandai pakai dan tu problem dia lah.
Sebab Roger ni dia susah sikit kalau nak pakai kat gold lane sebab kena agresif.
And kita tahu Panda punya playstyle agak agresif juga kan? Okay, how about kita pass the mic to Aziz? Okay, so Aziz, actually I dapat tahu that Aziz is one of the oldest player we have currently this season. Sebab you're 29.
Huh?
How old are you? Diorang cakap you're 29. No?
35.
35? You're kidding me now. You're 29, right?
No.
Okay. No, you're really 35?
I'm not that old.
You're not that old? Is production trolling me?
They troll.
They troll. How old are you?
Always 18.
You're 28, they said.
No.
Okay, so being one of the oldest players we have in MPL actually, do you think...
No, I'm not older. No.
Do you think
I don't want to answer.
You don't... Come on, help me out. I just want to ask. They said when dah tua mekanik dah lari. So, tapi nampak Aziz punya playstyle actually hebat lagi, betul tak? Dia punya playstyle padu hebat, agresif dia masih ada, mekanik masih ada. So Aziz, what's the secret actually? Apa secret dia?
Tak ada secret.
Tak ada secret.
Main je.
Ha?
Main je.
Main je. Practice banyak lah, rank banyak. Panda nak cakap something? Cakap. Sebelum kita habis.
Thank you. Dah.
Jap. Thank you kepada fans-fans you guys. Tengok, side ni hari ni banyak orang datang, banyak orang sokong Bounty. Apa yang you nak cakap dekat diorang? Tengok, nampak tu, dengar.
Thank you. Ku thank you 10 kali untuk korang. Serius. Thank you.
Alright. Thank you, Bounty. You guys may now go celebrate your win. Thank you very much and congratulations on that win. Alright. Perlawanan pertama minggu diraja kita. Nampaknya game yang sangat-sangat sengit sebab kita dapat skor yang 2-1, tapi match kedua nanti akan jadi lebih sengit. I'm pretty sure sebab kita akan menentang pasukan Todak dan juga King Empire Esports. Tapi sebelum tu, mari throw it back to the casters untuk dapat tahu apa yang jadi dalam perlawanan ini. And with that, casters, please tell us what happened in this game.
Thank you, Rose. Cross MVP of the match is going to be Panda. Last two games, deathless, 17-0 and 11. Special mention to the supporting cast, Yan Lord, the enabler for Bounty to really get all these team fight wins.
Yep, I mean, I don't know whether it's the communication or whether it's the ultra instinct, but Panda, when he's feeling it that day, he is feeling it. Although I will question a couple of things, right? Obviously, when you are on that Roger, that build makes sense to me. The build from Claude makes sense to me. The emblem setup, however, Bargain Hunter. Interesting choice coming in from a Claude player.
I mean, you've heard it, right? Panda likes to fight. He likes to get as strong, as fast as possible. Bargain Hunter allows him to do that. He's treating Claude like it's Nathan.
Yeah, he really
gonna get my iron spikes. That's it. Even took Swift, all right? He even took extra movement speed. That's how committed he is.
Look, once he figured out that Trap was playing the Ruby again, he's like, nah, we're ditching this.
It's like,
I don't want this nonsense. Master Assassin, get this nonsense out of here.
It's like, tenacity, nah fam. I'm just gonna outrun you and you can never touch me.
I'm gonna outrun you, I'm gonna outscale you, and I'm gonna get a perfect KDA, which he achieved in both of these games. 17-0 and 11 overall with 4,000 plus damage per minute and overall 874 gold per minute. Panda has been an absolute rock for the team. Even though the laning phase is pretty boring for him, once he starts getting involved, he gets involved.
Yeah, very involved, and to see this game end in two big team fights, right? And first one, Barracuda, they hung around for too long. Bounty, the communication at that point of time really was perfect, right?
Yep.
They say press ultimate, everyone press their own ultimate, and then the follow-up. We say that Panda is the rock. I'd say Yanlord is also the rock. This Tigreal performance is really a masterclass.
I mean, Yanlord is the concrete that Panda is stuck on. He is Yanlord does what needs to be done. Nobody's gonna talk about him. Nobody's gonna look at his value. But you have to admit, he is doing everything correct. He is finding the right targets at the right situations. He adapts accordingly, right? He sees opportunity. He sees opportunities as a follow-up rather than, oh, we need to completely disengage. He is more willing to die than some of the members on the side of Bounty. Even Voss, you gotta give hats off to Voss. He was going deep in and then realizes, okay, I cannot die. I need to wait this out. We have more resources in terms of ultimate economy in comparison to Barracuda. Once they've got nothing, we can punish. And that's what we got to see in those two big team fights.
Yeah, and I think they really understood once Minimum Fury is out, that's it. That is go time. BRD have no more big crowd control. Sure, you have the Export and Ruby Ultimate, but they also figure out that BRD, they like to press all these abilities at once. How many times have we seen EV starts the fight, Hesu instantly just ults without consideration of whether he needs to peel or not, and afterwards he is out of the fight completely. And Bounty Esports taking advantage of BRD's tendency. Look at the damage dealt this game. Panda just miles ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, truly miles ahead of everybody else. But I feel a little bad for AJ, right? Because again, he was playing well. He was doing decent in lane. He was getting some pretty good diversions in a way to kind of sandbag. Sometimes the sandbag, sometimes to press the advantage. Nothing too crazy, nothing too out of the ordinary. But I think you realize the problem with Loyi in these fights, right? If your opponents aren't naturally clumping up together, you feel like you're out of range to hit anybody, really. Because you get the extended range when you hit somebody, and then the splashback is what's causing everybody to get painted with the color.
Yeah, and it also does not give you the cooldown reduction for your dispersion, right? Once you start missing it, that's it. You run out of damage as a Loyi. And unfortunately, if that happens, only Amao is able to really put out numbers. But against Panda, who was already, 4-0 at one point, there was just no way Amao could just join the fight and expect to gain anything out of it.
It's tough. It really is tough. And this just goes to show why tank junglers are so prevalent in the meta, right? Yuna, he doesn't have to do a crazy amount of work. He just needs to lock people down and sandbag his opponents and start pushing them behind. Amao obviously was able to get ahead, but Yuna at the same time, Amao was actively avoiding Yuna until, again, ENG Eruption already came out. Appraiser's Wrath is down. Okay, you got nothing? Now I start chasing you to fight.
Yeah, and even then, you're still looking for the Stolen Minoan Fury final slash, right? A lot of times, we might not have paid too much attention to her voice, but his final slashes also have been a big deterrent to Barracuda.
Huge,
These front lines of BRD, they show up and they eat all their crowd control. It is more than enough to really disable them. Like, what are you going to do as a Ruby? You don't even get to press your abilities.
I was hoping so badly that maybe Aziz finds a situation where Panda ends up dying but puts everybody at one, and IMU steals the Roger ult. Hopefully he is in human form so that he transforms into Lycan and then gets the Lycan pounce as well. That would have been dope.
That would have been
so
crazy.
Dope.
Havas even went for the Sea Halberd at one point. He's like, I am done.
I'm sick of this.
I do damage now.
He is a legitimate threat, right? And especially for AJ, he knows that if he gets caught by Havas, he's basically done for.
Yeah.
There's so little that you can do. You can generate shields naturally, and it kind of depends on whether you have yin or yang on your current abilities at that point of time. But let's say you don't have that yin-yang reaction going for you. Both the same colors, Voss is on top of you. It's basically GG. I'm out. I am gone.
And there's no one that can actually peel her Voss away. Maybe you could say Minotaur or the Ruby, but you just make easy target for her Voss, right? He will gladly dive to the back. And we talked about the evolution of her Voss as a player. Now he plays around his team a lot more. You can see he's willing to throw his life or to use his body as that meat shield. You know, Phobias, Lapu Lapu. You put him back on a playmaker, he still performs.
Yep, he's just consistent overall. A very good pickup from Bounty's overall scouting team. Hats off to them finding Havas, because this is what's keeping this team alive in the earlier weeks. And now that the rest of his team is slowly starting to catch up to the level of play that he wants to be, not level of play, but the tempo that he wants to be playing at, you start to see good moments in these fights. The split second decisions being made in the middle of the fight sometimes is what's really changing it up and making Bounty very difficult to handle.
Yeah, especially when you have new faces like Yanlor, right? This is his very first big stage. This MPL appearance, or Tier 2 domination comes to Tier 1. You need some guidance. Havas steering them in the right direction. And also giving Bounty kind of a characteristic that we didn't see before, which is the decisiveness. Bounty's calls this series have been on point.
Yeah. I agree as well. I think usually they start off a little bit slow, and especially if things are not going their way, but they adjust well. I think now mechanic-wise, even for Aziz, right? He realized, I can't just pop my ult and then flicker in and hope that I don't die. I really got to really start thinking about timings and, more importantly, being a deterrent against the BRD to make it really difficult for them to get in on some of these crucial picks.
Look at the Hall of Fames for this game. It's going to be Panda as the rich guy and the carry, and then Evie as our sandbag, and of course Aziz as the best wingman on that Valentina. 9 assists. 9 assists for Aziz.
Yeah. 9 assists for Aziz himself. So far, I think that at least Bounty, they're moving in the right direction. They're looking a little bit better. Barracuda, interesting diversion tactics this time around, but I feel like they're not in a position to be skimping away points this late. I mean, I wouldn't say late, but like past the halfway mark of the season itself. We only have this week and 2 more weeks after to qualify for that playoffs.
Especially when Barracuda, if they were, well, in a parallel universe, if this was a 2-0 win for them, playoffs becomes a lot more possible, right? But now that the fact that they dropped the series and only get 1 point, it benefits Bounty so much more than it benefits Barracuda. Bounty now have a better chance of not facing relegation by the end of the regular season. But of course, still depends on how these teams perform down the road. But at least for Bounty Esports, now they have a fighting chance.
Yeah, I mean, earlier on in the game, once we start recapping, you notice they're just patterns, right? A lot of these games come down to who figures out your opponent's patterns first, because I feel like they both have solid ideas of what their composition is designed to do. The question is, how do we maneuver around our opponents rather than just keep playing to our playstyle and hope that it works out at the end of the day? Because we know that Barracuda have adjusted well against Bounty, and Bounty recognized that.
And this was the fight that Barracuda was able to win because Aziz went down before the Muno field got triggered. And it was also the fight where Amal got a lot of space. And then we get to this point where Barracuda just walks up without any resources, gets caught, and commits to a second fight afterward. This was kind of the nail in the coffin. Yanlord with the implosion of his career on the MPL stage.
Yeah, $1 million implosion there. But, I mean, it begs the question. I think that Barracuda, I feel like it's a breakdown in communication, right? Because it felt like, why would Eevee go for something as crazy as that? Especially when we look at the standings here. Barracuda still 7th and just above them. Had they just won this game, they would be lapping Homeboys as well as Monster Vicious.
And even for Bounty Esports, now there is an opportunity. They still have, 3 more series to go, but it puts them close enough to RSGMY, puts them close enough to 4 teams, in fact, or even Toda, and it depends on how Toda performs later on in the day. But, I mean, Bounty Esports fans, you can sort of rejoice a little bit, right? It is not the end of the road just yet.
Yeah, I mean, there's a large disparity between the top 2 and every... Sorry, I would throw in the top 4 compared to everybody else, right? The middle of the pack is not exactly where you want to be because it's a very short bridge. A single win sends you shooting fly up into the moon. A single loss, though, really puts you in contention with everybody else. Playing at 8th, 9th, 10th, a little bit hard now.
Especially when you have the aggregate points, right? If we ever come down to a tiebreaker, your total points might not be enough to save you on the leaderboard. You just gotta see, I mean, Barracuda, just now we heard from Havas on the stage say that, well, game 1, we really got thrown off by the Harif.
Yeah.
But Barracuda, they kept playing the same cards, right? They kept pushing their luck, and eventually Bounty figured them out.
Cool, calm, and collected. It's all in the mind, guys. It's all in the mind. Had they tilted in game number 1, it was basically over for them.
But I think Bounty has been in this position before, right? Todak was a good example, and then the game one against Barracuda. It's good to see them keep their cool. I think usually teams that qualify into MPL, at least the fresher teams, they crack under pressure very easy. Not Bounty. I think they have improved, albeit slowly, over the weeks, but it's still improvement nonetheless.
It goes to show that the process works, right?
Yeah.
For teams like Barracuda, for teams like Bounty, you can definitely see slow progression. But again, our league is 6 weeks. It's not a lot of time, and obviously results are going to be important. But the question is, are you going to hit a plateau, or do you see them actually playing for playoffs and having a chance to become a champion? That's the best version that we're looking for.
I mean, single elimination, single round robin format is brutal. Well, coming up, we have the long-awaited showdown between Todak and King Empire Esports, the battalion against the Patriots. Especially for King Empire Esports, they suffered a devastating defeat in the hands of former champions Homeboys last week. You can see that even online, a lot of words are flying around about KGE. Are they really the Empire that everyone thought they are? Well, it's redemption time.
Well, but hopefully Todak is going to bring their A game, because even for them, right, they got a couple of lucky wins here and there. Other times there are holes in their play, but they're looking to reform and really etch out the edges, making sure that they're looking crisp and clean all around.
Especially if Todak wins against KGE in the 2-0 fashion, they will be top 2. So the begs the question is Todak back on form? Is this new Todak going to really resurrect the Todak that we all know and love?
I'm hoping that we see some identity from Todak this time. I hope that they come in with a strong game plan that really goes to show this is our best form. This is what we could be in a matter of time.
Especially for KGE, have they made adjustments? Because Homeboys figured them out very easily. We saw how Homeboys really shut them down in the picks and ban phase. Even though KG got the playstyle that they want with secondary choices, but it never really felt like that was KGE. And if Todak were taking notes, this could be the true test for KG to really show us that they are not just a linear team.
I would like for them to diversify. They can't just keep playing through the gold lane every single time. Teams will take advantage, like you mentioned, the Homeboys. I'm pretty sure every other team wrote it down like, okay, this is what they're going to do. We have a rough idea. We just prepare well for the draft, and it's GG well played, right?
Yeah. And next week they're facing SRG, so doesn't get any easier from this point onwards. But that's it for our first series. We are going to go on a short break, so you guys can chill up a little bit. Later, come back at 5:30 p.m. for Todak against King Empire Esports. We're gonna sign off and leave you with this mic check.
I think Bennett can fight me anymore.
Ruby.
Try Ruby. Go, Ruby.
No flick.
Ruby.
Die.
Nice, guys.
We can still fight, Harit.
Kiting. Aku tarik deh. Nice, guys. 70 seconds. Don't die. Ah, shit, bro. Bruno. Nice. Woo, my Ruby, bro. Nice, Ruby, bro. Not dead, guys.
Tower.
Nice. N.
Tower.
Nice. Woi, be more discipline, woi. Ruby.
Aman yan, aman.
Can.
Nice one. Let's go. Nice one. Wow.
Sabar.
Sure.
Low impact. Ready, we'll go. We can hero.
Ruby.
I have the rit.
Let's go.
Let's go. Yeah, they're all done.
Let's kill them all.
Nice.
Nice one.
Nice one, Panda.
Very good.
No.
Ultimate, no? Ready,
Stick and go. I get.
Okay, go.
Come.
Triman, oi.
I go.
Konsi.
I cancel, bro. I cancel.
Aku dapat dua.
Bisa fight, guys.
Bisa.
Cloud low.
We can go.
Siapa yang aku?
Wait, don't rush.
Ken, minum. Come.
pasti sejarah baru telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur.
Sampai bila nak kalah?
Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar, tarik nafas yang panjang kerana terima magic kuda 2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MPL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MPL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MPL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MPL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MPL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Kami Aziz telah pun hilang daripada sudut mortality. Ada dari dalam untuk membantu. Aziz dikorbankan oleh Aimal. Dan sekarang team fight yang sempurna. Sustainability yang panjang. Nyawa yang begitu jauh. Telah pun apabila mikro yang cukup tinggi mengesan. Ada 3 orang cuba untuk mengepungnya. Namun dia akan kecundang jua. Sempat untuk merekam Yalot daripada Kita tengok tekanan yang dilakukan kepada pasukan Barracuda. Barracuda menyelesaikan Yoda. Double kill untuk Eval. Evi menjadi maksa. Eval juga terkaman dari mencuri menawan Fury, tetapi hanya memecahkan seragama. Adakah satu tangan berbaloi? Sekarang ini berbaloi. Final slash. Dan flicker tak ada. Dan terus tolak. Sekarang implosion. Letus Sadrat. Dah tak ada immortality. Ada winter terancam daripada AJ. Namun AJ terkepung di tengah-tengah. Double kill didapatkan oleh Panda. Shutdown. Aziz.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi Liga E-Sukan nombor 1 Malaysia untuk dapatkan maklumat terkini dan lengkap. Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Versus satu Scalar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
No ledge fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang buhay. Backline already, and they're running for the lines, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run.
Kita kata ada satu warrior weapon di Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Biga tuh lalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, mistake, dah ready. Kalah, dihentak, tuntut semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik. Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters will witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam. No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini. Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami.
Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami.
Bersama kami mencapai satu tujuan.
Mencari sinar yang paling terang.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
This fairy tale ended with a poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. Curse it! Take my vengeance! Protect your queen! Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
Ready posing eh? Right.
Okay.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Kau nak main sini, kau tak payah nak ada mentality champion.
Dia main lepas sudah lah.
Oi, kau terus gila.
Paling tak lupa time minta maaf.
I have no idea with that. Maybe masih ingat banyak lah.
Nak cerita buruk ke nak cerita baik
Lepas adalah macam conflict sikit, macam saya bergaduh dengan mak saya kan, nak masuk e-sport. Sampaikan saya kenal rumah.
Aku ada terbaca lah orang cakap, Im ni dah rusty teruk lah, dah boleh pergi kerja kilang lah. tapi ya, aku okey je sebenarnya. Yang video aku viral nangis-nangis apa semua itu bukan sebab aku kecewa dengan kecaman orang apa semua, tak ada. Kecaman netizen semua aku tak kisah pun. Semua tu like aku disappointed dengan aku punya performance je. Dengan apa yang aku bagi, apa yang hard work yang aku put. Tapi end up performance aku macam tu lah. Sebab aku tahu orang-orang yang komen apa semua, diorang tak tahu pun apa yang terjadi. Diorang nampak daripada luar, diorang tak tahu apa yang dalam. Macam ibarat kita tengok bola, dia ni passing betul-betul lah. Kita bukan tahu, kita bukan join training pun. Kenapa Harry Maguire main setiap minggu? Kita tak tahu pun dalam training dia macam mana.
Pergaduhan yang paling risau, perit dan pedih lah kan. Kita tak ada cakap apa-apa. Cuma waktu tu MPL Season 6 di mana Todak tak ada kalah lagi best of 3. Waktu tu pressure dia sangat besar sebab orang semua mengharapkan kita menang daripada regular season sampai habis. And waktu tu masing-masing pelik gameplay dia. Pelik gila kan. Macam timing tak kena. Pakai hero pun pelik-pelik. And dengan pressure apa semua pun bengang. Mental, ketuk meja, kata kita main apa benda ni kan. Waktu tu nak play off dah. Tak silap pun lagi 2 hari dah nak play off season 6. Kalau korang main macam ni, better aku pergi main dengan parti-parti Indo joki apa semua kan. Lagi bagus daripada aku main dengan korang kan. Biasalah kan, kita bekerja as a team, as a kumpulan kan. So kalau tak gaduh tu bukan team lah maksudnya kan. So bila habis tu dah macam biasa je lah. Basically kita orang gaduh macam tu je. Dia tak ada lebih-lebih sebab try to be professional lah, try to not take it personal sebab in the end of the day kita nak kena bermain dengan orang tu juga kan.
The M3 lah for me seriously is so hard for me. The M3. Until now I still cannot forget about it. Just like we scream, we rustic. I think for the 2 days already, almost 12 game like that, and then I score to Zaim, I score to everyone, and then we almost want to fight like that. But after that, I still think I'm correct like that, but I didn't say sorry to Zaim and semua that I feel so bad. Until now, like that, I cannot forget. I think this one moment also.
Maybe it will make someone cry.
I think a lot. This one actually is a lot. I feel that I so bad on this. Every season I think
quite because of me, because of pressure. I pressure him a lot to cover me to become a best slider. My bad, sorry. I tank.
Saya adalah minta maaf dengan ibu saya sampai saya melutut. Sampai saya melutut dah saya minta maaf dengan dia sebab ya kan ibu kita kan nak yang terbaik untuk kita kan. Tapi mungkin sebab dia tak nampak lagi lah masa tu game tu macam boleh buat duit. Dia fikir macam masa tu game tu hanya main untuk hiburan, macam bermasa. Tapi bila saya start yang ni yang sebelum ni saya start tier 2 tu saya dah start macam menang.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in.
I'm a rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntar. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Selamat kembali ke Minggu Diraja MPL Malaysia musim ke-13. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan sekarang kita sudah berada di match terakhir untuk hari ini, manakala kita akan saksikan perlawanan Todak yang akan menentang King Empire Esports. And untuk orang yang tak tahu, patch baru sudah di-update. And nampaknya ramai orang cakap patch ini akan jadi patch assassin meta balik. Tapi for Assassins, Hellcat tak boleh dipakai dekat MPL Malaysia sampai minggu ke-6 sebab dia baru je ada patch. So, adakah kita akan tengok Assassin Hero, Sutsujin dan juga Gary untuk hari ini? So, kalau keluar mesti best kan? Betul tak? Betul tak? Alright, so nampaknya kita ramai orang yang datang ke MBSJ hari ini. Apa kata kita nak dengar side dari pasukan King Empire Esports dan juga Todak? Alright, kat sini nak tanya. King Empire Esports, are you ready? Oh, I love the atmosphere and the vibes. Apa kata dekat side Todak pula? Alright, Todak, are you ready? I love the energy, guys. Keep it up, okay? Tapi, sebelum you guys cheer for your team, apa kata kita jemput kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia, King Empire Esports dan juga Todak.
Todak. From the depths of the ocean, the swordfishes emerge, cutting through the 7 seas. They will now be in a race against the lions. Can the ocean overlord overrule and drown the king of the jungle? Ladies and gentlemen, the 3-time MPL champions is Todak! King Empire Esports. Nested in the darkness of the wilderness, the lions come out from their dens to play. They are determined to expand their kingdom, their territory, with the ocean overlord as their prey today. All rise and bow in their presence is King Empire Esports!
Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput jurulatih dan analis bersama Head of League Ops, Cedric, yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Alright, so guys, nampaknya semua orang dah tak sabar tengok perlawanan ini. Tapi, of course, untuk semua orang dekat rumah, mari join the fight dengan Rose dan juga MPL by using the code down below. Jangan cakap MPL tak payung sebab untuk semua orang dekat rumah, you guys akan dapat in-game freebies juga. Alright guys, one last time. Stadium MBSJ, are you ready? Since semua orang dah ready, mari let's throw it to the casters untuk start match terakhir hari ini. And with that, casters, take it away.
Is King making a week right here at the stadium, and upcoming King Empire Esports takes on Todak, King of the Oceans against King of the Jungle. And what better could it be than for both of us to deliver that series? It's Husky alongside Gideon Q.
Look, this best of 3 series is going to be one of the biggest ones this week we've had so far. Todak as well as KGE, both their fans are out to play. It's packed. It's so packed already here at the stadium. But for most part, both these teams are looking very similar, right? They're looking to find their identity. They have a way that they like to play the game, but truly it's the DNA within them to make the one play that makes the difference this time round.
And to make it even higher stakes, whoever takes this series maintain their spot. KG gets to maintain the top 2, but Todak has a chance to overthrow the kingdom. The Patriots and the battalions, you can hear the rumble happening behind our back. The drums are by the battalion, but it doesn't mean that the Patriots are taking a backseat. They just haven't warmed up just yet. But if you guys out there and you're looking for a device to get warmed up in terms of your ranked games or in terms of any other abilities, I say using a phone, RG8 That's what you want. ROG Phone 8, you can dominate with spectacular gameplay via ROG Phone 8, the king of performance, your ultimate gaming phone. And I'd say fitting for these two teams today.
I mean, it's the difference maker here. It's our official gaming phone for a reason, why our players are up on that stage, giving the best performance that they can for both of their respective houses at this point. I'll call them houses. I mean, what else can you really say? There are too many people here, and the King Empire side, they brought flags. They've got flags. Todak side, a little cool, calm, and collected, as always, giving off the posterior like Zion Senpai. They're waiting for their moment.
Yeah, they're waiting for the conductor to start it all. You know, Abang Lord, he's still chilling, he's still mingling around, but you know, once he gets up to the second floor, it is about to go off. So I think let's take a look at the power distributions between these two teams, because we gotta talk about, especially the jungler, right? I think a lot of people are looking forward to this. Look at the disparity between Gary and Susujin, primarily in terms of average total kills and average GPM. Susujin, he tops the charts.
He really does top these charts. And I mean, overall, both of these players, not exactly the highest KDA average throughout the entire league. It is shown here very obviously. But when it comes down to the average Lord kills, the average turtle kills, overall objectives, it just goes to show that KGE, cool, calm, and collected. If there is something to fight for, it's a neutral objective. If not, it's for our gold lane.
And such a KGE thing, right? We fight textbook style, play the macro, get objectives, end the game as clean as possible. Doesn't matter how long it takes, as long as we get to put our opponents in a vice grip. Whereas for Todak, we've seen evolution of this roster throughout the entire regular season. First week, we're still wondering, are we going to see Todak Langar? Then it felt like they got rid of that identity and just going to play a more basic game of Mobile Legends, right? Playing around Shizo, playing around Gary, playing around Rafflesia, and then last week we saw that Langar's identity resurface itself with the chip included. And with that being said, I think that chip is going to be a big contention for the draft.
Yeah, I think for both of these teams, I'm looking specifically not only at just Sutsujin as well as Gary. I feel like they've got their work cut out for themselves here, but their mid laner counterparts as well, Zion Senpai as well as Detto, both of which have very similar playstyle, but overall with the new buffs here, I'm still waiting for Yves and Farsa to come into play.
Yo, my wish has come true. I've always been going on about Todak, Zion Senpai, and the Farsa. We might just see it, right? The first person that really brought it was Udio from Homeboys, and that one was a victory over KGE. We also have, a bit more of a stats to show you guys, because this is, especially when it comes to Todak, with Zion Senpai as the current IGL, they have Momo, they have Gary, and of course, bringing in Shizo and Rafflesia. They have been looking solid so far, top 3 on the leaderboard.
Yep, they're working their way to become a very well-oiled machine, a very polished team is what we want to see from them, right? When we look at their own average stats, they've been looking pretty good. Shizo as well, picking up on this Roger gold lane meta to dominate his lanes, but also a very good finisher. Gary taking a step back from the powerhouse jungler that he used to be, now having to deal with these tank junglers, and hopefully with this patch gets to show why he was a dominant force previously.
Yeah, and this patch also showed us something special from Todak. Momo with the Minster top pick, right? And now you have the glue that got buffed. Oh, Momo is going to be we're salivating over those numbers. Even Rafflesia making very, very big plays. Give him Minotaur, give him Chip. He is going to make it work. But is it enough to withstand the force of KGE with Detto, Sasa, X-Win, Smooth, and Sutsujin?
This will be interesting overall, because again, a lot of their players play extremely similarly to each other. I think the big X factor here is X-Win, because again, he is somebody who looks for these plays actively, and something that KGE had to kind of curb, say, hey, you got to slow down, because right now you're giving us a 7.9 average assist, and we can't deal with that when you're taking 7,348.6 damage per minute on average.
Yeah, this guy he is willing to soak it up for his team. But when you look at kind of the heroes displayed, right, very, very big difference between what KG usually likes to go for and what Todak likes to go for. What you're seeing on screen right now is the most picked heroes for the side of KG, and that's what Homeboys figured out last week. Now, I want to see, especially in that mid lane matchup, has KGE expanded that hero pool for Detto? Because so far, it really felt like no Detto, no Varia, no win.
Well, it did feel like that, and I think that, the Homeboys, they did some really good preparation. It goes to show that KGE has still time to actually learn, improve, and grow, maybe even expand their hero pool, but I don't think that's the main issue overall, right? My biggest gripe with KGE is the fact that they don't go for favorable fights. They go for fights that they know they can win for sure, but usually it needs to be at least 100%. They're not even willing to take a 60-40.
Yeah, not willing to take risk, I say. I think that's the best way to kind of describe KGE. Of course, King of the Ocean versus King of the Jungle. We have the Assassin Showdown. Of course, this time between Gary and Sujin. Both the heroes that you see on screens were buffed in this patch, especially that Hayabusa, no more energy cost for your ultimate, and you can use Retribution, which was one of the biggest things that was holding Hayabusa back in objective takings.
Yep, every time you would pressure him, he has to use his ult, but that also means he can't actually use his Retribution. Ling, on the other hand, also dominant force when it first came out, but now it has definitely calmed down with the tank meta overall. Couple of changes, increasing the amount of actual crits that they have, reducing the energy cost for a lot of their abilities, but overall still feels roughly the same. I think first items generally probably not going to see as many Wind Talkers into corrosive side builds nowadays with this patch.
Yeah, especially when this patch had still buffed out a lot of the tanks, right? So assassin junglers might be viable, but tank junglers are still here to stay. Unless some drastic nerfs gets kind of laid on them, I don't think we'll be seeing Assassin anytime soon. You can see the flags, right? The flag waving. This is the battalion, the house of KGE, and even brought in the Penguins. This one, was it on Todak's side? Yeah, Todak's side. So it is on Todak's side.
Well, for Asia Pacific, I love it. I love it. I love it. Can't wait. This guy's ready for an international, I can tell you that.
100%. I know last week we saw one guy who said that he came to the previous season with his best friend and now this season with his girlfriend, you know. Hope he's doing well out there, but we did talk to Smooth. You know, we were like, yo, Smooth, it feels like Sasa is smiling a bit more compared to last season. And Smooth was like, yeah, he did smile a lot more.
I mean, Smooth, offline, online, same person. Same person, whether he's doing an interview or not.
Stoic.
Very, very stoic coming in for Smooth, of course. But I do think that his time, Smooth's time, Stormy's time, even Zyme's endpoint, as well as Sasa's time in SMG has really broken them out of their shells at the very least, right? From people who are not only very stoic, but generally would only communicate, honestly, during the game. I think they've grown, matured out of that spectrum.
It took quite a while for us to see them, you know, just talk a lot more, right? Be a lot more open about themselves and about everyone else. Let's hop into the draft for this series. Game 1, Todak on blue, KG on red. Right off the bat, we see that Benedetta respect given over to Smooth by Todak.
Yep, understandable. But we do see the Angela as well as Matilda on the red side for KGE. Must ban so far. Let's see how Todak is going to respond, right? Again, a lot of the S-tier picks have kind of shifted in priority depending on the teams. I don't think Todak mind picking up on the chip if they're given access to it. We'll see whether KGE will give it to them. We do see the Novaria ban. You're right. Not even close. Won't let it touch the Land of Dawn.
Nope. After the horrible experience last week, I think you know, Coach Ryzen still needs a bit more time for the players to cook. It's not easy, right, when you need your players to kind of switch up a little bit in terms of diversifying. So this could be a good litmus test. Todak, they see no chip, don't worry, Luo Yi.
No chip, don't worry. They go for the Luo Yi here. There's got to be a combination that they want to play for. They want to be able to exploit the fact that KGE likes to play for that macro. They like to play for the gold lane of the map. Again, objectives feel like a good idea, but with Luo Yi in the mix, or even with chip, you don't know where exactly they're going to be coming out from.
Yeah. I think the most important thing that certain teams, especially Homeboys for start, has figured out about KG is that KG, when you don't give them comfort picks and they don't get to play together as a unit, that's where they really struggle, right? You pick them apart, play a faster paced game. For KG, they're going to get the Harith. They also pick up the Barats for the first time today and put him, and still leaves it out as a flex. There's a chance we see Smooth on the Barats.
Yeah, there's still a very good opportunity here. Let's see how Todak kind of finish off the first phase of their picks, actually. What do they want to pair up this Luo Yi? They know that the Barats is here. They know that Harith is here to stay as well in that gold lane. It's going to be a little bit tough, of course, but I don't think I would put it past Shizo. Yep, there we go. The Roger and as well as the Fredrin. If you're going a tank jungler, so am I.
So, no contest, no questions right there. We're going to see the Roger against Harith matchup. The question is KG, right? What they're going to go for in this third pick. Seems like they will go for the Grog. That's X-Queen's Grog. That was also a big factor of KG's successes. And this time, they're going to leave Deto's hero for the next phase. Deto and Smooth's heroes, in fact, for next phase.
What else do they want to get rid of here? They
Masha?
probably want to get, yeah, Masha. I'm thinking Masha. I'm thinking X-Borg as well. All good considerations. KGE are the ones who actually ban out the X-Borg.
Time to go to the
Oh.
show.
I think, oh yeah, because they do already have the barrage. I think they still want to leave it up in the air, I suppose.
Okay.
Lilia banned out by the side of Todak. And just really targeting down onto Deto's hero pool, right? We've already taken out, what, 4 possible heroes. The Kaja getting banned out by King Empire.
Oh, very interesting. Why get rid of the Kaja now, right? I mean, yes, Kaja does have a way to kind of shred your magic resist, especially with the Divine Judgment, and then Loyi can go for the Yin-Yang combo, make sure that you take a huge amount of damage as soon as Kaja hits level 4. Sure, kind of makes sense, but at the same time, I guess they just don't want these neutral takes to be so difficult, especially when you have an Harith on your side, right? There's a lot of things that you need to worry about.
And it does very well. It does very well against the barrage, right? You can't avoid the Divine Judgment with your Daytona's Welcome. Although it could also set up for a potential Assassin Jungler if KG wishes to go down that route. We still have both the Nolan and the Joy in the pool. Tora, they do ban out the Nana. It's just focusing on Deto.
Oh, it's up to Coach Ryzen here. He's gonna look at both Smooth and as well as Deto and is like, who wants it more? You guys got rock, paper, scissors for this one.
I think you probably take Smooth's hero first. And this is a fun fact about KG, right? They had the most turtles secured throughout the entire regular season, averaging at 2 turtle kills per game. That is very, very good.
Yep, and a lot of that comes down to Smooth actually having a pretty decent matchup, right? I mean, this classic Benedetta and as well as that X-Borg is already gone. He could go for a Terizla, but no. Instead, KGE really doubling down on these neutral objectives. They're like, okay, Deto, we're going to give you Valentina blind. No matter what Todak pick up in that, no matter what Todak pick up, you might have an ultimate to work with. I say might. We don't know what the last 2 are going to be.
Yeah, there's a chance that he doesn't even have a good ultimate to steal this entire game.
Yeah.
And you did point out early on that they want Smooth to have a good matchup. Now Smooth gets to see the entirety of Todak's draft, and then they can decide whether this Barrage is going to go into the XP lane or will remain in the jungle for Susujin.
Well, let's find out here. What's it going to be? Todak. Do they need peel? They've got a decent amount of peel. They can double down on it with a Ruby if they want to, but how's that going to matter against the Barats as well as the Brock?
Wow!
Whoa!
Oh, wait. Hylos was not on my bingo card today.
Florin? Hylos EXP?
We've seen this before. I believe we saw this last season from Todak.
Man.
Where they played Hylos XP lane. It was by Momo. This guy is a madman. I can't believe he's bringing it back. But then again, Hylos was buff. Sort of.
That's true. Hylos was buff, but this opens up a very interesting opportunity for KGE unless they lock it in straight away. They go for the Yuzong. Okay, fair enough. There should have been a consideration of actually throwing Grok into the EXP, because if they're both going to be playing tanks, at least one clears significantly faster than the other.
That is true, but I suppose you want X-Wing to be the one opening up the map, right? So
also true.
This gives Smooth a matchup. I personally am not sure how that matchup is going to go. I assume that as long as Smooth takes small trades, he's going to eventually edge out win over Momo, since he does eventually eat into his own HP bar if he runs out of mana. We just have to see though. I mean, Todak, just true to Todak's fashion, we're seeing some remnants resurfacing every single day.
Yeah, it's crazy. Funny enough, Hylos is one of the few matchups against Yuzong that actually wins out at level 1. That's the crazy part.
Ring of Punishment.
Ring of Punishment, man.
No one can withstand that. Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, into the land of Dawn. It is Todak against King Empire Esports. Todak on the blue side, KGE on red.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful stuff here. Straight from the get-go. You can already see from KGE, blocking off the minions, making sure that they're going to be slow to reach the lane, allowing everybody to have the advantage that they're looking for.
I think especially if you are on that Valentina, right? You want to make sure that Todak's wave crashes. Valentina gets a good start. You don't have to worry about getting poked out by the Loyi. Very good setup by X-Wing to facilitate Deto's level 2 rush. And for Smooth, he's just going to chill back for now, right? The waves are going to push in. Todak can't do much just yet.
And X-Wing, he's got to be careful because he is still very susceptible to magic damage in the earlier stages of the game. Magic damage of which Zion Senpai has a lot of, and the base stats actually help him out, right?
Yeah. And especially against a team comp who doesn't have much burst, replace that on this Florin, is going to be very beneficial in extended fights, right? The constant heals that he gives to his team. And not to mention, in these team fights, once that red carpet, once that that Hylos ultimate gets laid down, you might just end up forcing King Empire to fully commit to a fight. Not that there are much ways to kind of fall back either.
Well, to be fair, the Glorious Pathway is more beneficial for everybody else on the side of Todak. It can be used as a disengage tool depending on the direction that it's facing. But based on the emblems and talents, it kind of feels like they kind of want to move forward, right? As soon as you see that Glorious Pathway, that means there's an opening that King Empire has kind of let through so that Todak could look to finish it off, especially with Roger on their side.
The first turtle is going to spawn on the bottom side. I expect Detto to... Yeah, Smooth is holding out the wave. Detto is not going to hit 4 though. It's not enough minions until this next wave arrives. It seems like for Zimsepo, he's just going to take out the mid wave, right? Pressure X-Wing, make sure that this man, even if it hits 4, he's not going to have too much help to work with. KGE is starting on the turtle first. But he's trying to get some space. So Sujin has other thoughts about that.
Yeah, we do see Reflection actually passing the bloom to Gary. He's going to need it now, making sure that he's going to have the extra stats for this upcoming turtle fight.
X-Wing hits 4, Replace not 4 yet. Glorious Path will use very early on as KG looking to get the turtle, and they will get it. The Gobble Up also in place. Gary first to fall. Replace will have to flicker to safety, and Momo now completely blocked off by the Grog Wall will bleed out. KGE starting it off with 2 kills.
Nicely done. Both EXP laners doing the exact same thing. They're looking to stun their opponents. Wait, diversion to the top side here. Sasa, he's in trouble.
How are you going to get out of this? Pops the Salmon Force, should be fine. Salmon Force gets the heal, gets the shield. Zizo chases him down. The final shield from the Chrono Dash. Perfectly timed for Sasa.
Darn it! Even with the bloom being passed over to Shizo at that point of time. Really good plays coming out from both Torak as well as King Empire.
Sasa even saving the Purify. Best case scenario. I mean, both Golden is playing this to a T. Another Glorious Pathway. Smooth stuck on by Momo, tries to stack that passive, that shard residue, even the bloom used to make sure that Momo is as healthy as possible. Just dirty, dirty glue. Smooth still no chance. Momo was 2 levels down, by the way.
Momo is 2 levels down. It just goes to show how strong he is in terms of like early levels, right? Just the base damage that he has is ridiculous. And it doesn't help that Reflection just had to get involved in the situation just a little bit.
Yep. It's like, we know that Smooth have no chance, but how about we make it double sure?
Just in case, you're 2 levels down.
Yeah.
And I'm also not passing you bloom, ever.
Salt on the wounds.
It's just salt on the wounds, right? But at the end of the day, eventually, Momo is going to start falling off, and Smooth is going to have a little bit more relevance, right? When it comes down to these neutral takes. Overall, Momo is going to have plenty of resources to deal with him, and now the Torak Maestros are in place, both sides giving as much energy to their teams, and they're going to need it. Upcoming turtle in 6.
This next turtle spawning just right now, so Sujin will make its way from the bottom side. In fact, as much as, you know, Smooth, he was ahead of Momo, now it's completely even out. Jungler-wise though, Sujin is still ahead. Diverted spot out, Momo sent right in.
Uh-oh.
He is pretty tanky, but how long can he hold on for? The damage is there. Stolen Bloom from Detto to keep his team topped up. And now the Gobble Up onto Gary. Shizo attending the fight late. Gary able to dash away. Just get enough distance, but chased down by Sasa. And Shizo in no man's land needs to fall back. Use the Purify. Smooth with 3-man knockout with the Furious Dive. And KGE perfectly pushes Todak away.
Oh my goodness. Considering everything that has happened, I'm surprised. Only 1 person died in that interaction, right? We saw that even Smooth is gunning out for Rafflesia. He knows he can't get through Momo, and Momo considerably a thick wall, just making sure that Smooth doesn't have a comfortable time looking for these engages. I mean, how long can they actually hold out for, right? Because now Gary is feeling the punishment of that. Every single one of these situations, King Empire continues to be on top. And we see Sutsujin 3 levels ahead of Gary before that buff take. And I think with that buff, that should mean he hits level 7 off of the orange. Come on, Gary, finish that up. Hit 7, there we go.
Yeah, this is the exact position that KG likes to be in, right? Be in control, now we get to play our game. And the best part is, we're not too worried about risk, right? That's what KG is all about. Take fights that you can 100% win. Not sure about Smooth though. Does have the ultimate, has to commit it to get away. They will be forced to give up this bottom tier 1. Yeah, it's gonna go down.
Yeah, it's going to go down to Shizo eventually, right? Top tier 1 is already destroyed from Todak's side, so King Empire need to find something back here. Now the chants are going on. Things are ramping up very quickly here in the arena because King Empires, usually once they've already taken out the tier 1s, they're probably going to go back down to bot side eventually, right? But the real question comes, are they going to use their 3.4k lead to invade and continue to keep Gary behind the curve?
That's what I'm hoping to see. Right now you have the lead. It's about pushing it. Take space, take structures, maybe get a gang squad going. You see KG, they're already sticking together. The entire bot lane is empty. I think Todak notices something wrong. X-Wing, he's not going to walk out forward for no reason. He is so far up. Sasa is going to show up first. Diversion to the back though. Toda looking for a crunch. Can they get there in time? Here comes the glorious pathway. The Bloom is used. X-Wing exposed. But KG hits the back anyways with Smooth leading the charge. They will end up losing Sasa. X-Wing also falls. Both teams trading even so far. But it might just be Toda getting more out of this. Smooth, he needs help, but he doesn't get it. Deto and Susujin have ran out of gas, and Toda with the crunch gets 3.
Oh, it's not over just yet. Now this purple buff is going to fall into the hands of Sutsujin unless Gary can do something about it. But it's tough. It's really, really tough. Even Zaim Senpai recognizes that, man, Sutsujin, he is too big to deal with.
Way too strong. Saving grace, they got Sasa, they got Smooth, right? Still very crucial targets to take out. Now here comes the third turtle. KGE, they're already positioned to take this.
Yeah, KGE, they know they have the lead and they're ramping up the tempo. I will give props to Shizzle though, because my god, he survived for way longer than he should have. Dodging such key abilities despite being overextended in these types of fights. He is able to take the tier 1 on top side. KGE will do the same on the bottom.
Toda has successfully shrunk that gold lead that KG has by almost 1,000. Right now we're just down to a 2.5k. Toda got the top tier 1. Smooth will have to deal with that. Susujin using that Daytona's Welcome just as a deterrent. But with no Barras ultimate, just couldn't make him an easy target for Toda. We'll just have to see how KG plays this out. X-Wing just aggressively taking so much space for his team.
Yeah, I mean, I think Susujin is allowed to do that because right now, majority of his camps in his own jungle have finally respawned, and Todak, they know for a fact nothing is there anymore. So it's up to Todak whether or not they want to walk in to try and grab any of these resources. I don't think they will, and I think Susujin knows that too.
I mean, we have seen Todak play this Loi last week against Bounty as well. So KG so far, you see that first item, Necklace of Durance on Deto. I believe this was also what we saw in MPL Philippines, but by a Vexana instead.
Yes.
Just for that healing reduction.
Well, I mean, when you have that Gleaming Gem, it basically kind of works similar to an Enchanted Talisman. Every time you level up, you're going to get some extra bit of mana, which keeps you in lane. And not to mention the natural amount of mana that it gives you. Deto, now having the Lightning Truncheon, it's good. But speaking of which, because of this new patch, right, I'm not seeing Sasa go for a Thunderbell. Oh!
You can see they're trying to burst down Gary as fast as possible through the Bloom. Momo survives. Another crunch from the back. This time they found Shizo. Gobble out by Susujin. Smooth will try to fight as the Black Dragon to the back. Smooth zones out the rest of Toda. Gary still back. Terrified by Deto. Susujin claims Momo in the process.
Good coordination from King Empire. Nice decision coming in from Sutsujin just to slow down and make sure that at the very least that Shizo can't get in on this fight. It's tight. It's a tight-knit ball between the members of KGE.
Yeah, Susujin shows up, Shizo shows up, instantly gets eaten by Daytona's Welcome, cannot join the fight. Props to Deto as well. Those Terrifies are absolutely pivotal to winning that fight.
It's all about the peels, baby. It's all about the peels. The main damage dealers, they got to figure it out. And I think for Sasa, it's a lot easier for him to play in comparison to Shizo. But at the same time, it's not like Zaim Senpai has found incredible yin-yang reactions.
To follow up with the lack of Thunderbell, because you can go for the Bloodwing straight, right? It's just so much more valuable. 900 gold cheaper, better passive. Oh, Susujin, Daytona's Welcome just to get out. Very good use of that ability. It's going to heal up with the Garden's Helmet right now. Toda did force the flicker out of X-Wing, so that's almost 2 minutes without the crucial battle spell.
Yeah. Well, hopefully by the time Sasa does get the Blood Wings, it's not going to matter, right? Because with this 3.4, it's eventually going to develop into a 5k gold lead, and I think King Empire, they've got a timing on this, right? I'm pretty sure that the camps are going to start spawning soon. Oh.
Like Dragon, diversion to the back, and Sasa's Diamond Force just to get out of range. But it's going to be Gary that steals the Lord. Now Todak gotta win this fight. King Empire still have the damage. Lucas move is on a Reflection, but it's just him and Detto. Is it enough though? Todak outlasting KGE at the Lord pit, and it's Shizzo that shows up for the execution. Todak with 4, and they take the Lord.
We need an instant replay of that fight. What a beautiful fight coming out of Todak. Despite everything that has happened, finally Zyme Senpai comes out huge, finding the right interactions, finding people marked with different colors, and forcing them to get stunned. Big damage, and now the recovery as they take the lead.
Big spike in economy, especially getting that Lord. Just adding insult to injury. KG were in such a good position. They were rushing down the Lord, Smooth committing everything to make sure Todak does not get a slice of the pie. But Zyme Senpai brings Shizzo to the back, forces Sasa into the open. Just perfect battleground for Zyme Senpai.
So very good here.
Glorious pathway. Zyme Senpai just got the Divine Glaive against Smooth this time. Just using the ultimate to keep Todak away. They want to keep their structures up if they can. Diversion already used. It's just a feint. Todak, they're not going to take it.
Okay, at least they managed to keep all of their inhibitor turrets. We saw in the previous game what it's like to lose an early inhibitor before Lord actually spawns, and then it just proves too many problems. Now Gary catching up quickly to Sutsujin. Sutsujin has now lost his relevance in the earlier stages of the game, and now Gary can go toe-to-toe against him as well, and if not, might even be able to win it. It's going to be dangerous, but if you look at the damage dealt, we're seeing that Zyme Senpai top in the charts at 40,000. Sutsujin close second at 38,000.
This is a big problem for Sasa. He is not getting space to fight at all. I mean, Zyme Senpai has been able to correctly identify where Sasa might be in every single fight. He's going to bring Shizzo in, and if Sasa doesn't get away, Shizzo is going to solo kill him.
It's really, really rough because both sides are doing the exact same thing. It almost feels like we're watching a mirror matchup, right? Just cover the names and you won't be able to tell which team is which.
I need to start peeling for Sasa though. This is where you truly play for the Kage. As opposed to what we said last week, right? You got to play away from them. Now you might have to play for him.
Oh my goodness. How much gold does Shizzo... Oh wait, hold on.
Gone on. Glorious pathway laid on top of KGE's move. It's going to get the Petrify to the back to keep Zyme away, but Sutsujin is not holding on for any longer. They got to run. Todak on the chase. Shizzo already found out a double kill. Goes the ice frame. Gets the reset. Shizzo. He wants more. X-Win flickers. But KGE have lost 3. And it's X-Win and Detto left remaining on the battlefield.
God damn! Shizzo on fire today, really putting the Kage in his place.
And just one last diversion. Zyme Senpai in front of the Crystal. Todak looking to lay in the first blood. The beak of the Swordfisher straight through the arterial veins of KGE. Game 1 secured by Todak.
Beautiful game. Beautiful game between Todak and KGE. An amazing rally, but only one team comes out as the winner. Huge clutches from both sides, but Todak take game 1.
Clinical performance. It all was going right for KGE, and then one Lord fight. Turn it all around. Todak steals the Lord, wins the team fight, and suddenly Shizzo becomes an actual threat. In the last fight, we saw Momo. He's like, they're gonna go on me. They don't have enough burst damage. We have Florin. I have ultimate. Glorious pathway. Lays it on top of the entire KG team. And at that point, there was no running away. They gotta fight for your life. And KG just did not have the damage.
They don't. They don't. Every single time, like, Sasa is dying out there, getting literally flickered on by everybody, right? He's just slightly out of position, waiting to kind of make something happen. He's holding that Chrono Dash button preemptively. It's too late. You get locked down, you try and purify, get locked down again, and then you get chased. And while you're getting chased, you have this random debuff on you. I wonder what that is. I better get closer to X-Win, and you're dead. Instantly getting clapped.
Poor Smooth, though. Guy was finding Zyme Senpai. He's like, I think Zyme, big threat. Finds Zyme, his entire backline dies in the process. So there's only so much you could do on the Yuzhong. I mean, KG, they got off to a very solid start. Got the game that they wanted, but couldn't close it out. Todak just the mentality to just keep fighting and Zyme finding these crazy angles onto Sasa is out of this world. We gotta head backstage to Todak's side to check out the MVP of game number 1 because seriously, who can stop Shizzle when he has a game like that?
Absolutely disgusting. Legit, so gross on this Roger. He's getting away with literally everything, right? He's getting away with murder in broad daylight, 6, 1, and 5. And the only time that he died, he almost got away with his life.
Absolute lunatic on this Roger. We saw this Roger-Harriet matchup. It is something that both teams are willingly picking themselves into. And at one point, almost got a, well, not really a solo kill, but an assisted kill onto Sasa. Sasa got away. Doesn't matter, right? Shows up in the other fights and always sticking by Zyme's side. And I like the adjustment from Todak. They were like, okay, first of all, we're gonna bring Momo for a flank. Wait, never mind. Let's just bring Sizzle. All we need to do is to find a Harriet, and who can stop us, right? Smooth is preoccupied by Todak's main force running at KGE. The backline completely exposed.
And it helps so much, especially in the later stages of the game, when you get the evolved version of Bloom, your on-hit effects, it stacks up with everything Roger wants to do with. So this is just a great exploit, making sure that Shizzle stays alive with the ult coming in from the floor and as well in the final moments of that game, making all the difference.
In blink of an eye, this game ended. I mean, 13 kills to 7. You'd think that this game was very close, and I'd say it was close until one point, right? After the Lord fight, it really felt like KG completely lost control of the game. They did try to group up S5, they did try to get pick-offs, but realistically, who are you killing, right? You're not killing the Fredrin, you're definitely not killing the High Loss. So congratulations to Todak for giving High Loss his first win in the first appearance in MPL.
That's so crazy. It's so crazy how this game went. Look at that, 3 turtles, didn't matter. 1 Lord, that's all it took.
Absolutely crazy. What, 3 turtles, in terms of the turrets as well, right? KG, they were the first one to get the first turret.
You're right,
Sasa,
yeah.
Was it Sasa or Smooth? Like one of the three of their lane, I believe it was Sasa, right?
Yes.
Freed up his lane, didn't matter.
Oh my goodness. We look at the item builds once more, and Smooth, you dirty dog. The man is like, dominance, ice, hell nah. Give me brute force, breastplate, baby. Give me that oracle as early as I can. I'm gonna be diving. Doesn't matter, you're healing. My Dom Ice isn't going to make a difference, and the new changes to it, I don't think Shizzle is going to hit me for free, so no, full damage, baby.
Yeah, but Smooth, still, I mean, even for Susujin, he was literally brick walling Todak. He's like, you're not getting past me, and Todak, they just brute force past Susujin. They did not care who was standing in their way. X-Win, wild charge, doesn't matter. It is so hard to stop Todak once Sasa goes down, and you know, we said that KG, they've been playing around Sasa a bit too much, got to spread out their resources a little bit. But this game, they really needed to play around Sasa, and they just could not keep him alive.
I think this is one of the few situations where having a traditional front to back might not exactly be a good thing, right? Like KGE, it's clear, they must play in a uniform battle formation in comparison to Todak, who can go above and beyond, come from many different angles here, and especially when you have the glorious pathway, there's no running away from that.
And that is the best example was the last fight, right? Momo just puts it on top of KG, and then it's a free-for-all. And especially when this Zyme Senpoi Luoyi was the very first pick by Todak, right? And it gives KG an idea that, okay, Todak, they can easily go for a crunch, but KZ still committed to this front to back, and can I say it backfired? I think Todak just found a way around it. It's a better way to put it.
I feel, okay, if I really think about it, do I think that this front to back actually backfired? I don't think so. I think a lot of it just came down to raw execution, and I think that Todak just came out the better victor here. I mean, considering the plays that we saw, just I would say the overutilization of Bloom specifically being passed around for fun, like it was just a lucky charm that everybody have, and every single time somebody had Bloom, something good came out of it.
Yeah, I mean, right now we're looking at the side of, you know, the damage taken also. You can clearly see that Gary is not that guy, Momo is.
Momo is. He's taking so much damage, and he can because he's high loss, and it's like, this is what I do. Yeah. This is my one goal in life.
Yeah, return High Loss to its glorious days. It terrorizes people in the roam and now in the XP. It's such a Momo thing, man. Did it last season, worked out, brought it out. Of all things in this first game against KG, we thought that they would at least save it until game 2, but Todak coming in hot and securing a very convincing win.
Yeah, I think one of the few underrated things is the fact that this glorious pathway is actually good for 2 things, right? engaging and disengaging sounds like a good idea, but let's talk about re-engaging, right? Let's say you drop it down a little too early. KGE is like, oh yes, you dropped it down, I'm still going to push forward into you because we have an advantage. And now once they start backing up and then realize the counter engage has actually gone on through, let's say Malaysia is able to get like a big stun, and then Zyme Senpoi combos over them, or maybe Gary is able to like lock on to Sasa. KG has to pull back. With that glorious pathway, people like Malaysia, people like Gary, who don't naturally have a high amount of movement speed, are able to actually keep up with the pace of KGE, constantly being on that front line, sticking to them like glue.
Yeah, and this lineup for Todak actually gets to play in an unconventional way because of the Luo Yi. If the Luo Yi is swapped out for a different mage, you could say this is just a straight up death ball comp, right? Momo, Glorious Pathway, we go all in. But with Zyme Senpoi and the Luo Yi, now we not only can death ball you, we can also crunch you from multiple angles.
Yep. I think, Todak, they played an incredibly smart draft here. And I think even more, it's emphasized even more that if anybody is like, oh, Detto's the problem in this game, it's Detto's fault. It's not Detto's fault. Like, what do you expect him to do with his ult? Whose ult do you want to take on this side? Another Glorious Pathway, I guess?
The best you could take is probably the Florian ult, right? The Bloom.
I mean, even with the Bloom, right? The true healing, you cannot out-sustain the raw damage that is coming out, that is just literally coming out from like consistently Momo and as well as Zyme Senpoi. That is the big problem. The AoE consistency, there's just so much peel on Todak's side.
Yeah, they try to bank it on smooth winning his lane, but against a high loss, there's just very little chance. And props to Coach Fly Solo, not just identifying how Todak likes to play. I think this combination that looked unorthodox from the start is actually starting to come together, right? We look at the history of Fly Solo. He was with Deus Vault. They play in a pretty unique manner. And now you come to Todak, who is doing the exact same thing with their own flair, and the coach identifying that, wait, Todak players actually have pretty nasty hero picks that you don't get to see often. Let's put that to the test, and it worked out perfectly.
I think I gotta give hats off to our MVP, Shizo, here, because again, both compositions conceptually play very, very similarly, right? They want that traditional front to back. If you're able to lock on to the damage dealers and you're able to take them out, you win. And right now, Shizo, he's so big. He's the MVP of this game because he is outplaying a lot of these situations. These engages from X-Wings are literally pitch-perfect angles, but Shizo is able to either Lycan Pounce, either transform, metamorph into the right direction, not get collapsed on it, and doesn't waste the battle spell at the same time.
The utilizations of the iframes is so good.
It's like pixel perfect.
Man is diving past inhibitors.
Yes!
Getting out, with it. It's out of this world.
It's the raw confidence that scares me. That makes Shizo such a scary player. Let's have a look at the Hall of Fame. It's all Todak players, from Rich Guy the carry, from Sandbag to Best Wingman. Give it up for Shizo, and Momo is our Sandbag. Best Wingman, Revelation. This guy,
way too good. He can play everything. Minotaur, not a problem. Tank supports, cool. Enchanter supports, great. Supports that bring you across the map, awesome.
Just the man who ruins side laner experience even when he's not there.
Yeah. And feats in game with the Diggy still wins. That is everything. I bet MPL Philippines is gonna make a compilation of our Reflection very soon. They've already done it,
Sooner rather than later, I would like, because again, he is really showing that he's bringing some good value to the team on top of the calls that are being given by Zyme Senpai. He is supplementing them. He is making sure that their plans fall through.
Which brings us to kind of the earlier topic we're discussing, right? KGE, are they gonna push the lead that they get? At one point they had like a 3,000-ish lead. We were expecting them to push it. They were not successful in doing so, but I'm also starting to notice a pattern with how KGE plays. They like to be methodical, but that also means that in terms of pacing, they're just not as fast as Todak.
Yes.
Todak are constantly running at them. Look at this very fight. That flank completely shut down Sasa. And the rest of KGE, they were so committed to putting on pressure onto Todak that every single fight from that point onwards played out the exact same way.
It looks like disconnect, right? At that point, it's like, oh yeah, they're definitely disconnected, but just look at it, right? The way that Todak are maneuvering, you can literally draw a line of where the front line and back line are supposed to be, and you can see that it slowly tilts and curves. Now, this particular fight, very, very difficult, because as much as I would like to believe that Smooth did as much as he can there, I think he might have gone for the wrong target. Arguably, he has to zone out Zyme Senpoi because he will peel him off of his main target regardless, but King Empire should never be fighting in a choke point.
Yeah, and I also realized even in the Lord fight where they lost the Lord, Smooth was chasing the Florian and didn't even get the kill at the end. I don't know, maybe KG, maybe like you said, perhaps there really is a disconnect. We've seen this kind of play out before, KG taking hard losses. It is a bit more bearable, I suppose, than against Homeboys last week, but still, the way that Todak recovered was something that I think KG were not prepared for.
Yeah, meaning I wasn't prepared for that either. I think either way, most people would be pretty impressed by both teams' performances in that game. But it just goes to show, KG have a little bit to learn here. They really need to start pressing their advantages really hard against their opponents. And it's not just a slow wraparound, it's also about being able to create off-tempo plays. Because I think what Todak recognized very quickly is they play around timers. So that's all we have to worry about. When are our timers come out?
Yeah. And that was something that KG did from the start of the regular season, right? Teams are starting to figure them out. Speaking about good timings, you know what time it is? It's time to talk about the new collaboration skin between Mobile Legends, Bang Bang, and also King of Fighters 97, because you get to unlock 3 awesome skins, Valir, Masha, and also Paquito from 24th of April up to 31st of May. You can join this bingo draw event, take a shot at winning these 3 brand new KOF collab skins and unlock the exclusive ID tags. From 24th of April to 30th, you can grab the skins and unlock the gold exclusive ID tags, and afterwards, you can still snag the silver ones. And during the event, you can enjoy a sweet 50% discount on the first 10 draws, and every first draw of the day, you also get a discount. So don't miss out this opportunity.
And don't forget to share us on social media, whether you crack it in your first draw. If you do that, well, props to you, you're a lucky man.
Yeah, and shout out to my friend out there who drew the Ducati Irithel with the free draw. This is your chance. Draw Kyo or someone you like. I don't know, go for it.
Yeah, anybody but Terry Bogard.
Terry Bogard, yeah, still my favorite skin.
Yeah, if you get Terry Bogard, we need to have a chat. We need to have a big chat. But oh my goodness, what a game.
Yeah, it's just crazy how Todak are just evolving every single day. It's not to say that KG, they're not improving, but it felt like they might be plateauing to a certain extent. We'll just have to see how it plays out. But we actually talked to King Shah, so let's hear what he had to say.
Seterusnya, you guys akan jumpa Todak pula. Satu lagi ex-champion MPL Malaysia kan. Kita tahu diorang pernah champion 3 kali.
Betul.
So, sekarang ni Todak actually dalam main line up diorang ada 2 import Filipina. Manakala King Empire pula ada 2 import Indonesian dan juga Indonesian coach. Okay, King Shah, in your opinion kan, import mana yang actually lagi banyak chemistry ataupun lagi in sync dengan player-player Malaysia? PH ke Indo?
Kalau you tanya I, for now macam I manage I punya team, memang I nampak Indonesia lah. Because kita punya bahasa kadang senang nak berkomunikasi dengan Indonesia. Indonesia senang faham bahasa kita. Sebab bagi Indonesia lebih senang untuk chemistry.
Player mana yang come out on top? Is it KGE punya Malaysian local players ataupun Todak punya local players? Sebab dua-dua team ada 3 local players.
So daripada pendapat saya, of course lah, I akan cakap KGE punya local players. Sebab kita kena faham satu benda is that kita ada Smooth dan Sasa. Sebab dua-dua tu kita dah tahu, diorang dah ada pengalaman. Even Sasa dengan Smooth pun dah pernah menang MPL. So bagi saya pengalaman diorang lagi banyak daripada Todak punya local players lah. Diorang boleh guide adik-adik diorang dalam tim KGE ni to the top.
Which reminds me of something that I believe I saw a few days ago on, was it Instagram or TikTok? But it was kind of the behind the scenes for KGE, right? I think King Shah was talking to X-Win, was feeling obviously really down after losing Homeboys, and he was saying something along the lines of, sometimes you gotta take a big fall. Sometimes you gotta really get punched in the gut to wake up. This is the chance. I mean, Todak, they're leading the series 1-0, and we all know the Patriots, once they get the momentum going, it is very, very hard to stop them. And what are the adjustments that KG needs to make in terms of maybe draft or play style for Game 2?
Well, I think this is one of the few times that we're hoping that the team stays together on some of these calls, right? We know for a fact that when the team plays together, it looks a lot better when everything is kind of set in stone. And I think that's something that KG needs to work on. They need to be a little bit more flexible on the split-second decisions that happen in the middle of the fight, which we are seeing that Todak have quite the edge on them, right? As things are consistently changing in the middle of the fight, as the shape is changing, you see Todak change.
Let's look at what Momo has to say, because we asked Momo if there's any other heroes who we see him playing, and he's like, yeah, there are a lot that I have not, showed yet, especially the patch right now is sort of an assassin meta patch. Maybe we'll see tank junglers like Tigreal, Atlas, and so on and so forth. He's definitely trolling.
Yeah, because he's definitely the jungler for Todak.
Definitely, I 100% believe Gary will play Tigreal jungle.
Yeah. They switch phones at the beginning of the game. They do their settings on each other's phones, and then once they're done with the draft and get into the land done, they quickly switch on each other so that Momo is actually playing jungle the entire time.
So I would like to see Atlas though. It could be preempted most of the time by a Diggy ban. Who knows? If there's one team crazy enough to do it, I'm looking at Todak. Game 2, KGE decides that they are going to go on blue side and start it off. We don't want to do with Zion Senpai's Loi. We're going to get that out of the way.
And again, Todak not really changing it up at all, right? They're making sure that they're getting rid of the Novaria, getting rid of the Benedetta. Are they going to let Chip through? No, KGE are the ones who ban out the Chip because I'm guessing they're going to Roger first pick this. Sasa's going to Roger.
I agree. I think so too.
Come on. Who are we kidding here?
You know what, Todak? Ban the Wait, no, they got to ban Matilda, right?
Yeah, they... Oh, actually they don't. I need to think about this.
Has Matilda lost yet in regular season?
She doesn't get to play in the regular season. Let's be real.
Has she even been picked once?
I think she has,
but not losing the game, right?
Yeah, definitely not losing the game.
Ooh, Fly Solo, you're playing a dangerous game.
I mean, he's thinking about it, right? Because he could really mess up the plans of KGE right here. But now,
ban it out.
Ban it out. They're like, okay, let's just give it to him, right? Shizo, I trust you. You're gonna win no matter what. Sasa. He's getting older. You can beat him in age already. That's what I'm imagining the comm sounding like.
That would be funny. I need to listen to the mic check. I know these teams have a lot of behind the scenes mic check. Takes usually a week or two for it to get released. With the Roger come out for Sasa. They did the exact same thing last week against Homeboys, right? Lose game 1, game 2. They're like, you know what? We're just gonna prioritize Sasa's hero. But the change they made, I think, was last week they stuck onto the red side, and now they're willing to go onto the blue side. Angela first pick, okay.
That was one of the other picks that we didn't see KGE ban out, because their original, when they were on red side, was Matilda, Angela, as well as Chip. Yeah. 3 of these getting banned out, and the fact that Angela gets to go through begs the question, Todak, how do you respond?
There's still the Baxia. It's always great with the anti-heals. I mean, you want to play... I was thinking of Nolan, right? You could take it away from KGE.
Do you want to... I think you need to deny an enabler, that's for sure. You definitely want to...
Box out, right? Do we just take it away?
Do we take the Boxia this early on? I mean, it feels bad for Gary because it feels like he always has to play these tanks every single time. Roger definitely understood. Boxia might be a good call, actually.
They'll take the Barats instead.
Oh, okay, that works too.
Which still works.
I think I'm fine with that. Because at the end of the day, Daytona's Welcome is a natural counter. Oh, you hard guard? Guess I'm going to get a 2-for-1.
Now the question is for KG, who is Susujin going to be playing, right? I mean, I feel like assassin junglers are sort of out of the conversation already, unless KG wants to really amp up the tempo, which we haven't really seen any signs of that so far in the regular season.
I mean, to be fair, you could go for the Nolan if you wanted to, but it's
Fredrin Export,
right?
Yeah, I was thinking of either Fredrin or Bucks. Yeah, you can only go for either or.
Sag, still no assassins. But question being, now that Loi's out of the pool, what's going to be the mid lane picks coming in from Todak's side? Do they want to lock it in now and then use their last 2 bans to target Deto like they did previously?
Unless they're very sure that X-Wing is going to be on the Angela, which I highly doubt so. I have a feeling that this could be a Deto Angela.
I hate that. I hate that so much. I hate when teams decide, you know what, it's a good pick, we're going to throw it in the mid lane no matter what. But we'll see, because again, with the new item changes, I haven't done the exact math yet. If we go full Magic Angela, is that going to make any difference here? Florin, once more.
Angela into Florin. Of course, both supports have their own pros and cons. Florin is just, I can be anywhere and still help my team out. And that means, at least, if you are KG, you know that Todak has not had the mid lane yet, right? If you want to target down Zion Senpai, this is the opportunity to do so. I know the last game they did ban out the Kaja, but they saw the Florin, so they don't have to worry about roamers anymore. One of the things that really stopped KG against Homeboys in their game 2 was the fact that they locked in the export for Smooth, right? Now he doesn't necessarily have a lane that wins very strong, and the capabilities of Smooth just going to the back and causing disruption has significantly reduced. Like his role changes from me going to the back and me needing to peel for my team.
That's fair. That's fair. Speaking of peel, we are seeing the Natan and as well. Oh, the drums are coming back here. All right. During the draft. All right, that makes sense. Lilia getting banned out for the side of KGE. Smart options here because again, it's difficult to imagine. It's difficult to imagine seeing that KGE, they do need... Wait, did they miss out a... Okay, it's still the ban phase. All right. I'm pretty sure that X-Win is going to get the Grok one more time here. Because they need somebody to actually help this Angela in that mid lane to get priority. That's why we're seeing the Lilia bans here. I'm guessing they'll probably want to get rid of something else that also clears the lane really, really quick. If not, KGE can make a quick twist at the very end if Todak decides to show their mage early on.
It could be, you know, I don't know, Grok seems like the best choice. Tigro, Minotaur, you name it, just big setters. And Todak, this time they're done targeting that mid lane. They're sure that this is going to be a dead toe Angela, so they're zoning in onto, you know, Sasa instead. 4 marksmen have been eliminated from the pool. There's really not that much left aside from the carry. And, you know, recent number changes to carry, it didn't look that good. The Paquito ban from KGE at the very last second.
Interesting. Throw them off the scent. All right. Valentina gets picked up on Todak's side. Very smart of them.
Now you got Hard Guard and Bloom.
Get
a taste of double heal.
That's disgusting. That's kind of disgusting here. KGE, on the other hand, I think this might be the angle. Oh, boy. What can you actually go for here, realistically?
The Baxia rope. I mean, it does happen, not here.
It's true, but it feels like, I mean, we need to see what the marksman pick for KGE is going to be, right?
Yeah.
They could go for... What would actually be good here? You're already in a losing lane against the Roger no matter what, so now you need a way to protect yourself from the dive, but both BMI users have been taken out with the Natan. Ooh, the Beatrix is not bad. They've got Sutsujin on the Fredrin for lockdown, but they will need one more to be another enabler. I'm thinking Eli Toe.
Oh yeah, Brody, right.
Brody as well as Yves. First time we're seeing Yves after the patch.
Oh, so they're putting X-Win on the Angela. That's the twist that you say might happen at the end.
Especially if Todak showed their mage, and that's what they did, right? I was expecting it to be the other way around, where Todak decided not to go for the Valentina, and then KGE are the ones who get to pick it up for themselves, and that's going to be the twist. But, well, I don't mind this too much.
Yeah, at least you have a strong laner into a Roger, right? Like you hit the level 4 spike. If you get a decent enough lane, you can start participating in fights slightly earlier than the Roger himself. Of course, turret pushing, that's what the Brody brings to the table, and he's the only guy on the team that can reliably siege turrets.
Yeah, I think the best part about this is that KGE identified what the mid lane
Oh boy.
Kidding me, dude.
Oh boy, I think it's the Gary Alpha. Yup, we've seen this before. Last season as well, man. They're bringing us back down memory lane. You know, Momo, Hylos, Gary Alpha.
Kind of feels like Todak has been watching NACT or something. Kind of crazy. Kind of crazy.
As if it's not already bad enough that you have a Fredrin into a Barrage now. You're going to lose your entire health bar to an Alpha.
Oh boy. This could snowball out of control for either side. It really can.
What does your Xborg do? I don't see an angle for Xborg right now, right?
He exists.
He exists. Alpha sees you, dives on you, there goes the Faraga armor, and it's nice out.
Yeah, it's an interesting adaptation, right, between the interactions between both of these teams. We're going to discuss this even more, but I think it's time we get into the game.
Todak against King Empire Esports. This time KG opting to take blue side, and Todak on the red, up in this series by 1 point. One more, and it's going to send them up to top 2, overtaking KG on the leaderboard. KG, they got to be able to push this to a game 3.
Well, let's find out who's going to be able to do it. Sutsujin going to be starting on his purple buff, and Gary going to mirror him on the opposite side of the map. They will end up on 2 different parts, and I'm pretty sure Sutsujin should end up on towards the gold side. So Gary playing against the EXP.
And it's not often we see X-Win on, you know, non-fight setter support, so this is a slightly different look, playstyle for KGE, but it doesn't stray too far away from what they like to do, right? Still wants to play together as a team, and then Todak just decided, you know what, we're going to double down. We're going to have tank shredders, and we'll have double the healing in these fights, so even if you want to death ball us, you cannot do it.
Yeah, and Gary able to take the Litho Wanderer on his side. He should be able to hit 4 first, and here's where it gets extremely dangerous now. Because if Detta walks up too far, Revelation and Zyme Senpai can chunk him out, and X-Win is running out of mana, right?
Yeah.
They need to consistently, both teams here are looking to have mid lane control to affect the side lanes, right?
Yeah.
Now the question is the distribution. How are they going to do it? Is it going to be a 2 and 3? Is it going to be a 2 and 2? How exactly are they going to start protecting Brody? Or maybe in Smooth's case, send one person just to kind of deter your opponents to slow them down.
And how are you going to get Detto out of the lane? Because Zyme and Reflex said they're not leaving this lane, right? They're just going to keep on putting on the pressure. Gary misses that ultimate. It's fine for Toda. Gary still has that advantage with the invade that he got early on just now. Now, KG, they're looking at top side. Momo into Smooth, the Barrage. If Smooth plays this right and kind of plays with the cooldowns, he can push Momo away, especially when this first turtle is coming up. But you also got to be aware of that alpha to not lose your Firaga armor before the fight actually starts.
Yeah, I think that might be the case here. Oh, it lands!
They're going to immediately go onto him. That's what we've been talking about. No flicker, no Firaga armor. He hits 4, but he cannot contribute.
Yeah, man, can't do much here. And Detto, he's going to hit 4. Same goes for Smooth, but with no resources, this doesn't look doable.
Yeah, cannot contest this. Just the timing from Toda, they're so on the mark. I don't know, I feel like KG probably should have seen it coming, right? The timing was really obvious, so very unfortunate for Smooth. I really felt like KG, that could be an opportunity for them to really press the lead, but now you're giving space to Toda. That gold lead might not look much right now, but you look at the state of the map, Toda, they're constantly crossing that half-point threshold.
Yep, they're just walking into the river, making sure that this is our territory. It's not no man's land anymore. Surprisingly, Shizo as well as Sasa barely trade against each other. Oh, it's just that dangerous and that volatile.
Especially for Shizo, he's not in a rush, right? If we are farming this lane together, it's completely fine. You know, I don't bother you, you don't bother me. We have a neutral state. Let's leave it to our team to affect the rest of the map. And even Momo is having a good time. He is almost a full level ahead of Smooth in terms of experience, and Detto, he's not going to have a good time. Real manipulation already forced out. That one, I believe, courtesy of Zyme Senpai.
Yeah, good timing because Zyme Senpai actually needs to recall soon, so he calls the help of his jungler, and they even get free resources out of Detto. And now the EXP lead is starting to become evident here. I think that Todak, despite winning out in these small fights, King Empire not too nervous about it, right? They still need some time to actually scale up into this matchup. We're looking for first items to hit, to come in as quick as possible.
Oh man.
Dirty boy.
Just gonna leave the wave, and now Smooth can't even walk up. Every time he walks up, he risks losing Firaga armor if Gary shows up.
That's so obnoxious. So obnoxious to deal with. But Sasa, at the very least, he's still alive, he's still healthy, he hasn't given a single kill over to Shizo.
Contrary to game 1 where KG had a good start, this is a game where they are losing out slowly but surely, right? In terms of experience, which is kind of the main focus. And that means they're giving up space. You have to give turtle away. You have to give up your lane pressure, map control. The question is, when is KG going to make an attempt? It could be this one, but Smooth can't even walk up. Susujin, same as well. Immediately gets gobbled up. RWM used by the side of KG. They come to Blue Man. It's going to be Smooth that gets first blood. Gary forced to back off, and Toda not able to win the fight, but at least they get out with the turtle.
All right, they trade 1 for 1 here. However, you're trading a jungler for an EXP laner. Momo more than happy to go even against Smooth the next time he shows up in lane. But for Gary, having a level up on this Frederick is such a big deal. It's so important. Now he's 2 levels up on Sutsujin in the meantime, and now he gets to walk into enemy jungle for free.
Sasa, he's going to be under pressure also.
God.
Some harassment. Reflexa does show up, but it's going to be more than just Reflexa. Gary in the jungle as well. KG have people nearby.
They do, but I don't think they're going to take the risk.
Yeah, this invade just going to go in favor of Todak nonetheless.
Actually disgusting. Gary just taking away the side camps. He knows that Sutsujin can never beat him in 1v1.
Oh, Sutsujin. Okay. Gets the taunt, but look at the help out. Sutsujin going down very fast, but damage and backup is here. Gary ends up getting punished. Smooth still wants more the RWM from Zyme Senpai to give him the extra shield. Smooth does have the hard guard on top of him. It's going to use right now, but he doesn't have Firaga armor. Gets the flicker. Shizo wants to go in for the reset, but couldn't find the kill. As the rest of KG, they're going to start peeling away, and Todak not able to claim anything.
Dude, oh my god. If Smooth died to that Lycan pounce, it was over. That was going to be a double kill. Guaranteed. Guaranteed.
It's
on
so
Shizo.
dangerous.
Holy cow, these fights.
Literally playing it on the edge. I mean, using Hot God on an export without Fragile Armor is always a feels bad, right? He doesn't even have much health to work with. You saw that shield.
Yep.
That shield was so minuscule.
It was tiny, but it was necessary. That shield made the difference between a double kill and nothing at all. So I'll take it any day. Todak still 1.2k, struggling to actually grow this lead. And it doesn't help that Gary ended up dying because now Sutsujin caught up by 1 level. It doesn't mean that it's over just yet, right? It still means that Gary still can take Sutsujin on in a 1v1, but that's never the case.
Sasa just got his Malefic Roar also. Okay, Zyme Standpoint this time changing that stolen ultimate to a last insanity. He wants to play zoning and no one can stop Zyme Standpoint. They want to attempt to break the Fragile Armor of Smooth, but Zyme is going to use that ultimate just to get away and clear that mid wave a little bit. They are slightly outnumbered. Sasa finally showed up. Daytona's welcome use onto Smooth. Gary gets the turtle. And now Sutsujin does have the hard guard onto him. How can Todak play this though? Smooth losing his health but very quickly. Todak just pounces onto him. Smooth goes down. Sasa completely zoned away by Gary. KG, they cannot fight this. But Todak, they want to chase for more. Flicker 4 from Zyme Standpoint. Sutsujin dashes Shizo underneath the turret. Uses the Purify to get out of harm's way. Detto is the target. Shizo stays alive and Detto dies. But in the end, Zyme Standpoint gets the collection. KG loses 3 at the cost of nothing.
I swear to God, Todak is back. Todak is back. They won that fight because Zyme Senpai decided, I'm going to use the last insanity on the mid wave. How crazy is that? Brody walks up. I have to deal with the wave. By the time he walks in on that fight, Todak is pushing King Empire in towards Tri-Brush territory, and now Brody can't get his damage in.
Yeah, and Gary zoned down Sasa all on his own, and this is minor Hail Mary Smooth needed to keep Todak at bay. And we're starting to see the exact same phenomenon as last week. KGE felt like a puppet on a string, but Todak, they're the ones controlling the state of the game. They're controlling how KGE plays. They're controlling every single movement.
Dang.
Look at this.
I never thought that Malaysia would come to a point, MPL MY specifically, that singular move made all the difference here. That was the game changer. I thought somebody was going to make a mistake, but no, it was played perfectly by both sides. It's just unfortunate that Sasa was just not at the right place at the right time. He couldn't have been.
And Todak, of course, looking for more. KG this time read their movements. It will clear out the wave. But look at where Todak positioned, right? This is all telegraphed. It's all orchestrated. We want that bot wave because that's where the Lord is going to spawn. We don't get it, we'll shove the mid wave. KGE are just not able to out-shove Todak.
They don't have the tempo. There's nothing much they can do about this, right? They can try their best to protect their turrets, but at the end of the day, Shizo, he's scaling, and he's scaling real quick. He's looking for those kills, and that's what King Empire is trying to deny him of. But this is where it gets really, really difficult, right? Look at that. Gary, level 13 to Sutsujin's level 10. 3 level difference.
Hey, KG, they want to rush this. Okay, gobble up. That's going to be used by Gary. Hard on top of Sutsujin. KG, they will need to get the Lord no matter what. Ultimate is already used, and Sutsujin gets the objective. But Todak, they're breaking out the kills, and Shizo is the one that gets it. The reset is available for the Lycan 4, but KGE able to keep Todak at bay. 1-4-1 by Lord for KGE.
Whoa. Whoa. Dangerous stuff here. Sutsujin still playing with fire, trying to fake himself, walking into the bush, trying to preemptively get spells out of Todak. Now, with the Lord on their side, a very big Lord. I'm not sure what the call was coming in from Todak, especially since they got the Daytona's welcome onto Sutsujin.
And KGE finally taking a bit of the risk, right, to rush the Lord down and know that if they don't get it, this could be over. But Gary fights 2 of them! The collection for Todak. KGE just overstepped by a bit, and they lose 2.
God. It's coming down to the smallest of margins here. This is the cleanest gameplay we've seen all season from both of these teams. It's looking real good here, especially in this game number 2, where both sides, it's not like they want to make these mistakes. They're just so tiny and they're almost minuscule, almost negligible margins.
And they just got, it's not even a lead, right? It's just a chance to stay in this game, and as fast as they got it, Todak just pried it out of their hands.
Oh, they're forcing them. They're doing 4-1 right now for the side of Todak. I mean, they know that Gary is so strong by himself that he's fine to do whatever he wants. What's Brody really going to do? Walk up and flicker on him? Yeah, think again.
No one can stop Gary.
He's too strong.
Supposedly, it should be KG's wave pushing, but if you tell me that Todak got the Lord, I wouldn't have doubted you.
Yeah, and let's not forget, right? The biggest problem is that once Gary is deep in enemy lines, he kind of has to keep fighting, right? He has to use his sweep to heal up as much as he can. He's got to make sure that he is able to buy enough time so he gets another Spear of Alpha because it's on a very short cooldown. But I think Rough Malaysia has been playing very, very well. The timings on his ult is keeping Gary alive and lining it up with the rest of his abilities to make sure that the spell vamp is always at a maximum, at an all-time high, despite the necklace of Durances that are coming out.
And I gotta say, Zyme Senpoi has been constantly ahead of Detto. Even at this point of time, experience-wise, Todak are still ahead in 3 out of the 5 roles that are available. Gary ahead of Susujin by 3, Zyme Senpoi ahead of Detto by 2. Even Shizo, he is also leading in terms of that. Susujin, I think you gotta fall back. You just have to let Todak take it.
Yeah, you don't have a choice here. They don't have a choice. And we all see mid lane, we see that Smooth is trying to make sure preemptively getting rid of that mid wave so that Todak don't have another point to actually increase that tempo. That just means that they know that Smooth is going to be on that top side of the map. He's just going to proxy the wave instead of clearing the entire thing. Very smart from Smooth's side.
Has to bring help. Smooth, he can't hold Cizo back. He needs to bring help. Susujin,
dear God,
there to help him. But the rest of Todak is going up. This could be the timing. Smooth, he needs help, but he doesn't get it. And X-Win, he jumped on! Chizo, straight to the back! The throat of King Empire exposed to Todak. And just one forced mistake, Todak have completely overwhelmed KGE. Detto creates the box, real one manipulation, but it's actually Todak's world. And KGE are just living in it. The Kings of Jungle fell, and Todak with a 2-0.
Beautiful game. That right there, best game of the season. That right there, so beautiful, so well done from both of these teams. GG, well played. Todak takes the series 2-0 against KGE.
The second team to fall the battalion in a dominant fashion, and even the word dominant feels like an understatement. Todak completely crushing KGE. This game too, I was looking at the map, I was like, great, Smooth, you proxy the wave, but I don't think you should show up in the top lane. He shows up. The moment Shizo saw him, I think the game was done from that point onwards. Woo! It's the smallest of margins.
It's the smallest. Dude, I don't know who's gonna get the MVP at the end of the day, but shout out to Zyme Senpoi. He is forcing mistakes upon his opponents, and they don't even know it.
Yeah, it really felt like maybe in KG's head, we're just doing what we need to do to keep ourselves in the game, but to Todak, it was a mistake, and Todak capitalized on it. Breathtaking series from the Swordfishers. We're gonna throw it to Rose on the stage to talk to Todak, the King of Oceans, about this win.
Kemenangan 2-0 untuk pasukan Todak. 3 mata penuh. Guys, give them the warmest round of applause. Mantap. Guys, itu adalah satu permainan yang sangat hebat dan sangat-sangat pandai dari pasukan Todak. Okay, speaking pasal hebat dengan pandai, let's start with Momo dulu. Guys, calm down please. Thank you very much. Okay, Momo. Game pertama. Okay, semua orang shock sebab ini adalah first high loss untuk musim ini. Lepas tu main dekat EXP lane pula. What led to that decision untuk Momo dapatkan high loss dan kenapa dia tengah gelak? Adakah salah pick lagi?
Actually tak salah pick, tapi kita dah training lah untuk lawan dengan KC ini. Kita akan bawa high loss lah.
Kenapa? Is there any specific reason kenapa you guys pilih high loss?
Actually sebab tak tahu lah, sebab saya suka main high loss. Itu je.
Sebab suka je?
Sebab suka je.
So you guys played around that lah, sebab Momo suka main high loss tu yang korang pilih high loss.
Ya, betul.
I see. So Momo, boleh tak bagi teaser sikit? Ada EXP hero lain tak yang akan keluar dari side korang? Yang menarik, tak nampak lagi?
Actually nanti saya akan must main dekat ESP lah. Just tunggu lah, lawan siapa tu tak tahu lah.
Wow! Benda ni menarik sebab usually sekarang kan kita ada meta baru where fighter yang main dekat gold lane. So sekarang MM dekat EXP.
Betul.
Menarik.
Todak je buat nanti.
Todak je yang buat. Itu dia. Alright. Okay, can we please pass it dekat... Okay, we go to Zaim. Zaim tengah hide tu, so kita pass dekat dia. Alright, Zaim, how are you?
I'm fine.
You're fine.
Yeah.
Okay, dengan kemenangan ni sekarang you guys dekat nombor 2 regular season leaderboard. Kalau tak silap saya ya, okay, forgive me if I'm wrong, tapi tak silap saya, you guys sekarang dekat nombor 2. Okay, confirm, nombor 2. Tadi, Casters tengah bincang pasal curse daripada season 7 mana pasukan dekat nombor 2 regular season selalu dapat champion dekat grand finals. Adakah curse ni akan berlaku sekali lagi sebab Todak sekarang tengah duduk dekat nombor 2?
Yang tu tak boleh cakap tak tahu. Tapi mungkin boleh jadilah.
So adakah ini kali keempat Todak pegang championship title?
InsyaAllah boleh.
Wow, tengok the crowd likes it. Tapi, what else will the crowd like? Siapa MVP perlawanan ini? Wow, the crowd is saying Zaim. Apa kata kita tengok MVP kita? In 3, 2, 1. Jeng, jeng, jeng. Wow. Oi, oh. Shizo! Hi Shizo, how are you? Kamusta?
Okay lang po.
Okay lang? Okay, Shizo. Okay. Don't fight. Ha, he wants to dance? Menari apa? Anong sasayawin mo? Ha?
No.
Dia nak menari apa? Ajim, dia nak menari apa? Dia nak menari apa? Fargoy. Ish, you guys ni. Jangan Pedro. Okay, so Shizo, gusto kong malaman, okay? Madaming nagsasabi na parang hindi parang masyado kang strong, hindi kang parang masyadong nagsashine sa o sa gold lane mo ngayon. And napatunayan mo naman ata na magaling kang mag-gold laner. So kanina, anong nangyari and why did you guys decide na maglaro ka ng Roger sa gold lane? Kasi maraming nagsasabi pag gold laner, Roger, kailangan aggressive ka, diba?
I don't know. I just play normally on Roger, but I think I have extra power because he's my opponent on Rookie of the Season.
Okay. So, dia cakap, sebab I tanya, ramai orang cakap kalau nak main Roger gold lane ni, biasanya orang kena aggressive. And these past few weeks, ada certain comments yang diorang cakap macam Shizo ni dekat gold lane macam biasa-biasa je sebab tak shine sangat. Dia tak buat flashy gameplay. So, I tanya dia, apa yang buat dia main Roger? Dan dia cakap, dia extra powerful sebab dia cakap opponent dia Rookie of the Season. Betul? Betul. Oh, you understand? Do you know how to speak Malay? No? Oh, but you understand what I said. Okay, can we please pass it to Gary? Scary Gary. Okay, Gary. Ramai orang cakap Assassin meta is back, but kita still nampak tank meta. Kuja tengah trend dah, apa nak cakap ni? Okay, so adakah Gary akan main Assassin on your next match ataupun masih lagi dengan tank jungler?
Tak, kan Muntu cakap meta Assassin is back kan?
Yes.
Cuma dia pergi buff juga tank jungle. So, macam mana nak main Assassin? Jungle pun kena buff.
Okay, tapi kalau bagi Gary peluang, apa Assassin hero yang Gary sangat-sangat nak main?
Saya rasa Link kot. Sebab last main season lepas lah.
Season lepas. Okay, diorang cakap the last time Gary main Link was 222 hari sebelum ni. So, adakah dia akan muncul balik? Okay, last Ajim. Ni, I sangat-sangat nak tanya. Sebab beberapa musim lepas, Todak ialah satu pasukan yang bawa hero pelik-pelik dekat MPL sampai casters pun dah start trend yang dorang kena guess line up korang. Adakah benda ni akan jadi sekali lagi?
Boleh jadi sebab saya tengok caster macam suka sangat meta je. Tu try lah guess hero Todak lepas ni.
Wow, okay. So, Ajim, apa yang you nak cakap dekat fans-fans Todak yang datang tengok full house hari ni walaupun Jumaat?
Okay, sebelum tu saya nak panggil seseorang boleh?
Boleh.
Balot, datang Balot. Balot.
Abang Lot.
Balot.
Ada orang panggil ni Abang Lot. Okay. Wow. Dia punya intro kan macam movie tau. Alright. Hai Abang Lot, sihat? Sihat Abang Lot?
Nak bagi tahu dekat King Shah.
tak perlu letak king dalam pasukan. Kita nak tunjuk who is the real king. Tak perlu letak empire. We already created that empire before.
Mantap. Alright, come on, let's wrap it up. What do you want to say to the Patriots yang datang untuk sokong korang hari ini?
Alright, so alhamdulillah terima kasih untuk kedua-dua fans King Empire dan juga fans Todak. Saya tahu ini adalah hari Jumaat. Jadi jangan lupa fans Todak, sekali lagi kita akan berjumpa di venue yang sama pada hari Ahad jam 3 petang.
Alright, thank you so much to Todak and congratulations. You guys may now go celebrate your win. Alright, mantap. Itu dia Minggu Diraja kita. Hari pertama tapi gameplay dah sangat-sangat sengit. Apa lagi esok masa seru Saturday. Todak dapat bawa balik 2 berbalas 0-3 mata penuh, making them the second in the regular season standing. So, sebelum we wrap up our day, mari let's throw it back to the casters untuk dapat tahu macam mana Todak menang game best of 3 ni. Casters, silakan.
Thank you very much, Rose. Wow. Series of the regular season, and not just that, quote of the season as well. We don't need Empire in our name because we already built one. Good one, Abang Lord. Love it.
Nicely done, nicely done. He's been cooking on that one for a while. I keep up with his TikTok lives.
Yeah, every single time. He's very active. I know he's gonna go on TikTok live later tonight, so y'all can tune in.
He's gonna be cooking up the next one, I bet. But look at this, Shizo at the age of 19, an import from Todak. We were wondering whether Todak should be going down this route, to go down the Filipino import route, and it pays off finally as the whole team comes together, showing what they could possibly be. A team that have mechanical skill as well as forcing errors upon opponents.
That was sort of what Todak was missing, right? Again, they dabble in imports for one season, really didn't felt like it worked out, went back to a full logo team. Last season was mediocre at best, and they decided to take that leap of faith again, invest in imports, go to bootcamp, get Fly Solo into the squad, and look at what they have achieved, what they have cooked up. This is Todak on another level. People joke about the new era of Todak. How is it going to be like without Chiku? How is it going to be like that Moon is not on the team anymore? I'd say it looks so much better, and this is exactly what you want to see for in a completely new dimension.
Woo! It's so good. It's so very good here. Wait, was Revelation trying to go for a holy crystal there? I don't know.
I think so.
Yeah, he could have.
Blood Wings.
It could be blood wings as well.
Wings,
to be fair, if he had one more slot if he only had one more slot available, then we'll probably have a better idea of what this item was going to become. But overall, wow, what a series between the two, right? Because KGE is a very good gatekeeping team. Anybody who can beat KGE is looking to try and reach an international potential, because KGE on a fundamental level are so good at what they do. But the problem is that they don't press that advantage. And Todak have now elevated to a new level where they're forcing mistakes upon their opponents. The fact that we see weird things coming out from Zyme Senpai that most people are going to question. Why decide to clear that mid-wave using the last insanity of all things? You could have picked up a more valuable ultimate and then maybe turn around that turtle fight. But no, it forces people like Sasa to manage that mid-wave and now go into a fight where his entire front is literally Todak's back. They're looking backwards every once in a while. Over their shoulder is like, walk a little bit closer.
Yeah. And the best part is that they know that Sasa has to cross that mid-wave, and if you have minions, gives you vision. You see Sasa, it's time to turn. I mean, it's not just a macro sense, the micro sense that Todak has, I think, in this game. As much as we say KG fundamentally solid, fundamentals can only get you so far, right? Now you have to build on, you have to innovate. Game 1, KG has a lead, didn't get to push it, Todak came back afterwards. Game 2, Todak just won on every single front. Look at the experience lead that they had from minute 1 onwards.
Massive experience lead here, right? And I think it's good that they are finding that Shizo is somebody that reliably gets them over that finish line, considering all the moves that they're making, all the sacrifices everybody else is making. I just wish that Todak is able to activate Gary just as much.
Yeah, and I think also how the new Todak, when we compare them to KGE, well, when we compare them to the older Todak, old Todak, people joke about, it's just Chiku Esports, right? It's all about that gold laner. And then you look at KGE, it sort of feels like that way. But the only difference is that Todak moved on from that. Now it's not just Shizo. Zion Senpai can pull his weight. Man, Gary gets his alpha, now he does damage, and Momo plays whatever he wants.
And Momo, he's special.
He's a special man.
He's a special man. He's the only guy who goes on a plane in first class while everybody else is in economy. He's that good. KGE, on the other hand, I think if I have to be hypercritical on the way that they play, I think Sutsujin tunnel visions a little too much. I think in a game where it's very, very close margins here, it's 4-12, right? And these are off of two gigantic fights between these teams. Overall, the smaller interactions, they barely got kills out of that. At most, it's just a 1-for-1 trade, right? Compared to the other games with such high kill counts, you can definitely see there's a big difference in the way that they play. Sutsujin, on the other hand, I think he chases down his targets a little too much. Somebody needs to reel him back in. He needs to be able to kind of like let go of the mind of, I need to be able to chase my opponents down and start peeling for the rest of my team. And by the time he realizes that, it's too late. And in a game full of margins, unfortunately, Todak has 2 inches over him.
Yeah, and I think you could kind of take a page off of Bounty's playstyle, right? And how Havos controls the rest of the team. They want to chase, Havos is always there telling Yuna, I don't think we can chase this, or it's either we can chase this, just buy us a bit of time. I agree with that. I think when we look at the fights that KG were able to get, 1-2 kills and completely pull back, they look phenomenal, right? The formation was there, but once Todak breaks it, it really felt like KG struggles to put the pieces back together. That's where the tempo falls apart, and that's where Todak really pounces on the KGE.
Very much.
What's the margin? Look at KGE. From a macro sense, I think even for Smooth, his hands are tied. He's like, man, my team can't walk up. I need to clear waves, but I show myself and Todak jumps me.
Yeah, I think that Smooth overall, I don't think it was a bad decision. I definitely think that X-Win probably should have used the Heart Guard very early on onto Smooth's side just to make sure that it gets away, especially when we see the real world manipulation actually drop down. That mini stun, again, super annoying to deal with when you're walking out of it, but at the same time, you need to make sure that you don't give that kill reset over to somebody like Shizo. Maybe there could have been an itemization difference here from Smooth. Maybe you should have considered maybe getting a Winter Truncheon just to make sure he doesn't get leapt upon.
Maybe Imo first item, right? This is one of the few times
Yeah.
it might call for that. Well, this game, you look at the total kills, it's not even close. X-Win, I think the one Hard Guard Smooth, that one was needed. Afterwards,
Necessary.
everything was on Sutsujin. But for Todak, it doesn't really matter, right? Like, Sutsujin can stay alive, but all we need to do is we keep Sasa and Detto away, and that is it. That is kind of the main objective. And if Smooth doesn't have his Firaga armor, which Todak managed really well, and KG really doesn't have any reliable source of damage. Like, Sutsujin could stay alive for the entire fight and it wouldn't make a difference.
I think it would make a slight difference, to be fair. It would make a slight difference. I just think that the overall damage output from KGE is very much how much space are you able to create for Sasa. Because in a lot of these fights, right, it's very difficult to actually walk up into these fights, and at the same time, you have to deal with this Barats who naturally puts a line in the sand and says, if you walk here, if you walk past this line, you're going to come straight into the front line every single time the rockets are up. So it's a balancing act, a constant balancing act that KGE needs to learn, because look at this Hall of Fame. Rich Guy going over to Shizo once again from Todak. The carry also from Todak's side for Zion Senpai. Best wingman, Refalacia, and the sandbag this time, Sutsujin.
Yeah, just nothing much that he could have done. He's the only one that can tank Smooth. I feel like you can't afford to walk up, right? We say that Xbox needs to peel, but that's on the premise that you don't, your Firaga armor doesn't get threatened. And
yes.
For Todak, they're always threatening Smooth. I don't know. What I'm noticing a pattern on how Todak and Homeboys dealt with KG, aside from banning out the comfort picks, was the impact those bans have on KGE. Now you have only a singular damage dealer. Detto stops being the one that outputs damage. Smooth also doesn't have that freedom anymore. It's all on Sasa. And for teams like Todak, they know exactly which point to press to really hurt KGE.
Well, I mean, let's look at the highlights here, right? Because as we see it, in terms of the draft, right, my biggest issue here is that teams really prioritize this Angela a little too much, right? Yes, it's super annoying and really helps snowball your main damage dealers, or even your tank junglers to make them basically impenetrable. But in times like these, where you start falling behind, Angela doesn't really help you get back on track.
And that's what we were discussing slightly during the draft. We were like, where's this Angela gonna go? Is it gonna be Detto or X-Win? And we both sort of agree that, okay, I think X-Wing needs to be put on playmaker, right? You pointed out the Grok, and I'm like, perhaps a Minotaur or a Tigro. In this case, I think KG just doubled down on, let's get enough utility to keep our front line or our carries alive, and hopefully we outlast Todak. I personally felt like if you have to sack someone and relegate them to play Angela, I think Detto takes that role, right? Just let X-Wing make the big plays. But that's all done and dusted. Todak with 11 points, currently in the second place of the leaderboard, just 1 point behind SRG, which they have already lost to. But KGE currently on a losing streak, falling down to third place.
We say losing streak, they've only lost 2 games overall. They still have, what, 2 more games?
3 more.
3 more games,
One
right?
is next Saturday against SRG.
Yes, and that's not going to be easy. A lot of growth needs to be done there, but very happy that Todak is able to get second place here so far at 11 points. The top 3 are looking very good. Sorry, the top 4 are looking very, very good right now. A lot of potential, definitely some a little bit ahead of the curve than the others, of course, but I think that's the direction we want to see MPL MY go. We want to be able to mature.
Yeah, even Rising Stars, well, not really Rising Stars, but teams on the rise, Homeboys, right? After week number 3, Homeboys really felt like they were back. Surgical, fast play style, and then Monster Vicious is in a realm of their own. It's very creative, but able to pull it off. Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule though, because tomorrow is Service Saturday, which means we get the big guns out. First of all, starting with Niners against Monster Vicious, followed by Homeboys against RSGMY, and closing it out with Bounty Esports against the Selangor Red Giants.
Woo! A lot of interesting matchups here to see how much these teams have grown, but Homeboys versus RSG, that's going to be a good one. That's definitely going to be a good one, assuming that we get the, well, RSGMY and not its prime form.
Yeah, we need prime RSG. We found prime SRG, but prime RSG was the model. Them dropping to SRG, understandable. But they did lose to Barracuda last week, and that's where your faith, well, their fans' faith might have been shaken a little bit. Tomorrow is time for redemption. And I think even for RSG, they want to look for revenge against Homeboys, because Homeboys was the only team that beat them last season in the regular season.
But of course, I mean, that's just the way things go. I can't wait. I cannot wait for tomorrow, because a lot of things are going to be answered in my mind, and hopefully people are going to start picking up on the patches and the changes. We didn't get to see too much experimentation. We did get to see a lot of good old favorites kind of come back for a couple of games. I won't say that it's meta just yet. Don't want my ranked games to be ruined for the time being, but for the most part of it, it's a start.
Yeah, we only Todak were bold enough to do that. Well, I suppose Barracuda did it with the Ruby Gold lane, but don't do it, all right? Don't do it. I am highly against that.
You're highly against that. What about the Yeep in the mid lane?
I mean, Yeep is sort of back, I guess.
Yeah.
We need more time to see, right? I mean, it's been a long time since Yeep was part of the main mid lane roster. So I'm excited to see Farstar though, because tomorrow Homeboys is playing. We know Udo has played Farstar before. We might see Farstar again in her empowered form.
Her empowered form. I mean, now that they've kind of changed her ability, well, increased the number of values to help her clear the mid wave a little bit faster. I think I'm very happy with that. Hopefully, that is going to be enough to push her over the edge.
Yeah, and I think for today, if there's any lessons we learn, is that, well, Bounty is still not out of this just yet. There's a chance for them to just barely avoid relegation. They're tussling with Envy, they're tussling with Barracuda. As for the KGE series, it's back to the drawing board. You really got to start thinking on secondary win conditions. It's not just about Sasa. You might have to diversify that playing style a little bit in whatever amount of time that they have left in the regular season.
I think they need to start learning how to activate Sutsujin. They know how to activate smooth. Right now, we just need a way for Sutsujin to actually play the game comfortably, and more importantly so, generate leads for the team to play around so that they can have an easier time.
I think the saving grace for KG was that they won the first 4 series, right? So they're not in the danger zone, but teams are really starting to figure them out. So this is the second challenge for KG to sort of like bounce back in the regular season. But it's good to see Todak back in form. It's good to see Homeboys back in form, and definitely great to see SRG at the top. That's it for day 1. We are going to be back tomorrow with more series. But for now, we're going to sign out. My name is Husky, alongside Gideon Kill. On behalf of everyone behind the scenes, we wish you guys a good night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Target guys. Perhatiin dulu guys. Perhatiin dulu guys. Ketutup guys. Nice.
Roger.
Tahan 2 people.
I just barat guys. Go. Just zoning. Hati Chen. Healing you.
Dapan, cover.
Nice. Cut. Oh lol. That's Ino. Nice.
Sini.
Cover.
Ay, balik niya.
Valentina. Blika.
Nakap.
Valer. Nice.
Nyaw.
Hey, use on here, guys. Nice one.
Mid.
No anti-grow, guys.
Just go.
No.
Not under tower.
Shizo.
Healing you, Shizo.
Nice.
Sustain.
Shizo. Hey, we can end, guys.
Can me.
Yeah.
I have heal. Don't worry.
Yeah, grow.
Just go, guys.
Nice.
Just go.
Be careful, Shizo.
Outside.
Fendi.
I go with you, Gary.
I turn the tower, guys.
Nice, more.
Lasi.
Healing you.
Nice.
Oh my god.
You good,
I also can ulti Brody. Stunning.
Okay.
You can fight, guys. I have ulti. When? Brody.
Boleh. Uy. Nice, Gary. Baik, udah gini.
Cover. Let's go.
Damage, go.
Dah.
Oh, boleh makan Brody.
Brody. Sasa tak nampak ke?
Tak gerak.
Fendi. Fendi.
We can end.
Can more, guys.
Go. We can end bawah. Go. 1v1. It's okay. He doesn't have ulti.
Yeah, we can end.
I'm on the way, Zaim.
Just tahu. Yeah.